graduated last year. I just gotten a promotion. Life was getting exciting for him. And I think he had brought the image of ISO. It is no longer the old ISO where I would be having issues day in, day out. I think the image of ISO under him had improved greatly. So he died last evening. I'm sure we shall be informed of burial arrangements and all that. Today morning I spoke to his deputy, Colonel Emmanuel Katabazi. They were still all in shock. I expressed our condolences as Parliament, and I think we shall be joining the country in mourning him as we get more details on what happened and burial arrangements. I therefore request you, honorable colleagues, that we stand and observe a minute of silence.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper. Motion for approval of the National Budget Framework paper for the financial years 2025/2026 to 2029/2030.
Yeah, I just got information. The Honorable Minister Msasizi, who had an emergency in the village and had been assigned this, is about to reach. And therefore requested Honorable Bahati to move the motion on behalf of government. And then we start.
Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, I stand on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to move a motion for consideration of the National Budget Framework paper for the financial year 2025-2026 to 2029-2030. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Honorable Martin Mugara, Honorable Rusoke, Karamoja, Solomon, Generero, Honorable Mshemeza, Honorable Jakatonda, Honorable Kayondo, Honorable Rabushija, Honorable Katef. Oh, Paparu. Majority of the House, Mahanga, Akorimoy, Minister for People with Disabilities, Kanungu. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, and Opendi. Yes. Yes, procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the order paper for this day was circulated quite early in time. And what we are going to consider is a very important aspect of the budgeting process. The Ministry of Finance has 4 ministers. The Honourable Matia Kasaija, the Honourable Gorovi. There are 5. Yes, 5 ministers. And if the Honourable Msasizi, who is the Minister of State for General Duties, is away, where are the other 4 ministers, Right Honourable Speaker? Okay. I think we need to get serious. This is an important paper for them as the ministry.
Thank you.
That all of them are absent and then we are proceeding with the former Minister of State. I think for me, I don't know, Right Honourable Speaker, whether we are proceeding properly.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, we are proceeding properly. The rota for the ministry, I was informed today, was for Honourable Msasizi to be here. And like I told you, Honourable was kind enough because I know he had an emergency in the constituency. He started driving late in the night to come, and he just stuck in a jam. He's about to reach. The report is big, okay? So let us be receiving the report. The report is uploaded, it's digital, wherever they are reading, and we ensure that by the time we go into the debate and all that, the minister will be here shortly. Oh, he has entered even. No, Mr. He's already here. Yeah. He sent me a message at 3 a.m. that he's leaving Rwanda to come and fulfill his duty. So that level of commitment is must be applauded. Yeah. So let me now, on justification for the motion, I will request Honorable Msasizi to justify their motion. Honorable Bahati has already moved it. Yes, procedure.
Mr. Speaker, I want to, first of all, I was ready to proceed for me, even without the ministers, because judging NRM by their standards, this would not be a surprise. But I'm very happy that the Honorable Msasizi has come, because I saw the Honorable Bahati now fidgeting with a huge budgetary framework paper looking for justification. He has just thrown it down. The cameras will show how you are fidgeting, so don't. So I am happy that.
Point of order. Point of order. No bad.
Is it in order for the Honorable Semuju to allege that I was fidgeting, a man who ran the budget for 6 years, a very qualified chartered accountant, that I can fidget with the budget framework paper? Is it in order? You should instead be thanking me that I moved so that the house can go. Thank you.
I think Honorable Semuju, that was unkind. Yes.
I am sorry really to the former minister in charge of borrowing. I am only, because you see, the Uganda say even a dog, when you throw a meat at it, it will first run. Then it will realize that actually what you are throwing is meat. So the way this motion was thrown onto Bahati, that's why he was fidgeting, not because he doesn't know. But I am sorry, I didn't mean that you don't have the knowledge. I was only explaining that they had given you a task you do not prepare for. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
So for the record, Honorable Bahati has never fidgeted here. And he wasn't fidgeting at all. Maybe Honorable Semuju expected him to fidget. Okay? So, Honorable, because you see we need to move. This is a big report. I couldn't hold any minute. I sat in my office, I was watching on TV, I wasn't seeing any people until I said no. With my members, the few who are in, let's go in and we start. So that we can have enough time to discuss this very important topic. So, Honorable Minister Msasizi, you can do the justification.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in justification for the motion, the theme of the budget for financial year 2025-6 remains full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening social services, digital transformation, and market access. Right Honorable Speaker, the preliminary resource envelope is 57.44 trillion, and our focus in the BFP now is, Mr. Speaker, to note is that the financial year 2025-6 will be the first year of implementation of the National Development Plan 4, whose goal is higher household incomes, full monetization of the economy, and employment for sustainable socio-economic transformation. The goal will be pursued under the theme Sustainable Industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. Mr. Speaker, our focus this financial year is implementation of the ATMs and the rollout of the tenfold growth strategy, but also not forgetting the enablers, the factors which enable the ATMs to function. And these are defense and security, electricity, strategic roads, PDM, among others. Mr. Speaker, we shall also be finalizing the tax and revenue bills, but this does not mean that we intend to introduce new taxes this financial year. We shall only bring the proposals to enable us improve efficiency in tax administration. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and the Committee on Budget and all other sectoral committees, because when we laid this National Budget Framework paper, it was presented to various committees, and the Budget Committee has been working closely with us. They have finalized the report, which can enhance my justification, and at this stage, I want to beg that you allow the Budget Committee to give us the detailed report. I submit, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honourable Minister. Honourable colleagues, I've instructed Sergeant at Arms that for you who are in at this time and want to submit on the report, you should register so that I give you first priority. Because I don't want colleagues to come later and they get first priority when you came in here. So please put for me 4 papers, okay, so that I have the names here. When we start the debate, I start with you. Yes, Honorable Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, when we clock in, it is my thinking that the IT by now knows how many people are in the house. So they would simply print out those who have clocked in. It is my, yes, I assume that everybody that comes in clocks in first. So with the digital record, I thought it would be easy to simply print than us going into writing.
Thank you. Now, me, I don't want to assume. I want to be sure. Okay? I don't want to work on assumptions. And also, I said those who want to submit. I'm not taking a roll call. Those who want to submit are the only ones who should give me their names so that I give you first priority. That's the aim. Because sometimes people come in early and you find they've not been picked. So, yeah. So, Procedure, Kayondo?
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the wise ruling. Yesterday, you made it here that today we shall be discussing the budget framework paper. The budget issue is a very important item, and one of the roles of a member of Parliament has to do with the budget. So there are so many Ugandans who are on their TVs watching this Parliament. So won't it be procedurally right, Mr. Speaker, if you guide that after people submitting, they don't go away, so that this budget, as people are watching, they don't see the house empty, because it puts a very bad picture outside there. So I wish, want it to be procedurally right, that after submitting, we stay, so that this house does not appear empty outside there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, that's why, honorable colleagues, whenever I'm picking you to speak and you start putting me on pressure, writing me notes and what, I don't pick you. I wait until the end, because most of you want to submit and go. The house, the house runs. We must run together until we adjourn. Okay? So, Honorable Kayondo's submission is encouraging you to be in. Let's not waste any more time. Honorable Chair, please present the report of the committee. Only those who want to submit during the debate should write their names down.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I stand to submit the report of the Budget Committee on the National Budget Framework Paper for the financial year 2025-2026 and 2029-2030. So, Speaker, as you guided, the major report which is signed is being uploaded. And with this,
it's already there.
Yes. And I'm waiting for my minutes, which I'll beg your indulgence that I lay them at a later time, together with the NDP4 and the budget framework paper.
Before you finish your submission, you can lay them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's go to the report. The report.
Introduction. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in accordance with the provisions of Articles 90 and 155(4) of our Constitution, Section 9 to 91 to 98 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 145 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, committees are mandated to consider, discuss, and review the budget framework paper, and through the Budget Committee, present a report to the House for approval by 1st February of each financial year. So there is a legal bind here. In compliance with the above provisions, I beg to present a report of the Budget Committee on the National Budget Framework Paper for the fiscal year 2025-2026 for consideration and approval by this House as required by Section 9(8) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 145(3) of our Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, this report is structured in two major parts. Colleagues, part one is on the generic aspects as the requirements or compliance with the requirements of the law, the legal compliance, the economic and budget performance highlights, the budget strategy as presented by government to the committee, the medium-term outlook, and the indicative resource allocations for 25-26. That is part one. Now, in part one, we also make some observations with respect to this budget, the indicative planning figures, and make proposals to government. Part two, this time round, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this time round, based on the guidance of the Speaker, we have decided to put part two as recommendations from the committee as they came. Although the committee also gives guidance on the emphasis, where the members and the country gave emphasis, and I will talk to that aspect later on. The methodology adopted by the committee involved examination of relevant documents.
Honorable, you want to read everything.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the whole day.
So, methodology is there. The documents that we referred to, which I want to lay here, and the minutes. I want to go to the legal compliance, because this is important for us. 2.1, compliance with the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. All members, in accordance with Section 9 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, it is required that the minister shall, for each financial year, prepare a budget framework paper which shall be consistent with the National Development Plan and with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. The budget framework paper shall be in the format prescribed. And colleagues, I go to page 7, submission of the budget framework paper to Parliament. The National Budget Framework Paper for this year was submitted to Parliament and laid on the 19th December 2024, accompanied by the Certificate of Gender and Equity Responsiveness, Certificate of Climate Change Responsiveness. The committee observes that the National Budget Framework Paper was presented to Parliament in line with Section 95, 96A, and 96B of the PFMA 2015 and Section 30B of the National Climate Change Act. In compliance with Section 3 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, an assessment by the committee indicates that NBPF4 largely conforms the requirements of Schedule 3 under the Public Finance Management Act 2015. However, the following information was not provided, and this is an ongoing process, and I hope at a ministerial policy statement we shall receive this detail. 1. Alternate fiscal framework on the fiscal risks as required by the law. 2. The flow of government investments in the financial year as required by the law. 3. The rate of employment and unemployment in our country as required by the law. These 3 were not submitted. So the committee observed that the above information has not been provided to the Parliament even in the previous national budget framework papers. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development reports on all the requirements as per Schedule 3 of the Public Finance Management Act. Consistency with the National Development Plan 4. There is a mistake there. In this draft. I hope it is not there. Consistency of this plan with the National Development Plan 4. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, the goal of this plan is to achieve higher household incomes, full monetization of the economy, and employment for sustainable socio-economic transformation. This goal will be achieved under the theme Sustainable Industrialization for Inclusive Growth, Employment, and Wealth Creation. To achieve this goal, the government has set out 5 objectives in the NDP4, and these include sustainably increase production, productivity, and value addition in agriculture, minerals, oil and gas, tourism, ICT, and financial services. 2, enhance human capital development along the entire life cycle. 3, support the private sector to drive growth and create jobs. 4, to build and maintain strategic sustainable infrastructure in transport, housing, energy, water industry, and ICT. And 5, to strengthen good governance, security, and the role of the state in development. 2.5, consistent with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. Mr. Speaker and all members, the second Charter for Fiscal Responsibility was approved by Parliament on the 27th of January 2022. The purpose of this charter is to provide government's fiscal policy objectives in the next 5 years that will ensure sustainable delivery of the country's goal of a socio-economic transformation. The CFR 2021-22 to 25-26 has the following objectives, fiscal objectives. 1, total public debt. That total public debt in nominal terms is reduced to below 50% of GDP by the financial year 25-26. 2, one of the goals was that total domestic debt interest payments to total revenues, excluding grants, is reduced to 12.5%. 3, that nominal publicly guaranteed debt to GDP is maintained at below 5%. Number 4, that the government may borrow from the Bank of Uganda only in accordance with Section 36(5)(a) and (b) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Section 33 of the Bank of Uganda Act as Uganda Act. Number 5, the overall fiscal balance, including grants, should gradually adjust to a deficit not exceeding 3% of the non-oil GDP by financial year 25-26. 6, the ratio of non-oil revenue to GDP shall grow by at least 0.5 percentage points on an annual basis. And 7, the growth rate in recurrent spending as a percentage of GDP shall not exceed the growth rate of revenue as a percentage of GDP. And 8, a maximum of oil revenue worth 0.8 of the proceeds of the preceding year's estimated non-oil GDP outturn shall be transferred to the consolidated fund. Now, colleagues, our assessment is in table of the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility targets, again as national budget framework are in the table below. You can see the growth rate in recurrent spending as a percentage of GDP is less than is less than the growth rate in revenue, which is a positive thing, which is very good. The ratio of non-oil, the overall fiscal balance, including grants to oil, is a little off the point. It should be minus 3.0, but not so bad. In nominal, the nominal debt stock to GDP is okay. So largely, Mr. Speaker, the committee made this observation. The budgetary framework is not generally compliant to two areas. That is total domestic debt interest payments to total revenues, excluding grants, and the overall fiscal balance is including grants to non-oil GDP and indicated table above. But out of 80 points, 2 did not meet 2 of those. So the budget framework does not provide the nominal debt projections for financial year 25-26, restricting the committee's assessment of the compliance of the budget framework to the certificate of financial of the CFR in relation to public debt as a part of GDP in the medium term. So the committee recommends that the budget for the short and medium term fully complies with CFR requirements, and any deviation must be guided by Section 7 of the Public Finance Management Act. Now, 2.6, consistent with the National Development Plan 4. And Mr. Speaker, this was the major point of contention discussion. Right Honorable Speaker and your own members, Section 9.3 requires that the budget framework paper is consistent with the National Development Plan. The committee assessed the consistency of the NBPF for 25-26 to the National Development Plan 4 and made the following observations. 1, the strategic direction and priorities of the budgetary framework paper are consistent with the NDP 4. That's the conclusion. The program budget allocations, however, of the BFP are significantly lower than those proposed in the NDP 4, and we have given the table of that of those details. This could imply that the planned interventions as per NDP 4 may not be fully executed in the first year and hence undermine the achievements of the overall NDP 4 objectives and the tenfold growth strategy. Right Honorable Speaker, NDP 4 says they need 92 trillion to implement this plan this coming financial year. But the national budget paper gives 57 trillion. That was where the variance is. And that's that point. Number 2, the budget paper budget prioritization for most programs are consistent with the NDP 4, and we give the table also. Number 3, the targets set in the budget framework paper are inconsistent with the targets in the NDP 4, and this could hinder effective monitoring, the implementation of NDP 4, and the annual budgets. And the committee recommendations is that 1, enhance revenue mobilization efforts to effectively implement the NDP 4 interventions. 2, the performance targets of the budget framework paper and NDP 4 should be harmonized, calibrated in order to arrive at realistic targets. The details of the budget framework paper of NDP 4 versus the budget framework paper are in table 2. For example, in the NDP 4 agro-industrialization, NDP 4 had planned an estimate of 2.448 trillion, which is 3.6% of the overall budget of NDP 4. But in the budget framework paper, the figure there is 1.689 trillion. This coming financial year, which is 2.9. So that's what we are talking about. The details are there. Gender and equity compliance. The Speaker and honorable members, in fulfillment of the requirements of Section 95 to 6A of the Budget Framework Paper, that the National Budget Framework Paper was generally compliant with the equity and gender requirements. And the details are in table 3. Page 14. The programs, the agro-industrialization and sustainable urbanization and housing performance performed at 40 and 20% respectively, which is below average compared to previous years. In some instances, the Equal Opportunities Commission noted that the late submission of budget framework papers by MDAs to the Equal Opportunities Commission affected timely assessment and production of assessment reports. The committee observation: there has been remarkable improvement since the last financial years. However, two programs did not satisfy the requirements. 2, no specific measures to equalize opportunities for men, women, persons with disabilities, and marginalized groups were provided alongside the gender certificate as presented to Parliament. Number 3, some MDAs did not possess adequate capacity to disaggregate data so that the assessment could be done. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends as follows: the program secretariats that do not submit the required program budget framework papers on time should be subjected to some form of sanctions as provided for in Section 78 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. B, Equal Opportunities Commission is supported more to undertake periodic national gender and equity gap mapping surveys rather than doing it at the end of the financial year. C, more capacity building should be undertaken at all MDAs, especially with regard to the gender disaggregated data, the data compilation, gender budgeting and assessment, and developing gender and equity performance indicators, among others. 2.8 on climate change. The observations are there, and the table is there, and the things. Generally, the certificate shows that only 6 programs on the assessment scored above 50%. This include natural resources, environment, and others. The contingencies fund. The observations are there, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance always adheres to the law and replenishes the contingencies fund with required amounts. Parliament should follow up this matter to the logical conclusion during appropriation, because failure to adhere to this provision has been a major cause of supplementary budgets and supplementary requests that distort the approved budgets during budget implementation and execution. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, economic and budget performance highlights. Economic performance. Right Honourable Speaker and members, during the financial year 2022-24, Uganda's year-on-year real annual GDP was recorded at 6.1%. So the
procedure, Honourable Nsamba.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the first part of Chairperson's report, the committee report, Mr. Speaker, deals with the legalities and expectations of the law. We are at the early stages of the budgeting process at budget framework paper. Mr. Speaker, if at this level we don't mind the matters of law at this level, Mr. Speaker, then we are planning to ignore the law as usual. Would it need to be procedurally right, Mr. Speaker? We deal with these matters of the law. At least the minister answers that particular point. Why are we every year? Why are we not respecting the law? Then we proceed after getting explanations at that level. Then we are able to go into the others having respected the law. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable colleague. We shall be draining ourselves. Let's receive the whole report. When we open up for debate, the responses will be given. We shall get good guidance. When we start breaking in between, we shall be draining ourselves. So this is a big report, and we have enough time, the good thing, okay? The whole day we are on this report to debate thoroughly. That's why I insisted we must give it enough time. I don't want to limit you. So let's receive the report, and then we shall get the responses. If we find it does not meet the threshold, we refuse to approve. If we find it meets, we approve. Okay. Chair, resume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. The economic and budget performance highlights. 3.1 Economic performance. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, during the financial year 2023-24, Uganda's year-on-year annual GDP was recorded at 6.1%, up from 5.3% registered in the financial year 2022-2023. In nominal terms, the economy expanded by 144.19 billion shillings in 2022-23 to 153,040 billion shillings in the financial year 2023-24. The growth was largely attributed to services and industry sector, with the services sector growing at 6.8% compared to 5.9% growth in the previous financial year. And industry sector, which grew at 4.9% from the 4.0% registered the previous financial year, largely driven by manufacturing and construction activities. The agricultural, forestry, and fishing activities grew by 5.4% in 2023-24 compared to 4.5% in the previous financial year. In the current financial year, colleagues, the GDP for the first quarter grew by 6.7% compared to the growth of 5.6% registered in quarter one of the previous financial year. This on account of the 8.7% growth of the agricultural sector, 5.9% growth of industry, and 5.6% growth of the service sector. The committee observations, Mr. Speaker. The registered real GDP growth rate of 6.1% in the financial year 2023-24 was higher than the projected growth rate of 6.0%. So we achieved much better. Number two, structural transformation of the economy driven by industrialization is not being fully realized as would have expected, but the contribution of the industrial sector to total GDP has fundamentally changed, averaging 26% from 2020-21 to 2022-23. This is so despite government injection of funds in UDB, in other financial institutions as part of the because of COVID's effect. Three, despite the observed improvement in GDP growth is still considerably non-inclusive, as income inequality, as measured by the Gini coefficient, has remained rather high and unchanged. So our committee recommends that with the focus that Uganda's GDP to expand by 27 trillion being hinged on the tenfold economic growth areas, it is important that this realism is checked by adequate resource allocation to match the agro-industrialization, tourism, manufacturing, those Artemis areas. So this intention can only be achieved with more resources to the Artemis areas. It's also important that for government to clarify on when exactly the commercial production of oil and gas is expected to commence, because this is a factor in the calculation of the tenfold growth and projections. Inflation, right, Honorable Speaker and members, the committee observations. Headline inflation and core inflation outturns of 3.2% and 3.0% respectively are in range of the projected headline inflation and core inflation of rates of 3.4 and 3.0 respectively. So we are comfortable there. Two, core inflation outturn of 3.0% is considerably lower than the policy target of 5%, and this is really commendable. We thank the managers of the fiscal space. Private sector credit. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the growth in private sector credit has slowed down. The average growth in credit in the private sector was 7.7% in the financial year 2023-24, and it has come down from 9.9% in the financial year 22-23. This slowdown was primarily due to a decrease in the shilling-dominated lending, which grew by 9.6%, down from 12.1% in the previous fiscal year. Similarly, the average annual growth in foreign currency denominated loans declined to 3.2% from 4% in the previous year. Currently, other depository corporations' private sector credit growth has softened, reflecting the impact of increased government borrowing, probably crowding out the private sector, which constrained private sector access to credit. Committee observations. The slowdown in private sector credit could suggest a difficulty in looming economic uncertainties. It could also suggest that high lending rates, partly as a result of government's increased borrowing from the domestic sector, has led to high costs of doing business and has constrained the private sector to borrow from the same space. On external sector, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, Uganda's recorded overall balance of payments position deficit of US dollars 1,154.4 million is a deterioration from that of a US dollars 50.4 million recorded in 2022-23. The deterioration was largely attributed to the 8.2% expansion in the current account deficit to US dollars 4,174.7 million due to the deterioration in all its sub-accounts except the mechanized trade account. Foreign direct investment. FDI inflows in financial year 22-24 reached a record high of US dollars 3,034.11 million from coming up from $2,950.6 million recorded in financial year 22-23. FDI inflows have increased steadily year on year, largely reflecting the ongoing activity in the oil and gas sector and a positive business outlook for our country. International reserves. As at the end of June 2024, the stock of international reserves stood at $3,230.03 million. The reserve cover in future months of imports, excluding oil projected imports, was equivalent to 3 months. This is much lower than the 3.8 months of import cover recorded at the same time in the previous year. Committee observations. A sustained balance of payment deficit could spell economic challenges and vulnerabilities over the medium term if access to external financing isn't restrained amidst low foreign exchange reserves. It is therefore paramount that the effective implementation of export promotion and import substitution strategies is prioritized over the medium term as a more sustainable way of building foreign reserves. The committee recommends that export promotion is prioritized and agencies such as Uganda Promotion Board, our diplomatic missions, and other related bodies are financed sufficiently in this budget in order to promote exports, in order to improve the balance of payment situation in the country, promote economic growth and employment. And this can only be achieved through strategies and interventions such as focusing on a few export sectors that can be coordinated effectively using the capacity and resources available to ensure successful implementation of the export strategy. 2. Promote and spare development of entire value chains for the proprietary export products. C. Strengthen the institutions charged with quality surveillance and monitoring, including with relation to manufacture, importation, distribution of agricultural and industrial products. Invest in public infrastructure necessary for quality assurance along the entire value chain for selected priority products. E. Encourage through provision of appropriate incentives the private sector to invest in infrastructure necessary for quality assurance along the entire value chains for the selected priority products. Mr. Speaker, on public debt and colleagues, Uganda's public debt remains sustainable over the medium and long term. The ratio of public debt to GDP was 4.8% in financial year 2023-24. This is below the limit of the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility of 52.4%, and this is great. Committee observations. Though the debt levels as a percent of GDP has remained stable and at 46.9% in financial year 2023-24, up from 47.1% in 22-23, the domestic debt rose to 20.1% as a percentage of GDP in financial year 2022-23, up from 18.7% in financial year 2022-23. This is a growth of 17.6% of domestic debt. And I think that's the challenge. The sudden rapid growth in GDP, in debt over the last year was a bit worrying. We therefore recommend that government should gradually scale down on domestic borrowing because it's becoming unsustainable and it's also negatively affecting private sector credit growth in the country and increasing the number of non-performing loans indirectly. 3.8 budget performance highlights. The revenue performance. During the financial year 2022-23, Uganda shillings 28,820.87 billion was realized in gross revenue and grants against a target of 32,751.2 billion, implying a performance of 88.0%. This implies that the overall deficit was registered at Uganda shillings 7,197.2 billion, equivalent to 3% of GDP, 3.5% of GDP. Expenditure performance. Total expenditure and net lending performed at 95.9%. Recurrent and development expenditure performed at 106.7% and 79.5% respectively. The committee observations. Effective implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy does not seem to yield its desired objectives, as revenue to GDP still lingers in 13% to total GDP. A range and in this range has been persistent for the last 3 years. So we might need to do some form of re-engineering there. 2, tax revenues as a percent of GDP are still very low and still below 13%, suggesting low tax collection efforts by URA, in addition to generous tax incentives and exemptions despite a low tax base, and this might be eroding the potential tax revenue that could be used to widen the fiscal space. 3.83 aggregate expenditure performance. At aggregate level, Uganda shillings 33,957.64 billion was released under both government and external funding during the financial year 23-24. This equates to 101% of the approved budget. Aggregate absorption was, however, 93.9%, which represents strong budget execution as at the end of the financial year. In regard to the government of Uganda budget of Uganda shillings 28,183.951 billion, which was released by the end of June 2024. This equates to 112.6% of the approved budget. Aggregate absorption was at 99.3%. So government of Uganda releases were way above the approved budget on account of supplementary expenditure, schedule number 1, which amounted to Uganda shillings 3.5 trillion shillings. Of this, 1.8 trillion was recurrent, 1.5 was development. The details are on the table. Wage expenditure, on wage, total wage releases performed at 7,434.5 billion. We performed on wage at 102%, which represents an absorption rate of 98.4%. Non-wage expenditure of the release was 13,928.8 billion, which equates 109.7% of the approved budget, and absorption of 100%. All this is explained because of the supplementary budget, which gave this over 100% performance in certain sectors. Development expenditure, total development releases were performed at 12,377.34 billion, 86% of the approved budget, and of this, 10,457.87 billion was spent, and which represents an absorption of 84%. Committee observations. We quote from some of the reports on Uganda from the World Bank. According to the World Bank, poor planning, the routine use of supplementary budgeting, even for wages and salaries, and weakness in overall public financial management have led to overspending, fiscal slippages, and a sustained accumulation of domestic areas. In financial year 23-24, supplementary expenditures were financed partly by internal budget cuts, which hinder the budget and makes it difficult to achieve fiscal objectives. Supplementary spending continues to undermine the credibility of annual planning and budgeting, especially considering that activities for which these expenditures are made, which are foreseeable actually. In addition, supplementary budgeting heightens macroeconomic risks. The committee recommends that government should limit supplementary spending to only unavoidable expenditures, as the rest of these other expenditures tend to distort the budget and have continued to distort the budget. Mr. Speaker, that's a very strong point, and it is really shown in a lot of the figures. Financial performance at program level. Colleagues and honorable members, I led you to read financial performance by activities shown there on the table 6. Let's go to budget strategy. The budget strategy that we are going to implement. Page 27. Budget strategy for financial year 2025-26. Right, Honorable Speaker, financial year 2025-2026 National Budget Framework Paper is the first in the implementation of the NDP4. The goal of NDP4 is higher household incomes, full monetization of the economy, and employment for sustainable socio-economic transformation. The goal will be pursued under the theme of sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. To concretize the gains so far achieved during the 4th National Development Plan, the NDP3, in NDP4, and in order to propel the economy of Uganda to higher levels of socio-economic transformation towards double digits, the theme for this coming financial resource budget will be maintained as full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. That's our theme for this coming financial year. The overall objective of 25-26 budget strategy is to strengthen economic growth drivers that underpin the restoration of the economy back to the medium-term growth path and directly contribute to the expansion of GDP tenfold from the current $53 billion to $500 billion by 2040, and double it to $100 billion by financial year 2029-2030. The budget strategy for next financial year is therefore based on the principles of tenfold growth strategy. The gains, the lessons learned, and the opportunities from NDP3 as well as NDP4 new strategic direction. This demonstrates continuity of the socio-economic agenda and transformation strategy. This strategy underscores employment creation, wealth creation, higher household incomes by prioritizing the key enablers for accelerated growth. Colleagues and other members, these are the 4.1 priority areas for the budget strategy. This year's budget strategy outlines 4 major key areas. One is agro-industrialization, with a focus on fully commercializing and formalizing farming as well as undertaking strategic value addition for export. Number 2 is tourism development, with a focus on increasing tourism arrivals by 5-fold under the current spend per tourist and length of stay strategy. Number 3, mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas, with a focus on undertaking quantification of mapped mineral deposits and their governance regime and delivering of fast oil in this financial year. Number 5, science, technology, and innovation, with a focus on fast-tracking commercialization of ongoing innovations in the pathogen control and management for vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. The committee observed that the proposed budget framework paper allocations for financial year 25-26 to the above strategy, ATMIS, agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral-based economy, science and technology, these anchor sectors are inconsistent with the above highlighted strategy. The allocations to all 4 ATMIS anchor sectors or their equivalents are projected to decline compared to the previous budget. In line with the above strategy, the allocation to this anchor program should have increased but now here they are declining. Therefore, government should repurpose the resources in the national budget paper and improve allocative efficiency to refocus the resources on the above prioritized sectors of the economy, because they are not prioritized. In addition, government should strengthen the implementation mechanisms of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy and diversify public finance options by implementing the public investment financing strategy piece, including concessional and commercial loans, Islamic finance, climate finance, and others. The resource envelope. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, honorable members, the preliminary resource envelope proposed by the Minister of Finance for financial year 2025-26 is projected at Uganda shillings 57.4 trillion. This reflects a reduction of 20% from Uganda shillings 72 trillion this financial year. Decline in total resource will be on account of reductions in 1. Petroleum Fund, 2. Budget support, 3. Net domestic borrowing, 4. Bank of Uganda repayment, and 5. Domestic refinancing rollover. This is where the reductions have happened. It's a positive thing, very good. So committee observations, the details are on the table there. We expect, if you look at domestic revenues, this financial year we expect to collect about 32 trillion. Next financial year we are expecting to collect about 34 trillion. So the rest of the details you can see there. The Bank of Uganda repayment, we paid 9.1 trillion this year. We don't have any other debt with Bank of Uganda in the coming financial years. Interest payments, we have paid 9.6 trillion this year. We will continue to pay another 9.6 trillion or 9.2 trillion, less by 361 billion. So those are you can read the table and see. Committee observations. Next financial year, the projected allocation for domestic areas is only Uganda shillings 200 billion. This falls short of the verified domestic areas by Auditor General, which according to the Auditor General's report were over 14.606 trillion. In 2024, of which Uganda shillings 8.312 trillion are reimbursement to Bank of Uganda, leaving 5.748 trillion for unpaid invoices, pension and gratuity. The committee was informed that Bank of Uganda areas are being cleared fully in the current financial year 24-25. The committee observes that some of these areas are generated as a result of Ministry of Finance failure to release resources for construction obligations that are partially paid, but so certificates remain pending, leading to accumulation of areas. So the accounting officers are not entirely to blame. The existence of areas is an indication that the financial system has gaps which allow commitments or obligations to be made without having sufficient funds set aside to honor those payments. This negatively impacts on the credibility of the budget. Colleagues, if a cow commits and is given the first payment and in the second quarter is not given the money, those are how areas come. He has already signed to get the goods. Good fiscal management and budget planning should prevent areas from being created. Therefore, governments should allocate additional resources to clear areas in the budget for financial year 25-26. This trend in domestic areas ought to be managed strategically to reduce the risk of increased government debt and crowding out the private sector. The committee recommends that government provides Uganda shillings 1.15 trillion during financial year 2025-26 and in the subsequent years until 2029-30, This will clear the outstanding bill of domestic arrears of Ugandans of 5.7 trillion in 5 years. If we paid 1.1 trillion. If we can pay back of Uganda 8.9 trillion, let's pay these other ones also 1.15 trillion per year. The committee recommends that to avoid the further accumulation of arrears, unpaid certificates should take the first call on budget releases by vote. The indicative program allocations for financial year 2024-25 in order to reduce the silo approach to implementation of government programs. And Mr. Speaker, as you guided us, we have put these things in programs. All the votes, we have put them together in programs. The financial priority has been given to the Human Capital Development Program in NDP4, Governance and Security, and the Integrated Transport Infrastructure and Service Program, which will be taking a significant amount of the national budget, as shown in Table 8. Colleagues, on Table 8, you can see program allocations. Development planning implementation will take the biggest amount, which is 38.5%, and that's where we have payment to debt. The next one is human capital development, which is health and education, will take the biggest chunk of 17.4%. The next one is governance security at 13.1%. The fourth one is integrated transport infrastructure at 11.1%, and the rest follow in that releases. As you can see, agro-industrialization is going to take 2.9%, but we are saying this is our key growth sector. We need more money there. Committee observations. According to Section 9.3 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, the budget framework paper shall be consistent with the NDP4. The table above provides comparisons of NDP4 budget allocations by program against proposed allocations per the budget framework paper 25-26. Out of the planned total public costing of 67.7 trillion for program interventions under NDP4, only 85% or shillings 57.41 trillion will be availed for implementation of government priorities next financial year, according to the BFP4 for 25-26. This indicates a shortfall of about 10.3 trillion Uganda shillings compared to the NDP4 projections. In addition, variations are evident in program allocations as provided in the table above. With the exception of digital transformation, sustainable balancing and housing, regional balanced development, and integrated transport infrastructure and services programs, all the other program allocations are way below those projections suggested by NDP4. And we think this must also be examined by the ministry and government. We therefore recommend that the second budget circular and the subsequent completion of the budget estimate should take into consideration the ATMIs, the priority spending areas identified and approved by Parliament in the National Development Plan 4, so that we can be moving together as a country. Priorities and the indicative budget performance 25-26. The fundamentals of the economy are there. I want to go briefly. Agro-industrialization is key. Tourism development is key. The proposals are there. Mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas, is there. They are outlined. The oil and gas details are there. Science and technology, those are the activities that government intends, what the kind of things government intends to do in those areas. That will inform the allocation of resources, the ATMIs. Committee observations. Committee recommends that the following priorities should be included as part of the budget framework paper. On agro-industrialization, Mr. Speaker, it is important to increase access to appropriate agricultural mechanization and farm power tools. Because to grow and increase production, there must be mechanization. Number 2, we must look at extension system in the country, especially specialized trainings, equip people, facilitate extension workers. Number 3, establish and operationalize appropriate post-harvest handling. Number 4, increase market access by establishing and maintaining appropriate market infrastructure. like developing and integrating the national coffee traceability models, the geospatial coffee registry, and especially funding to the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, which is actually the one which verifies our standards, does the testing, does the certification. If we don't fund and improve standards of products in this country, our agro-industrialization is going to be constrained. Someone can say it's going to be a challenge. Tourism, the outline is there of recommendations of the committee. On tax policy, Mr. Speaker, the committee observes that over the years, the domestic revenue mobilization efforts are being hindered by the lack of a national tax policy that would form the basis for tax legislation and administration. The committee was informed that the Cabinet Memorandum on a draft national tax policy was submitted to Cabinet for consideration. Our recommendation is that the national tax policy is expedited in order to inform the tax bills and proposals for the coming financial year 25-26. Colleagues, on part 2, Mr. Speaker, I think at this point I need to lay down the minutes, discussions with part 2. Mr. Speaker, all the discussions and minutes and documents, attachments, revisions, and all the budget, the reports from the different committees. The 15 sector committees are here. The official signed report is here. This time round, Mr. Speaker, on the annexes, we have decided at this point, at this policy stage level, like in the previous time, not to restrict or to start crossing the propositions and recommend suggestions from the committees. So we have decided to lift the recommendations of different committees in their entirety and make them an annex, the proposal of the committees, to government. So it is up to government, so that we don't constrain and stop a committee from making suggestions to government at this point. So we have lifted all the recommendations of different committees and attached them as an annex. So it is up to government to consider them. But in the discussion, yes?
Honorable Chair, can you formally lay? Because you're saying they are here. Just lay by reading the title.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the minutes, the reports of the different committees, or in the processing of the National Budget Framework for 2025-2026, I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the different sector committee observations and recommendations by program as Annex 1 to this National Budget paper. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Accompanied by, I beg to lay the National Budget Framework, which was laid anyway to Parliament. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, in discussing, I have a few minutes to go through this. Committee key observations. I'll read them according to how the committees came to the Budget Committee. During deliberations with the sector committees, the Committee on Budget made the following key observations. Observations on the East African Community affairs. The key concern there was that the budget did not cater for statutory obligations as reported for the East African Community contribution of 22 billion. So we are likely to be locked out of the East African Community from talking and speaking because we don't have money for this coming financial year to give to the East African Community. Number B, Committee on Education and Sports. The committee highlighted the following priority areas and suggestions to government. One, the issue of the new secondary school curriculum and A-level curriculum was a big concern, and the committee recommends that resources be put the new curriculum for our children. B, the staffing for universities. Our universities are performing at below 23% in terms of manpower. Government should look into the staffing for universities. C, on the infrastructure gaps for the most of the young universities, where in some universities they are constrained despite the growing numbers, they are lacking infrastructure. So government should focus on the staffing and infrastructure of universities. Number D, the biggest discussion and concern for the country and members of the different committees was there was need for resources to grant aid and rehabilitate many more primary schools across the country, especially where they are not, and especially the old schools. Number 5 on education, colleagues, the enrollment and retention rate in our country, enrollment is stood at 70%. And because of that stagnation and the high school dropout, many children who drop out get married, so it increases high teenage pregnancy, it increases neonatal mortality, and it affects the health sectors. So the solution to the problems in health are actually in education. So the committee recommends that free and compulsory universal primary education be provided by government, and the committee recommends an amount of 390 billion. The details are in the report. Members are also concerned, the committee was concerned about the low investment in education and research, yet every country's development is hinged on the capital of its human resource. So the development funds for universities are not commensurate. The committee observed that the development funds for universities are not commensurate with the non-tax revenue they collect. This impacts on the services offered to the students who are the source of the non-tax revenue. The committee observed that there were no funds in the budget for financial year 25-26 to cater for the National Curriculum Development Center to implement the lower secondary school curriculum, as well as a transition to A-level curriculum. More so, given the fact that the first cohort of students under the new lower secondary school curriculum are due to join A-level in February 2025. And the funding gap in all this area was reported by the Committee on Education as being 12 billion. The committee was further concerned that the proposed abridged curriculum for A-level that is being developed in a hurry is bound to be inadequate because of lack of resources. Number 5, concerned that the budget did not cater for the conversion of the primary tiers colleges that were closed and earmarked conversion to other institutions. Number 6, there was also concern about the fate of Busoga and Bunyoro universities. They were informed that the two universities do not have votes, but are under vote 13 Ministry of Education and Sports. The committee undertook to convene a meeting with the members of Parliament from Bunyoro and Busoga, the Committee on Education, to discuss, because the government said that they don't have, there are challenges pertaining to, especially to Bunyoro, where it is said they don't have land. On the Committee of Foreign Affairs, the biggest concern was that government has not prioritized subscription to international organizations. As a result, and on many occasions, Uganda has accumulated a lot of areas to these organizations, to the extent that Uganda's delegations to meetings often risk embarrassment or being denied opportunity to participate or talk at these meetings. And we know the recent incidences with this respect. Number 2, the members are also concerned about the criteria for determining missions to receive funding for commercial diplomacy monies and the benefits that accrue from the missions in economic terms. Number 3 is that government of Uganda should pursue also the issues of concerns of our embassies. Our embassy in Nairobi was burnt, whether it was adequate or not. Embassy, our house in Nairobi, and there were discussions. We were told there were discussions going to compensate. Now we have got another problem again. On tourism, trade and industry, the major issues here was the committee was, once government established Uganda's, the concern here was what is happening to Uganda's shareholdings in all projects that are funded under Uganda Development Corporation. What is the size of our equities, and why are we not getting dividends from these companies? It was also observed that apart from Housing Finance Bank, which paid 14.5 billion this year, all the state-owned enterprise and other entities where government has a stake have never paid us any dividends or declared them to us. It was observed that if this entity, the UDC was supported, it could bring a positive change to our economy. There was concern about the Crown Ghana funding of Uganda National Bureau of Standards, and yet it is supported and is projected it generates over 100 billion in a year. Number 3, we recommend that government should prioritize the re-establishment of the cooperative bank. Biggest quarters there. The Committee on Public Service and Local Government, a major highlights to the government. The criteria for allocating PDM does not put into consideration the poor regions, populations, and other factors. There is need to re-examine this criteria in order to increase allocation to poor regions in the spirit of equity. We recommend that all districts affected by creation of new cities should be given 1 billion to build new headquarters. On presidential affairs, major issues. The committee was concerned about the criteria for selecting presidential pledges for implementation and asked for the list of pledges that will be fulfilled in this financial year. We are still waiting for that list to guide us in discussing the next budget. The committee noted that the government programs on skilling youth is by His Excellency the President is a very good program, but most of the beneficiaries are too poor to acquire the necessary tools to practice the acquired skills after training. They recommend that government should needs to develop a mechanism of providing beneficiaries of the program with the tools to help them utilize the skills acquired. Number 3, the committee requested for the return on investment on projects under the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat. For example, the history of vaccines. What has happened to our vaccines? We invested a lot of money. And what is happening to the whole sector? The committee was concerned about the lack of funds for Kitesi landfill under KCCA. The committee observed that it's important for government to revive NUSA 4 project as well as Dr. Deep for Northern Uganda. On Committee of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the major concerns here, and that's where the focus of the country should be, the committee was observed that it's important to have labor attaches to Ugandan foreign missions. The committee was, however, informed that some Ugandan missions abroad have labor attaches, but they are not facilitated. It was also observed that in the last budget, the committee was concerned that in the last budget, the president brought under the addendum, the president gave 34 billion to cultural leaders, and they were paid 60 million per month. But in the current budget, their emoluments have been reduced to 5 million per month, and the committee is concerned about this move. The committee recommends that this anomaly be corrected and rectified so that our cultural leaders get what they already started getting. The committee was concerned that the funds proposed to be allocated to the Ministry of Gender for election of special interest groups could be duplicated in funds allocated to the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, I think the government needs to look at the resources that are going to go to the coming elections. Ministry of Gender wants it, police wants it, everybody wants it. I think they need to have a strategy on who really should get the money and how that resource must be managed and how much it should be. There was also a concern on exodus of Ugandan girls to work abroad, and this should really be looked into and the ramifications therein. So, Speaker, on the committee of ICT, the concerns were there were the new vision. They were really the new vision, though operating as a business, was not paying dividends again. The committee reiterated its previous recommendation that NITAU should be charged with digitalization of all government institutions instead of spreading expensive digital units in different government institutions. Last year, Mr. Speaker, we recommended that there must be really synergies in government e-services, and that NITAU should be the overall thing to kind of handle this sector. The committee was informed that other government institutions were resistant to centralization of digital services. The committee asked the budget committee asked the committee to submit a list of entities that are resisting to be centralized and to work under NITAU, because this will create efficiency and avoid duplication. You saw the story of fight between the Bureau of Statistics, Electoral Commission on their tablets, which were the specifications. The committee was informed that NITAU license does not allow provision of services to the private sector. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, we have rolled out the national backbone infrastructure, and it's a very good infrastructure. But NITAU does not have a license to give those services so that the private sector can actually pay for those services. And I think we need to open up this space and generate revenue. The committee was concerned about Posta Uganda that did not meet statutory obligations like payment of NSSF and PAYE, and yet was paying wages. Sorry. Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The committee was concerned that government-owned business entities have not been declaring dividends. This was a running issue. 2, the committee has the government commitments on the days when Uganda will start benefiting from oil revenue. 3, the committee concerned the different government bodies have different unit costs for procuring the same item. The committee called upon PPDA to come up with a national price list for common items. Mr. Speaker, we are told that for the last 5 years, PPDA has not come up with a national price list. You find now we are getting in the budget the work plans. Parliament budgets for a bottle of mineral water at 2,000 shillings. Another ministry at 6,000. Another one at 10,000. Another one at 12,000. So we are pricing the same item into different prices. Thank you. I was just saying thank you. So we are actually pricing corruption. If we don't have a national price list, we will be pricing corruption. If it's the same water here costs 2,000 here, the next MD8 is 6,000, another one 10,000. This is not new to Uganda. We had the story of Bank of Uganda buying pens at 385,000. So the national pricing list should come. The committee was concerned that government continues to pay commitment fees on loans that are not being utilized. You see, last year in the Auditor General report says that we paid about 73 billion on commitment fees alone when we need that money to pay other things. On legal and parliamentary affairs, the committee was concerned that whereas the judiciary is currently conducting sessions in different regions, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution is not facilitated to be present in all these the court sessions. The committee called on for joint planning for the two entities because none of them can work without the other. Facilitating one is not valid for money. The committee also noted that the judiciary and DPP run different digital e-systems, yet their products are linked. The committee proposes that digitalization of the two entities should be centralized to save money. Number 3, the committee was concerned about the high failure rates at LDC. Number 5, the committee noted that the Human Rights Commission was advocating for a salary enhancement, and yet it is due for merging with the Equal Opportunities Commission, where their salary will be enhanced based on the salary of the Equal Opportunities Commission. The committee recommends that the Human Rights Commission should await for the implementation of the mergers of the RAPEX. Committee on Physical Infrastructure. The committee was concerned that government was planning to compensate individuals who knowingly encroach on land belonging to Uganda Railways Corporation. There is a request of 550 billion to compensate people from Tororogulu Railway. Now we were concerned, this is an old railway. And I'm told the government has a different opinion. The committee was concerned that there is a selective granting of contracts to former employees of UNRWA. They said that others are already working, others are not working. Number 3, the committee noted that the government was looking at Uganda Airlines purely as an infrastructure development, yet we also need to maximize the economic benefits thereof. For example, we need to deliberately find market for Ugandan cargo at the destinations where Uganda Airlines flies. Our airlines go different directions, but they don't carry cargo because we have not negotiated with the different countries that we bring cargo. The standards is an issue. The committee raised concern about foreigners operating Ugandan lines. That was answered. The committee was concerned that there is paralysis on road projects that were being worked on by UNRWA and called upon government to expedite the process of settling the sector once and for all. That means we need to discuss the RAPEX for UNRWA as well. On agriculture, industry and fisheries, the committee called for the establishment of a clear seed strategy for Uganda. We have not come out clearly. Who is in charge of certification of seed, whether it's coffee, whether it is maize, whether it is beans for the country now? Now that our operation of wealth creation is not there, coffee has been something, cotton. What is the strategy for the seed strategy of the country? The committee also noted that all the areas of the country should be encouraged to grow perennial crops because they are better at creating wealth than the short-term crops. The committee was concerned of the fact that there is an increase in fish catches but a decline in fish exports. Government should look into that matter. The committee was concerned there are many unqualified people posing as extension workers. It's a big problem. The committee noted inconsistencies between the certificate of financial implication on the rationalization of entities and the budgets under consideration. Mr. Speaker, what is said under RAPEX as savings, in looking at the RAPEX, I think this matter will come in detail in the RAPEX paper. We have problems there. Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs. The committee was concerned that the Army was asking for funds to monitor elections, yet it's a mandate of Uganda Police. The committee recommends that the funds, they should harmonize, this situation should be harmonized. The committee was also concerned that Ministry of Internal Affairs is still asking for funds to print passport booklets abroad, yet there has been a promise to construct and print passports under NEC and in Uganda. The committee was also concerned that Uzima increases production but continues to make losses. The committee was also concerned that our own UPDF engineering brigade is charging very high commercial rates for its infrastructure. Isn't there a way we can work as brothers and sisters and charge the normal rate? The committee observed that Uganda Air Cargo has collapsed, seemingly, and it should be should transfer its assets to Uganda Airlines. On environment, I'm about to come to the home notice. On environment and natural resources, the committee observed that Uganda is rich in iron, yet the steel manufacturers do not use the primary raw material. The committee noted the defunct Rural Electrification Agency has left certain programs unfulfilled. You know, REA, which is the 1% levy from UCC, just get its money and support the rural areas, even in electricity and also in providing ICT services to other countries, to our schools and in communities. But Ministry of Finance has not delivered that money to those people of UCC. And there is even some infrastructure which was left in some of the schools, either by UCC and also by REA. So they are facing a similar change of the 1% levy. So government should look into that. The committee was concerned that water for production is budgeted in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and is also budgeted in the Ministry of Water and Environment. The question is, at what point will government wake up to harmonize this situation? Duplication. It's clearly same words in the Ministry of Agriculture, same words in the Ministry of Water, billions there, billions there. But government seems to be paralyzed. When will government wake up to streamline this? The committee observed that National Environment Management Authority is underfunded and understaffed, yet it's a sector that cannot be ignored. It's a key in the well-being of Ugandans, and some resources should be given to NEMA. The committee observed that the government's effort to generate electricity does not match investments in transmission, so adequate resources should be put along the value chain of generation, distribution, in that order. Committee on Health. I must name, Mr. Speaker, the people in the Committee of Health, they did a very good report. I think, Mr. Speaker, people should read that report on its own. Well analyzed, and the committee had a lot of proposals which I think will help this country. Number one, they suggested that, among other things in that report, that we must complete incomplete health center 4s and health center 3s. We put money under UGIFT. They are there around the country. They need to be completed. They need equipment. And they need staff. So let's do one thing at a time before we go to the next step. Number 2, recruit health workers. The level of staffing for health workers across the country is worrying. We need to look at it, especially at the lower level, at health center 3 and health center 4. Number 4, the full procurement of medicine and medical supplies. Because we are, and I'm sure it was a reassuring when the Minister of Finance, Henry, came to our committee. There was a budget cut of 100 billion for national medical stars, but he says he has put back the money. And we are happy that to hear from Henry that he has put back the money for national medical stars, the 100 billion, which we saw in the budget framework, but it was not there. The committee also was concerned that last financial year, government and the Ministry of Health bought ambulances for certain constituencies and distributed them and dispatched them to the same. But in this current budget, there is no proposal to buy the balance of ambulances. Why? So there is a question there. And the recommendation is that government should provide that resource to buy the ambulances for the remaining constituencies. 3, the committee was concerned about the increase in the number of the drug expiries at the national medical stores as reported by the Auditor General. The committee was informed that a number of expiries arose from the frequent changes of the HIV ARVs regimens. So government should look into that because they need money now. They need a lot of money to just destroy expired drugs instead of using it to buy new drugs. The committee was also concerned that the Auditor General found that only 15 out of the 27 beds in the ICU unit of Mulago are fully functional. The committee was also concerned about the absenteeism of staff in health center 4s across the country. The average is very low. The committee noted that the different health service providing entities are requesting for training funds. The committee recommends that the training function should be centralized to the Ministry of Health to ensure proper coordination. There was also concern from colleagues from Bukedi that why is there a region without a regional hospital, the only region in the country without a regional hospital, and they needed that Tororo be upgraded to a regional referral hospital. Number 8, the committee was also concerned that funds for the maintenance of existing ambulances was not provided in the budget, and there was a budget to that effect. The committee noted that Uganda is faced with an increase in mental health problems among the population. The committee was informed that the regional referral hospital, the national regional hospital, is lacking in terms of mental health. The regional referral hospitals are lacking in terms of mental health units, but there's also a shortage of staffing. The committee was concerned about the irresponsible reporting of disease outbreaks in a manner that scares away tourists. Our media and our people always, there is this scare tactics of reporting responsibly and as if the mpox has covered the whole country and people, and that scares away tourists from our country. The committee was also concerned about the congestion at the Uganda Cancer Institute and the need to address that. Colleagues and all members, those are the highlights of the budget framework paper. The details, and we want to submit these details and through this house and adopt them to government. Mr. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the summary of additional key funding requirements as per sector committee recommendations are in the table on page 48, running to page, from page 48 to 102. Please, members, take chance to print this. This is now the Bible where they say the details are. The lawyers say the devil is in the detail. I don't know why they say the devil is in the detail. When you could actually help yourself and find the detail. For example, under Ministry of Agriculture, there is what is provided for under the budget framework paper, there is what is missing, what's noted under different ministries. If you look at look at agriculture, which is our key sector.
All our members are going to read.
Yes.
Okay.
The details are there.
Can you conclude, Honorable?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The devil is in the detail. All the details are in the devil. Whichever. I don't know which one you choose. Whether the devil is there or the detail is the devil. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Section 9(8) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 140 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the committee recommends that the proposed National Budget Framework Paper for financial year 2025-26 be approved by Parliament with amendments as per the committee recommendations detailed in Annex 1, Annex 2, and Annex 3. I beg to report. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Chair, you disagreed with one of your members as a committee. From the information I have, so I want to confirm.
Mr. Speaker, in processing this, 99% of the report actually we agreed in terms of observations. So my colleague, the Honorable Ibrahim Semuju, he doesn't disagree very largely. But I ask his concerns, and I must report to the House that there is a minority report to give those concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Semuju. Kindly present your minority report.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. As the chair said, we all examined the patient and came to the conclusion that he is dead. We all differ on what happens. Do you set up a burial committee? The majority are saying, you buy medicine, but the person is dead. And I want to go by your guidance at the beginning of this process that actually if there is non-compliance, there is even the option to reject. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, consideration of the budget framework paper is the first but most important stage in the appropriation process. It is at this stage that you interact with the set of priorities for the next financial year. Articles 154 and 155 of the Constitution assign you, Parliament, and the executive specific roles in preparation of the country's annual budget. Under Article 154, no monies can be withdrawn from the consolidated fund except with your authority, and here I mean Parliament, which you exercise through enactment of the Appropriation Act. When you fail to appropriate in time, the President is allowed by the same article to access monies to run public affairs, but only for 4 months. And I want to emphasize, taxpayers' money can only be withdrawn with your permission. If you surrender this responsibility, please blame nobody except yourself. Article 155 instructs the President to prepare and submit to you the annual budget for approval. It also gives you authority to determine the format the President must follow in preparation. The format you set out in the Public Finance Management Act states, the Minister of Finance shall for each financial year, prepare a budget framework paper approved by Cabinet and present it to you here in Parliament. The budget framework paper, therefore, is the first draft. This is the stage where the aspirations of your people come face to face with the government priorities, and the chair has listed those aspirations. Mr. Speaker, I begin with the format. Section 9 of the Public Finance Management Act and Schedule 3 outlines the format the budget framework paper must follow. Your first task this morning is to examine whether the budget framework paper before you followed the format. Among others, the budget framework paper must be consistent with the National Development Plan and with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. I want to emphasize that the chair has said actually it was not consistent. But in the conclusion, majority are saying approve. Schedule 3 of the Public Finance Management Act outlines 8 other parameters that the framework paper must meet, including projections of government expenditure in respect of each vote for the financial year and the next financial year, split into current expenditure and investment plan. This is listed as number 7 on the schedule. Let us examine the consistency of the budget framework paper with the set parameters. Part of the examination, we agreed that actually it was inconsistent. The draft budget, you may call it the budget framework paper, and therefore is supposed to finance the country's National Development Plan. The National Development Plan is developed by National Planning Authority under the National Planning Authority Act. The Development Plan is supposed to be approved by Parliament. On December 19, 2024, Minister of Finance presented to Parliament the budget framework paper together with the draft National Development Plan, which is NDP4. The following day, Honorable Musasizi was on his Twitter account celebrating this mess. That both documents came the same day. Actually, one must precede because you begin drafting a budget according to the plan, but they came together. I don't know what they were following. What a Senate government, something I cannot accuse NRM of, should have done is to present a draft plan for approval by Parliament first, and then a draft budget prepared in accordance with the plan. The development plan was approved by Parliament on January 9th, 2025, 20 days after the presentation of the budget. Not surprising that the two documents don't speak to each other. The development plan proposes 92 trillion budget for the first year of implementation, which is next financial year. The budget, as rightly captured by the majority report, proposes 57.44 trillion. Either the development plan was guesswork, or the framework paper, or both. The development plan projects 67.7 trillion in revenue correction in the first year, but the framework paper puts it at 33.681 trillion. Spending on luxury. The development plan and budget framework paper list agro-industrialization, tourism, minerals, including oil and gas, and science and technology, including ICT and creative art, which are summarized as items as top priorities. But real money is allocated to the usual useless things such as donations, workshop, travel, special meals, vehicles, furniture, etc. In this year's budget, government didn't give National Curriculum Development Center, leave alone the 12 billion, but they wanted 7 billion as a stopgap measure because you have children who are reporting next month. 7 billion was not put in the budget to prepare a curriculum for senior 5. But allocated our visionary leader, General Yoweri Museveni Tibuhaburwa, 80 billion for donation. You have no money for curriculum, the president has money for donation. To the NRM government, popularizing an 80-year-old man who has been in power for 39 years was more important than preparing a curriculum for our children. Then they speak of a development plan. Look at the money this visionary leader is spending visiting sugarcane plantations in Busoga and posing for photos as if he's an extension work. A serious leader should be launching tractors and irrigation equipment, but not visiting recipients of 1 million shilling PDM. What is troubling our people are broken road network, neglected and decaying health facilities, mismanaged and underfunded education sector. The committee has reported about Mulago Intensive Care Unit. In fact, the beds are not 27. There are beds in other units that come to a total of 40 intensive care unit beds. Only 15 are in use because of lack of staff. Please have appetite to bring this nonsense to an end. Mr. Speaker, you need to look at the allocations, because usually details, as the chair said, they hide in many words as if they are in a workshop. Yet the actual allocations speak about something else. Look, you have beddings, clothing, footwear, and related services as aggregated, given 132.2 billion. You have no money for curriculum, no money for intensive care. Donations in this budget that we started processing, donations is 159 billion. You have money for fuel, 355 billion. Special meals and drinks, 298 billion. Welfare and entertainment, 139 billion. This one is allocated. It's not that it's unfunded. The chair presented here unfunded. This is already funded. So this is the priority according to the NRM government. The unfunded is not a priority. Travel abroad, 53 billion. Travel inland, 783. Mind you, some of the travels, you all see government vehicles. There are people are just touring their farms, and they are spending 783 billion. Workshops, meetings, and seminars, 237. Staff training, 418 billion. Books, periodicals, and newspapers, 65 billion. Buying of new vehicles, 86 billion. Maintaining transport equipment, which is repairing these vehicles of the good people running government, 131 billion. Printing, stationery, photocopying, and binding, 110 billion. Furniture and fittings, 39 billion. Consultancy, 572 billion. So you have a total of just these selected items coming to 3.5 trillion on these items. And then they have given you the unfunded priority, but they are asking you to approve. This information you can find. They are supposed to put it in the budget framework paper. They did not. They are hiding it. Please go to the Ministry of Finance website, www.budget.finance.go.ug. You will get this information. You just click an Excel download and then continue as I have indicated in this report. Because they want you to read these things without giving you the details, yet the law says they must. Unrealistic 57.441 trillion total budget. Parliament should take note that although the development plan proposes 92 trillion, even the 57.441 trillion in the budget framework paper is unrealistic, going by the recent budget performance. For the financial year 2023-2024, Parliament approved a budget of 52.7 trillion, revised it to 61.6 trillion through supplementary requests, but only 50 was released, warranted by Finance according to Auditor General. Finance never released a total of 11.4 trillion. And the release itself was hot air because only 48.6 was available, was the actual money available. In 2022, total budget approved was 52.5 trillion. 49 was released, but actual money available for spending was 43. So the actual money mobilized for spending is still under 50 trillion. A realistic budget should therefore not exceed 50 trillion or at worst 52 because of our economic situation. If more resources become available, then you return to Parliament with a supplementary. But you don't bring here a budget of 72 trillion, yet you know at the end of the financial year you can only mobilize 48. Making a total budget look bigger like this financial year 72 trillion, I think, is for self-gratification. It is for showing off on how NRM economic miracle has transformed the country. It is also for making bigger the 3% of the total budget that the government can spend as supplementary without prior parliament approval. Public debt. The Accountant General, in a statement which is attached to the audit report, states that public debt has increased from 97.5 trillion in June 2023 to 109 trillion June 2024. Honorable members, our country has been mortgaged. This debt represents 53% of our declared GDP of 202 trillion, which is 53.3 billion US dollar. Debt to GDP ratio is a comparison of what you are producing as a country and the money you owe other people. This huge debt is inconsistent with the stated objective outlined in the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. The objective is to keep the debt below 50% of GDP. The debt comprises money borrowed to finance the budget, domestic area, pension, and gratuity. What should worry you is that government wants to finance the 52 trillion next financial year's budget by borrowing another 24 trillion because it projects to raise revenue only of 33 trillion. By approving the budget framework paper, you are giving government a green light to borrow. They will be coming here, and you should expect Honorable Musasi's to continue trafficking loan requests to Parliament during the course of next financial year, and he will be reminding you, you are the one who approved the budget. Now I am bringing money to finance it. The figure of the total public debt is also contested. In calculating public debt, finance doesn't include domestic areas. They have even forced the Auditor General to do the same thing. Finance claims that public debt is at 94 trillion, rising from 86 trillion they declared last financial year. One of the tactics finance is using these days is to exclude undisbursed loans, yet we pay commitment fees on them. So they are trying to exclude many things, make the debt look smaller. Still on debt, I am looking at the vote, which is meant to be servicing debt, treasury operations. The total budget that we are approving in the budget framework paper, I want to repeat, is 57, but nearly half of it, 20 trillion, which is 35% as usual, is for debt servicing. The table below shows the breakdown of this total debt servicing. I hope the table can be flashed there. It has details here of what we will be paying. Of interest here, Mr. Speaker, you have ROCO, you have Congo, DRC. If you look at claims payment, we are still paying money to Congo because the Attorney General is here. We lost a case in the international court. This NRM government was accused of many crimes in Congo, including rape. If you want, you can go to the CGA website, including rape, including plundering gold, including timber, and many other things. And as a result, we were told to pay $325 million US, which comes to over 1.2 trillion. For you to appreciate that figure, we have just borrowed money to do roads in the Kampala metropolitan, which is just about the same figure. But at least every metropolitan, including my constituents, have some roads done. So these people who went and plundered Congo and stole gold, they should even stop them from coming here. Because this money should be, a report is explained. If you followed the format of the chair, I see you are restless.
Procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to follow this submission of my colleague, but I don't know what page we are at, because there are some things he was saying, but I didn't see Congo, rape. I don't see rape, plunder, ICJ. I'm just requesting, are we proceeding well? Because if we want to follow the report, just keep us at the report, then we can debate.
Yes, let's listen to each other, honorable colleagues. I already had my concerns, which I wanted to share at the end, because I had, for example, some of the words used, and parliamentary. A very good example being like the word nonsense. You can hold an opinion, but there are words in Parliament, on the official record of Parliament. But now, I had wanted the chair rules to help us, because Rule 84 on parliamentary language, it limits us on debate. So, what about reports? And if on reports it's really a blank check, I think this is one of the rules we should look at, because a report will be used by researchers. It's a very, very important record that we will have. Okay? Chair rules.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Actually, the rules talk about the parliamentary debate. And the question that arises is whether the report is part of the parliamentary debate. In my opinion, it is.
Because why I was concerned, after presentation of report, I have to open a debate. Okay? Now, how does it become part of a debate before I open a debate, before I declare a debate? So I was concerned about that. But Chair, you look at it as Chair, and you will guide. We see whether we need to expand it and have more clarity. But what is like nonsense? Then number two, colleagues, and I saw also with the Chair budget, when you're reading a report, read a report. Then you have a chance of responses and where you can explain much more. Otherwise, all that detail you wanted, it should be in a report. A report should be read verbatim so that your submission is consistent with the report when one is reading the Hansard. So, Honorable Semuju, just you're about to conclude. The explanations can come in form of clarifications during the debate.
Mr. Speaker, tables don't speak. At least in my training, tables are explained. Because if you want me to translate this table in 2 pages, this report will be 100 pages. So I just do a simple explanation presenting a table. And I know the Honorable Chiwanuka Chiriowa knows this, that when you are presenting a table, you explain. Even in court you do. I see you don't just throw documents at the table. So I wanted the Parliament to appreciate that part of what we are paying on that table is money to Democratic Republic of Congo. How did it arise? Because we were accused of looting, of killing, of damage.
We've gone back to the same one.
Order, please. Right Honourable Speaker has ruled. Yeah. And as a senior colleague whom we look at to guide us who are just starting out, when the Speaker has ruled, I only think that's only courteous that we follow the ruling of the Speaker and proceed.
Honourable colleagues, we will have a chance, to speak unlimited, okay? Let's stick to the report. And also a table can have explanatory notes if you wanted to give all those more details. For example, I can say like on contingency fund, you preferred to just write contingency fund, but on court awards, you put in bracket DRC and mandamus. You see, it was your option. You could have put in more details. So just let's conclude so that we don't derail the debate.
Mr. Speaker, I will now leave the table because it is causing some people to be restless. This information, Mr. Speaker, if you go below the table, actually I am presenting information as supplied to us by Minister of Finance. I am not the source. The 20.7 trillion amount for debt servicing in the budget framework paper is different from what is captured on the Minister of Finance website. Here, the total budget for debt servicing in the framework paper on their website is 21.612 trillion, which is a difference of 886.2 billion. The table below, all these tables are not my table. I didn't draw them. This one is by Finance in the budget framework paper. Then they have another one on their website that has this information. And for NRM, this is expected. Parliament, I am inviting you, must take keen interest in Vote 130 to stop wasting taxpayers' money. For instance, the Auditor General report for 2023 noted that Vote 130 had an approved budget of 16.8 trillion, but lacked a vote strategic plan. That's on page 518. In the same year, the vote received a total supplementary budget of 46 billion to cater for commitment fees. In the same year, payments through this vote totaled to 286, which was paid to Ruboa Specialized Hospital based on unsupported. It's not linked to the other. So just for you to take note that this vote is used for many things, including paying penalty. So the year in the report of the Auditor General, we paid the penalty 286 billion based on unsupported completion certificate. That is page 518. In the latest report, which was presented to Parliament, the Auditor General says 2 trillion requested to service debt through supplementary was never released. And last year, it is this vote that government raided, the word is not raised, raided to pay Magora 500 billion. So this vote is a cash cow for finance. They come here screaming on top of their voice that they want money to service public debt, when actually it is not the case. Before you approve this framework paper, you must order for a forensic audit on this vote. Because he has money there. So if they want to pay Magola, they just go there and pick and pay. If they want to pay Roko, they go there. That's what you did last year. Mr. Speaker, I go to domestic areas. There is a tendency to pay more attention to money directly borrowed from banks at the expense of goods and services supplied to government by our people. You know, this government borrows from everybody. It borrows stationery from Nkuruma Road, furniture from small shops, food from restaurants, and rents ordinary people's buildings. Doing this is not bad, but refusing to pay is bad manners. Money government owes ordinary people, commonly known as domestic areas, has now hit 14 trillion last financial year. It increased by 30% from 10 trillion 2023. And guess what? They have allocated a paltry 200 billion in the budget to cater for domestic areas. These areas include 260 billion in gratuity and pension. You have seen old people shed tears on television because of their unpaid pension and gratuity. Some people of Mr. Museveni's age die before receiving their pension. Finance claims that then biggest component of domestic area is 9.1 trillion owed to Bank of Uganda, which they have cleared. If it is true, because even this one we must find out, it means domestic areas now totals to over 5 trillion. Payment of domestic areas must be a top priority of next year's budget. People who borrowed money from banks with attendant interests. Does it make sense to capitalize Uganda Development Bank to lend to small enterprises and you refuse to pay them when they supply you? I think the intention is to kill businesses of indigenous people at the expense of Chinese and Indians. How comes any cabinet is paid on time, even for no work done? With this information, I invite Parliament to reject the whole of this budget framework paper because it does not comply with the Public Finance Management Act, the National Development Plan. The Minister of Finance should be instructed to submit another framework paper that complies with the law and addresses the many concerns of this House as outlined in the main report. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Semju. Before I open debate, Attorney General, there is a commitment you made for us here, because we said we want to realign our committees with the budgeting process. I was here, I found KCCA was appearing in 4 meetings at once. The executive director, the deputy executive director, the director for what, all at once. Reason being they are scattered all over. We have failed to align our program-based budgeting to the structures. The committee of rules, led by Mr. Abdul Katuntu, presented here a report, and which we considered too, that we shall need to amend section 13.4 of the PFMA, and also the definitions of sector, of budget, and all that. So that here we come back to our rules, we amend our rules, and we make program committees. We stop having sector committees where people are scattered all over. And so I really need, before anything else, the Attorney General to commit to us that the budget for next year, because this one is already read, and these are direct amendments with no financial implication, just realigning.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we have actually communicated the instruction of Parliament, which we entirely agree with, to the Ministry of Finance. We support Ministry of Finance or whichever entity is the custodian of the law. But what we can do, Right Honourable Speaker, is to follow up ourselves and draft the bill and forward it to them and say, this is our proposal of the bill, and then they can proceed with it. We undertake to do that before the end of next month.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Attorney General. Now we are going to open debate. I mean, he has made a commitment. So I don't know what clarification. But he's not on floor. Clarification, someone must be on floor. There is no one on the floor. No, it can't be important when it's not aligning with the rules. Clarification, someone must be on the floor. No one is there. Yeah. So, Honourable Minister for Finance. Honourable Minister for Finance. Is there any critical clarification you want to make that can guide the debate, or I open the debate and then you respond later? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I propose that debate be opened. We shall respond at once at the end.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, at the beginning of this session, us who were here, we made our resolution that we shall take first priority in terms of submitting, to the extent that we registered our names with the presiding officer. So I'll be first picking from the members who kept time and registered their interest. That's number one. Number two, I think it's an opportunity for the name of Parliament to be cleared on some of the things. A very good example. In last year's budget speech, the President requested Parliament to support him on the issue of universal free primary and secondary education. The President said, Parliament, support me because you appropriate. Now, if we don't tackle that issue, then they will say, no, the President assigned you, you never address that issue. I think it will be a very big opportunity for us to play our role as the President requested us. And even in the tours he's having, he has emphasized it so much. So finance must tell us, and education, what is needed that we must do. Number two, Honourable Minister, you have financed and, for example, URA, okay? But if you finance URA without financing UNBS, and then URA clears and people's goods are stuck, because UNBS doesn't have staff, doesn't have capacity to clear. I have very many people coming, they say, we pay taxes, but we remain stuck with UNBS, it cannot move. Reason being, UNBS is not facilitated to do that, and yet it's collecting the money. UCC, honorable colleagues are always in my office. Help us get masks. Help us get masks. So I had it called the executive director UCC. Say, but there is a fund which we use that you get from telecoms. I found 50% of that fund is taken to the consolidated fund. So it's not helping us to digitize the rural areas, to do affirmative action for the rural areas. If it's the fund meant for that, why don't we give that money to UCC? And it helps us, we who come from rural areas. I'm tired of MPs coming to my office, and I'm lobbying, I'm calling here and there, when there is a fund created for that purpose. Then the issue of publicity and Signet. Colleagues, you remember when we were talking about digital transformation, we talked of Signet, but as I talk, Signet is only in Kampala, free to air. Free to air. Your people who cannot afford to pay monthly cannot watch you. The ones who watch you, your voters, don't have a chance. And yet we programmed very well for that, to say we must be watched by local people who cannot afford monthly payments. So why don't we conclude those things? And finally, two things. I received a call from someone. Asked me, who said, I want to understand. How come you're destroying drugs when we don't have drugs in our health centers? And someone hears you destroy drugs of 300 billion. 300 billion. Over 300 billion according to the Auditor General. But they are looking for Panado in our health centers. They are stuck. So someone says, so did you focus more on those drugs which expire so that you make money? And you leave those which are essential for us. And then finally, the Committee on Natural Resources has talked about the issue of iron ore and mining. Honorable Kamuntu's area is good for that. Now, the licenses are not given to the factories. The factories whom we are telling that stop importing steel raw materials, use iron ore from our area, but we say it without giving them the licenses. And you find someone is having around 20 licenses in this country. Let it be for gold, let it be for what? And they are vending. They are vending because there is one manufacturer who told me that a holder of a license asked him for $8 million. A holder of a license who is not using it for anything. For him as a manufacturer, he can't get it. But a holder is having it vending, saying $8 million. give me, I go, I become rich. I don't care about the rest. So I just wanted to record these observations. Also, I get feedback from the public. And then we open now. I'll start with Dr. Biakatonda, followed by Professor Mushemeza, followed by, for those who were not here when we were starting. Okay, I will not allow procedure. I will first pick the people who came here by 10. Okay, wait, I will give you a chance to submit and your procedure will be covered from there. It's just a debate. Dr. Biakatonda, Professor Mushemeza, Honorable Cherangat, Solomon, Honorable Saro Pendi, Honorable Mseven William, Honorable Kiza Kenneth, Honorable Yonga, Honorable Donald Katariwa. And then I go from there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Chair for the report presented that will culminate into a debate and harmonize a number of things. Right Honorable Speaker, I note that there is a commitment to reduce on the debt by 50%. I think that is very important. I think what has disturbed my soul is normally when you have a motion to borrow. But now we want to know what's the strategy and what are those clear indicators that will demonstrate this commitment of reducing our debt burden by 50%. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, what we must take serious is where we are failing to have harmonization between the NDP4 and the budget framework paper, where the other is talking of 92 trillion and the other talks of 57 trillion. That's important because ideally, in this process, we need to harmonize the two documents in order to move. I want to know what's the commitment, how do we really go about it? Because when we remain at the current budget figure in the budget framework paper, the others are talking of 92 trillion. How do we harmonize and get to one common figure and ensure that we move in tandem? 2, on climate finance, Right Honorable Speaker, when you're presiding over one session last year, 3 national operators came here. These are people who come and borrow loans and actually put up nurseries. But there is a public outcry, they have never been paid. So under climate finance, can we focus on this and see how we can help handle this matter? Then on human resource development, Right Honorable Speaker, I am happy that last sitting you mentioned that you went to Mbale Industrial Park. And you're going there has caused some results. However, as workers representatives, we normally have challenges where every day, quite often, machines are cutting people, workers in those areas. There are no remittances, there are no collective bargaining agreements. And yet Uganda is one of the constituencies of ILO. How I wish we could actually see how we would move and ensure that we have this. Then on that aspect still, Right Honorable Speaker, how would we consider the primary teacher and other lower cadres? Are they catered for under this Human Resource Development Fund appropriation? This is very important so that we can actually move. So these are very core issues because we find that already there are gaps between scientists and that's teachers and other workers. So under the Human Resource Development Fund, is there an indication that even the primary teachers will be catered for? Otherwise, going forward, I think we can move and ensure that we get better. But of course, the other disturbing aspect is when we talk of NDP is talking of 2.4 trillion for agro-industrialization. And of course, when we talk of import substitution, Right Honorable Speaker and my colleagues, we can only reduce imports by actually producing and exporting through value addition. That's very important. And by so doing, the committee has assured us that they are looking at aspect of research as very important. But we find that institutions like NRO, Right Honorable Speaker, are underfunded. And right now, even in terms of staffing, they are below 40. And yet, now when you talk of PDM, these people really require quality planting materials. But they just speak anything and plant under PDM and then the returns on their investment is very jeopardized. That's very important. And it's good you mentioned on ENBS lastly. Right, Honorable Speaker, the solution was given. Institutions like NDA are using NTR. Institutions like UWA are using NTR to supplement their budgets, and likewise MTAC. Why don't we really ensure that we cross this gap and ensure that ENBS is facilitated through such an arrangement? I beg to submit.
Thank you. Professor Mshemeza.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the Chair of Budget and Honourable Semuju Uganda. Their presentations will really shape the debate. At the beginning, I seconded the motion, but I have concerns. And I had wanted these concerns to be responded to the Chair by the Chair Budget and Minister of Finance. But after listening to the explanations by the Chair Budget and Honorable Semuju Uganda, I now redirect my friendly fire to the Minister of Finance. Last year, we had a presentation from Park Central, a very detailed presentation. And it was clear from the evidence that was presented that in a number of financial years, government had not realized the projected income. Because most times we concentrate on the expenditure side and we rarely focus on the income side. And during that presentation, it was also provided that in one of the financial years, Ministry of Finance had warranted around 43 trillion. And even that 43 trillion was never realized. In this financial year, where we had a budget of 71 trillion, we are still struggling. The implication is that our people outside there, after reading the budget, they are very expectant in service delivery. Yet we cannot raise the money. Now we are talking of 57 trillion. And we have never realized 57 trillion in the last 5 financial years. So, Minister of Finance, what assurance can you give us that this time around you realize 57 trillion? Actually, I'm happy that Parliament directed that National Development Authority should revise the development plan because it is unrealistic. We are not going to correct 67 trillion in the first financial. It's not possible. And you are here. You will not correct it. It's good that we directed that we revise. So I want assurance as a second of this motion from the Minister of Finance. What magic, what bullet are you going to fire to realize at least 48 trillion so that service delivery can be realized? Thank you, Right Honourable.
Thank you. Motion?
Thank you.
Is the motion on the floor?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I raise under Rule 59(1)(b). That's a motion for adjournment for purposes of discussing a definite matter of urgent public importance. Right Honourable Speaker, we've started a budget process, and this is an activity we've gone through annually, regularly, like we're supposed to do. Last year, we passed a budget, and when we sent the budget to the President returned it with a very hostile communication. In the communication of the President, he actually condemned us as members of Parliament as being corrupt, and he said we are criminal and we ate up roads. He enumerated a number of roads in his communication, in his opinion, that we could have eaten up if we had passed the budget the way we had made it. Honourable Speaker, because of the urgency of the matter at that time, we were unable to discuss that later because we are time-barred. We passed the budget as the President desired, but we never discussed the President's communication, which didn't augur well with us members of Parliament and gave a very, very bad reputation to Parliament. I am here to move, Right Honourable Speaker, that letter be discussed by us, so that we determine our role as members of parliament in the budget process, so that we don't face what we faced last time, so that we're not blamed for eating up roads like the president said. I submit, Mr. Speaker, that we debate that letter first to be able to facilitate the budget process appropriately. I thank you.
The motion seconded. Honorable Kabuso, Honorable Chime, Honorable Mwizuche, Honorable Semiji, Honorable Awor, Honorable Nsamba. So I'm going to put a question. Okay? No. Honorable colleagues, these are things which are direct. Okay? The data was with you and all that. Now, another thing you should remember, we should have this BFP approved by 1st of February. So, I just want to be as lenient as possible. This is your time. You're the ones who determine how to use it. Okay? But this is a direct matter, whether to discuss the rate of the president or not. Really, I don't need to put much about it. Okay? No, you're not the mover. Okay? Yeah. So, honorable colleagues, just let me put a question directly and then we can move. It's not a must that you must speak to the motion. You may. It's not a must in the rules. You may. If it's very direct, I put a question. Direct, okay? Procedure?
Mr. Speaker, the procedure point, we are going to take a vote on a motion. For example, I sit on the budget committee. The chair who has presented the report was even hesitant that we should include the unfunded priority, until some of us argued that you must put them. So you can see hesitance even from the budget committee to do the right work. So the procedure issue I am raising is whether you should not allow the mover and those of us who second the motion to explain why this is important before we process a budget, to clearly assign ourselves what we want to do and what we are expected to do, Mr. Speaker.
First of all, this is a settled matter. This is a settled matter. How is it a settled matter? The rate of the president was a rate of returning a bill, okay, which was referred to the committee, okay? The committee made a report. You came here, you debated. I remember you expressed a lot of discontent on what the president had said in the rate and all that. So all that explanation and frustrations of members and justifications were even put on record. This was, we discussed the president's letter. Yes, because when the president's letter, the president didn't write a letter to Parliament. No. This was a letter returning the bill. And it was referred to the committee. No, please. Honorable colleagues, really, my memory is very clear. This was an issue which was clearly settled at that time. So when you say you want to justify to do what, it's a very straight matter. So I'm going to put a question.
Can I remind you, Right Honourable Speaker, with your permission?
Please remind me, the mover.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you so much. Because of the time constraint, the bill was not returned to the committee. Well, after the Speaker read the letter here, we constituted ourselves into a committee of supply and immediately discussed the budget items and passed the budget. So there was no time to refer the bill back to the committee. That didn't take place. And also, Right Honourable Speaker, what was so prominent in that letter is that members of Parliament doubted their role. Actually, there was a question, what is our role if we cannot change anything in the budget? And we are not guided. I think this is the right time that we speak to those issues and get to know our role, Right Honourable Speaker.
Chair budget, because you're the one who was here, you brought it here on the floor. Just let me first handle one, okay? Let me first handle one. I can't handle all at once.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the matter of the letter of the President is a normal procedure where the President may return a bill to this House. And that bill was returned, and we processed it, and we voted and passed it. I am not aware of any new letter that we must consider information.
No, I want to be as lenient as possible, okay? But Honorable Samba, you had a procedure matter. You just had the procedure matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, over time, we've hurriedly processed the budget business here, a very critical matter to this House. But we always give excuses of timelines. We always rush things in the interest of beating deadlines. Mr. Speaker, the President will unusually, it was an unusual process that happened last year. If you don't accord it time, we are going to go through the same things. We pass it. Mr. Speaker, the President now has powers to do it even after reading the budget, because the bill is always returned before the budget is read. But this one you're talking about came when the budget was even read to the public. That was it. We looked so shabby as Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I raised a matter here over matters of compliance to the law. You ruled that when we reach this stage, we shall deal with it. But Mr. Speaker, you don't want to look there. At this stage, you want us to debate as though the main report has not highlighted matters to do with compliance to the law. The minority report has highlighted matters compliance to the law. But Mr. Speaker, you're here rushing the process. You want to end these things as though this is the way we must operate. Mr. Speaker, I am begging you. This country is in your hand.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, it is an insult to me. Who was here, okay, by 10 to start a session and you are not here, and you are choosing me of rushing things? It's an insult to begin with. It's an insult. You don't even keep time, okay? When you enter, you immediately want to grab a microphone. It's an insult. I think we should respect each other when we come here. Rope was here. Rope was seated here. I have a list of the members who are here. That's number one. Number two, honorable colleagues, when we come here and we deal with matters and you are not satisfied, you can come and move a motion to reconsider a decision of the House. It's provided for in the rules. You came, you discussed. I remember, I was, in fact, the whole of that session, I was seated in the VIP lounge. That's where I watched from. Because I remember Chairman Isiag here presenting, okay? And everything ended. So, but I mean, this is the BFP, okay? What you should also understand, a BFP is not final in its own nature. In fact, Honorable Semuju used the good language when he said a BFP is like a first draft of the budget. When you do a draft and it has problems, you go you improve it. And that's why you make recommendations. Here you're not supplying money, you're not doing anything. So Honorable Zamba, you know, the reports, whether they raise critical issues and all that, the reports are not final documents. That's why you must vote on them. And I'm saying the time we have, we should use it to debate these reports. And you submit on the issues raised, and we get responses. So, but since I allowed a motion, please, Rob.
Honourable Speaker, I do understand the the need to debate. I'm looking forward myself. Let me wait so that I have the Speaker's attention, since I would like to request for your guidance. Honorable Speaker, matters of law are very critical matters. The legislature here formulates law, passes laws. We must be able to follow laws ourselves. We are looking forward to debating the budget framework paper. I am looking forward to raising my concerns too. But I thought I would get guidance from you, perhaps, and the Attorney General on a critical matter of law. Section 9(3) of the Public Finance Management Act provides that the budget framework paper shall be consistent with the National Development Plan and the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. That's a law that we passed here, Parliament passed. It's a law of 2015. We were not here, many of us, but it's a law that is still on our law books. The majority report and the minority report have both adumbrated the fact that this budget framework paper that we are going to debate is inconsistent with the National Development Plan and the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. So while we are eager to debate, right, Honorable Speaker, I would like us to be guided, even legally, because we want to beat the deadline of 1st February, which is within the law. I don't think it's prudent that we break one law so as to keep another law. And so I would like that we be guided properly legally, so that we are not looking forward to fulfill one law, but you're breaking another law. And it's not a minor law. Otherwise, then let's amend that law, get it out of our law books, so that NDP, Charter of Fiscal Responsibility, is irrelevant in as far as the budget framework paper is concerned. But as of now, Section 9(3) of the Public Finance Management Act is very clear. Can we follow the law?
Thank you. Now, before I disturb the attorney, we have an issue which we must first settle. Yeah, because now I'm going to mix many issues. Please. I just want to be as lenient as possible. But Honorable Aisha, you should have moved under Rule 222, which is reconsidering a decision of the House, so that you give us a notice. The President didn't write parliamentary letter. I just want this one to first be clarified. The President returned a bill with a justification for returning a bill. Okay? The President returned the bill, exercised his power under the Constitution to return a bill, and with a justification, because it is required under the law that once he returns, he must explain why. So the returned bill was processed, and a decision was made by this House. If I start now segregating and all that, but since I had allowed the motion, I'm going to put a question on the motion. That, please, okay, please, that Parliament is adjourned so that the President's letter is first, debate is adjourned so that the President's letter is first debated. Those in favor say into the content. I've had a lot of I've had a very heavy eye, but around 2 or 3 with a lot of nays. So the nays have it. That is settled. Attorney General responded to law.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for your wise guidance. One, Lope is correct that Section 9(3) of the Public Finance Management Act requires the Minister of Finance to prepare a budget framework paper which shall be consistent with the National Development Plan and fiscal responsibility. The choice of words in that section is actually quite telling, because the Parliament did not write a law which said that National Development Plan and the budget will be the same. So page 282 of the fourth National Development Plan clearly states the overall cost of the plan for the functions in the different years. And I can see here a figure of 67 billion. What Honorable Semuju was referring to is a figure that relates to page 280, which relates to the overall cost plan, including private sector investment. So then, yes, I'm reading it here. Page 280 has 92 trillion, which is a figure which includes private sector investment. Page 282 has a figure of 67 trillion, which does not include private sector investment. Now, this plan is what government aspires to achieve. The resource envelope has shown us that we have only 57 we can bring. But when they say consistent with the National Development Plan, it is not talking about consistency with numbers. It's talking about consistency with plan, aspirations, and the expectations. So, Right Honorable Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, what we need to be doing here now as Parliament is to look at the National Development Plan, look at the priorities set out therein, compare it with the budget framework paper, and therefore guide government that when we look at the National Development Plan, we may need to lower our expectations in this year, but also plan for the next year. So I don't see any inconsistency. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Counsel, senior counsel. Yeah, he's senior to me. He qualified as a lawyer way before I did. Do clarify this, because let me read to you the law verbatim, section 9.3. The minister shall, the law is saying shall, for each financial year prepare a budget framework paper which shall be consistent with the National Development Plan and with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. The law is saying shall. It is not suggestory. But two, when you say that it does not mean consistency with the figures, I thought the National Development Plan, the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility, has got figures for a reason. They are not irrelevant. And so you should be operating in that regard. And that's why there's a concern that the National Development Plan ought to be passed way before you bring the National Budget Framework paper, so that we are following. What you seem to say is that the figures don't matter and all the other elaborative issues in the NDP and the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. So what is the law then saying? Because the law is commanding and saying shall.
First of all, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I did not say the figures are not relevant. That is first. So the figures in the plan are relevant. But a plan is an aspiration. So you set the plan and say, I would like to do this in the following 5 years. But if the law anticipated that once you make the plan, you must stick to it, then it would not require us to make another document for that period. We could as well just implement the National Development Plan. But we implement it using the budget. And the budget requires you to look at your circumstances at the time you're preparing the budget. At the time when you're preparing the plan, you have aspiration. But the realities of today are that we only have 57 trillion. If it is the wisdom of Parliament that since the figure of 57 which we have in the budget is not consistent with what we have in the National Development Plan, therefore we can't move, I don't think that's what the framers of the Constitution of the law was saying. But when they say consistency with the plan, it is what do you look to do? And in this plan we look to do agro-processing, minerals, tourism, and science. So what we should be examining now is that with our resource envelope reduced from 67 to 57, do we now, how do we meet those priorities? So it's the same. So the law is not is not irrelevant. What we are saying is that the reality that we have today is 57, the plan is 67. And the question before Parliament, what do we do then?
Thank you. Now, colleagues, just let's move, okay? Yeah, because once we go into those strict interpretations, we shall find ourselves not even moving. But also, I think I read 1 or 2 judgments where they were talking about share. Where share is mandatory, there is a sanction. Where there is no sanction, you have a room. It's just directed. So let's move with the debate. And we had started moving. We had gone to Honorable Cherangat Solomon.
Mr. Speaker, procedure. Procedure, Mr. Speaker, procedure. Procedure. Mr. Speaker, procedure.
Oh, no, don't switch off. Don't switch on the microphone, Honorable. That's Honorable Nandara.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you so much for this chance. Before I raise the procedure issue, a budget is the expected income and expenditure. So it's just expected. And sometimes you can overestimate, you can underestimate. So, but I also want to refer to Section 9 of the Public Finance Management Act, so that I can maybe assist the Attorney General or the Minister of Finance. It says, under subsection 9.1, each accounting officer shall, in consultation with the relevant stakeholders, prepare a budget framework paper for the vote, taking into consideration balanced development, gender and equity, responsiveness, and I shall submit the budget paper, submit the budget framework paper to the minister. Mr. Speaker, each accounting officer must do that. And when it's being done, of course it will consider many issues. Now, in the wisdom, even the same act, if you look at the definition of a budget, which I want to use so that I can make a few clarifications, maybe I take a few clarifications. It defines a budget. It is the budget means the process by which government sets levels to efficiently collect revenue and allocate the spending of the resources among all sectors to meet national objectives. So, Mr. Speaker, the government said the planning was 67 trillion, but in the wisdom of the government, it has said the revenue will be 57 trillion. And that is the variance already. Of course, which the minister will explain that maybe we're not, what we're expecting, we're not going to get. It's a variance. But if it was more, I think that's when we would have raised a very big issue now. You set a budget for 67 trillion. Now you're above 67, but you are not explaining what's the difference in this context. So why I'm raising this is that we as Parliament should be now querying the issues. Did every accounting officer prepare the budget framework paper according to what the law says? That's the query we should. The rest, which would be answered in the Treasury Memorandum, again under section, I think 15 something. Let me get it clear so that I put this somewhere. Under section that when you're sending this budget, you should attach the Treasury Memorandum, how you have answered the issues of the office which the Auditor General raised. I'm just trying. Just give me a minute. I'll get it, Mr. Speaker.
No, that's yeah.
So now, Mr. Speaker.
That's enough.
So is it
just continue with procedure. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I want.
Please, Honorable, is not on record. Continue with procedure.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The issue I was trying to put across is that, but Mr. Speaker, procedure is.
That's why I'm allowing you to continue, but he's attracting you. I don't know what is so attractive that you're.
But
that it is distracting you.
You raise the order to me when we're out in the corridor.
No, not granted.
Yes, because Madam, Mr. Speaker, I think again I want you to take such senior members for training. Because procedure is
now see where you've gone also senior.
So, Mr. Speaker, what are the procedures I was raising? Is it procedure right for us to debate that the amount of the money which is in the National Development Plan, which is 6 or 7 trillion, should be exactly the same with the amount in the budget framework? Yet the person responsible for the budget has clearly stated that the maximum he can raise is 57 trillion. And he has a room, if he gets more, to come here to adjust with the adjustment. Or he has room even to come back here to reduce. He said, are we doing it procedure right?
Now, honorable colleagues, you see our submissions. In our submissions, we are choosing the ministry of not complying with the NDP4 by not raising a budget that meets the figure. But then, in our recommendations, both minority and majority were saying you've been bringing a budget, okay, estimates, whose financing you can't raise. You see the contradiction? We are choosing them of bringing a budget whose resource envelope we cannot raise. Then we are saying, NDP4, you're not compliant. I think what is important is for us to make our recommendations, clear. In the end, we shall go with our recommendations, Honorable. And it will be up to you how you vote on your recommendations. So let's allow people to debate, because we are going to rotate around these issues and will not finish. Honorable Cherangat, really, I've received enough procedure, I've received enough what? Now let's debate.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chair of the committee for the report. However, Right Honorable Speaker, my attention was drawn in the details of the Committee of Agriculture. Colleagues, we all know that agriculture is the backbone of this country, of our economy, and we need actually, it is my opinion that we need to focus on agriculture, much of it. Because, to be honest, if we improve on the agricultural sector in this country, Honorable Speaker, all people will get the money that they want in their pockets. For example, in this country, Right Honorable Speaker, much of the land that has the rainfall that is reliable is densely populated. Elgon sub-region is a classic example, Right Honorable Speaker. In Elgon sub-region, where there is a lot of rain, you hardly get a person with 5 acres of land. And that means a person has to farm for only his domestic use. And if he can just work for his domestic use, that means he will not get the money in his pocket as the government suggests. I therefore suggest, Right Honorable Speaker, that in our lower belts, for example, in the lower belt of Sabay sub-region, there is a very big chunk of land which is very good for cultivation, and it can allow us have a lot of production for food. And therefore, the only problem that is they don't have the reliable rainfall. We therefore need to have an enabler, and that is water for production. When I checked what they were saying, there is nowhere where they have said that we need to have water for production. I would therefore propose that in the agricultural sector, we put something to do with water for production so that we can increase the production of our food capacity in this country. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Saro Pendi, then Honorable Museven William.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for its report. However, Right Honorable Speaker, it is disturbing. I know we have already discussed the issue of the 10.3 trillion shortfall
in the budget compared to the NDP. But Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at this budget and specifically the minority report, allow me to thank Honourable Semoju for his minority report. There are areas that we can actually do away with and focus on areas that actually affect the population, Right Honourable Speaker. There was a slogan, Kisanja kuna mchezo, Right Honourable Speaker. I still want to implore government to actually get back to that and stop the issue of mchezo, Right Honourable Speaker. Because at the end of the day, the people that actually sustain us, the ordinary person that pays taxes, does not benefit. When you look at funding to the health sector, Right Honourable Speaker, there is a funding gap in medicines. There is a funding gap in upgrading of health facilities from Health Center 2 to Health Center 3. We still have sub-counties without Health Center 3s. We still have sub-counties without Health Center 4s. I was seated there, Right Honourable Speaker. A mother has passed on and is being buried now today because of lack of access, timely access to services, Right Honourable Speaker. Sub-counties where people have to move long distances. When a mother is referred to another higher facility where there is a doctor and a theatre, and there are no ambulances, Right Honourable Speaker. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to request the executive that this is within your power. Let us do away with some of these wasteful expenditures. Right Honourable Speaker, I am paid by a taxpayer. I am smartly dressed. Does the taxpayer have to again spend on me to dress me? I believe that budget for dressing, whoever is benefiting from that budget, let us limit it to the President, Right Honourable Speaker, and all the other beneficiaries. I think the 132 billion can be spent on other areas, Right Honourable Speaker. When you look at the funding gap, Right Honourable Speaker, in the education sector, this issue of the new curriculum, Right Honourable Speaker, we are going to have a challenge. We are going to have results released, and you'll be shocked at how many children, at the performance specifically in the up-country schools. There is a funding gap of 12 billion. Can we prioritize that, Right Honourable Speaker, and ensure that we have the teachers and the children actually learn and understand this curriculum so that they can be able to also benefit and move on with their education and not drop out of school. We are aware, Right Honourable Speaker, that we have a challenge with the vocational training in this country. It still remains expensive, and majority who are in the rural schools dropping out at senior 4 would actually go to vocational schools or technical schools, but they cannot do this because it is expensive. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to request, moving away from that, Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at the infrastructure, that sector, we have a funding gap for the meter gauge. We have grappled with this. So GEA was actually working on this meter gauge railway line from Tororo all the way to northern Uganda. So GEA pulled out because government failed to fulfill its part. We had to procure a new contractor. And now in procuring a new contractor, there is still a funding gap of 44 billion shillings. We rely so much on road transport, and it is becoming costly because, Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at the trucks that move from Malaba to northern Uganda via Tororo, there are so many on the road, and yet we do not even have enough funds to maintain the roads. We have talked of expanding the road to at least even 4 lanes, Right Honourable Speaker. The eastern route, if you move now, from here there is traffic jam all the way to Iganga. It is after Iganga that you are a bit free and you can move. So, Right Honourable Speaker, over-reliance on the road sector is a challenge. Can we prioritize and ensure that the goods that come to this country move via rail? 44 billion shillings. If I look at some other wasteful expenditures, like the ones I have seen, we can actually ensure that these funds are availed so that that meter gauge railway line can actually be worked on. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to move on to the issue of rationalization. We sat here and we said, can we stagger? Then we were told, no, it must be immediate. We had said agencies like UNRWA, I don't know which other one, let us give them at least a year or two, and then we can rationalize. We said no here, and the agencies were rationalized. Now, seeing a gap of 169 billion to pay UNRWA workers, Uganda Road Fund, and I'm sure others, there is that gap, Right Honorable Speaker, and that is their package. People are now confused. They are not working. If you go to most of our UNRWA stations up country, the staff, there is only one staff, and people are seated. Can we pay these people their money, because we are the ones that took decision, and this was a government position? So, Honorable Minister of Finance, I want to request that the executive prioritizes that, because we had you loud and clear, and we had to act based on what you told us. Right Honorable Speaker, the other one, can I complete on the issue of domestic areas? It pains me, Right Honorable Speaker, that people supply or do work for this government, and at the end of the day, 3 years, 4 years down the road, people are not paid. Businesses have collapsed, Right Honorable Speaker. Can we ensure that we prioritize in this budget? You can't put a mere 200 billion that may be paying just one supplier or one contractor. Yet, what is outstanding is it's about 5-point-something billion, because the other money was to Bank of Uganda, which, according to the committee report, has already been catered for. The Auditor General annually has raised this as an issue. Can we prioritize the issue of domestic areas so that people can continue their businesses? Let us be kind to Ugandans.
Thank you. Honorable Museveni.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm concerned with the domestic areas also. So many Ugandans, they get contracts and they do government work. But most of them, they get loans and they are not paid in time. They end up losing property to commercial banks. Most of them, they have gone out of business. And they bother us, especially like at a with the local governments. You find people have completed work. Others have done work partially. They are being pressurized to complete it. So someone who is now financing a loan with a bank and is doing that work will end up doing shoulder work. Would you urge the ministry to say how they can assist these Ugandans? These are Ugandans. Most of them are purely Ugandans, who are supposed to also to be elevated, who are supposed to be successful, and they be at the level of local, but they end up losing each and everything. You have just reminded us about the appeal from the president on university education, both primary and secondary. Right Honorable Speaker, how can we do it? Most of sub-counties do not have secondary schools. Some parishes do not have primary schools. Can these sub-counties also be prioritized so that we can move with the president? We appeal to him to assist us to see that every sub-county has a secondary school and every parish has a primary school. Where I come from, I have 3 sub-counties do not have secondary schools. Karonga, Kayebe, Chitenga, every. So, members, I appeal to you also. Let's stick on that. Since it is his player, it is his appeal. Let's stick on it. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Bujenje.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable colleagues, you don't need to stand up. I'm reading from the list.
At the heart of our theme this year for the budget is digital transformation of the country. But when you look at the funding gap that is supposed to assist the ICT sector, it is wanting. It's at this moment that when you look at the 0.5% allocated to the ICT, I would implore the government to invest heavily in ICT so that you can be in position to have a foundation from the primary schools by giving ICTs in computers, computer support for students through the learning curve. Secondly, it's a a bit disheartening if we tell people that we have a lot of power and we have built capacity to generate electricity in this country when we have not done adequate planning and investment in transmission and distribution of power. The money we are spending in deemed energy would have done us great in terms of building capacity and infrastructure to move electricity to all parts of this country. Finally, Right Honorable, the Committee on Education's report budget spoke to a meeting of members of parliament from Bunyoro and Busoga about getting a vote. I thought this was the role of the Minister of Finance to give a vote for these universities. We have talked about Bunyoro University and Busoga for quite a long time. It's at this moment that I would implore government to at least put some money for these universities to kick off. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Dr. Ryonga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I would like also to appreciate the Budget Committee for presenting a very good report, but also, according when he was starting, he said that the Health Committee made the best report, and that's under my control. You have to clap for me. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, health is wealth. And if we want to, the objective of the human capital development is is to improve population health, safety, management, access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene. So if we are to meet that objective, then the health budget shouldn't be cut. In fact, it should be increased. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, since I was made the chairperson of the Health Committee, all members come to me. They want either drugs, center force, and ambulances. And if I give them a very good answer, I will give you. That if resources are availed. Right Honorable Speaker, the chairman was presenting a report. He talked of the three priorities, but there are more than three priorities. The first one was completing health center force, which are incomplete. That was not my submission. We talked of completing and completed structures. We have center force, we have staff houses, we have the dilapidated building. There are many, but it was completing the uncompleted structures before to embark on constructing new ones. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that was for the structures which are incomplete, but there are some structures which they have not started on, and some budgets had been allocated. An example is Hoima Regional Referral Hospital. They made a budget of constructing an MSH complex worth 33.6 billion in the year 2023-2024. What was released was 1.15 billion, which could not start even the foundation. What happened? The contractor had to demolish the existing wards. The pediatric ward, maternity ward, kangaroo ward. And the patients, the mothers, were taken to an eye clinic where they are congested. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, let's take this as a priority. What we did in this budget, we had put around 13.6 trillion so that we can be able to construct to at least the ground, second, and third floor, because the floor is six floors.
Trillion or
billion? Billions. Right Honorable Speaker, they are talked about the drugs good. They have reinstated the 100 billion, but also there is a cut on UBTS. Members are complaining that there is no blood in the hospitals. But even what we are collecting was not enough. But we have gone ahead again to cut the budget. Now blood is going to be more scarce in the next coming financial year. And you know, this is the time for campaigns and all that. So, Right Honorable Speaker, those are key among others. If you look at the final priorities in our sector, there are too many. And you have the report, you can be able to read it. They talked about also, there is also, I talk about utility bills. You know,
When you construct a hospital, when you bring a new equipment, you are constructing oxygen plants, they consume a lot of electricity. If you go to all the facilities, all the regional hospitals, they have a very big electricity bills, spending 700, 600, 500. That's one speaker. When they're putting these other buildings or infrastructure equipment, they also put a budget for utilities. Otherwise, if you don't do that, you construct a facility, it will remain there but without being used. That's one speaker. I think there are so many things, but in interest of time, I'll stop there. But
Thank you. Honorable Donald Katarua, Honorable Emmanuel Ongso.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have to declare that I'm a member of Budget Committee and I'm conflicted.
Sorry, I requested those who wanted to submit. Okay. So, and I don't know why you wrote. Honorable Emmanuel Ongso, I'm still on my list. People who are here at 10 registered themselves. They are the ones I must start with. So if you're not on my list, if you don't register, kind of sit. Don't rob me by looking at me, by trying to be good. Okay?
Right Honorable Speaker, I know that the first issue I'm starting with was touched indirectly, but I want to talk about specifically this financial year, not the financial year coming. It came out clearly from the report that the next financial year we have a theme, and after the theme we have strategies, and from the strategies then we have allocations, and it came out very clearly that some of the allocation is not consistent with the strategies. And I'm wondering now, what is going to happen? You are allocating funds to what if they are not consistent with the strategies which have come out? That is one. Two is the area of supplementary budgets. And for the supplementary budget, one aspect which for me is disturbing is that even when they have brought the supplementary budgets here and is approved, a number of times the amounts are not released to the entities, and you have brought the supplementary budget yourself as Ministry of Finance, and then you are not releasing it. What does that mean? And then one aspect also of the supplementary budgets, one time I asked Minister of Finance, if you study the trend of the supplementaries, where are the money over the years? Where are the monies going? Where are the monies being cut? And the minister told me openly, I'm not going to answer. And that tells you something. Then, Right Honorable Speaker, in the budget which we have proposed, when we were having a statement from the minister about the celebration of NRM Day, one thing which came out clearly was that we are very happy because now we have connected border to border with tarmac. But we have two border points within Greater Nebi which are very essential to us. That is Goli and Padea. They are not connected. I'm bringing this point specifically for Goli because recently when the president was in Nebi, at least he promised that the section from Nebi town to Goli would be looked at. We have been talking about this road from Nebi to Goli to Paida to Zombo up to Vora. But for this one section, which is from Nebi town to Goli, at least the president talked about it. And I would have expected that in this budget, it would be there. And it is not there. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, speaking about the free primary and secondary education, we have been battling with the issue of capitation grant for these schools. In primary, it is about 6,000 per child per term. And you can imagine, now we are talking about the free primary. What are we talking about? If we are not going to be providing or increasing capitation grant to schools per child, what does it mean? And we have also started talking about feeding. Members, we are also already hearing cycles about feeding in schools.
What do we mean? If we are not going to be providing budgets for this, I mean, we shouldn't be talking about this. At one point, I even told the minister that this issue of free primary and secondary education, don't cross-crutch with it. Because parents have started getting used to making a little bit of contribution. And for us, we are seeing the results. If now we are saying it has to be free, and you are not increasing capitation grant, please, we need to be serious about what we are talking about. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Narima, Kaya Christine, Barimwezo, Atkins, Isingoma, Mwijite.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to discuss the budget framework paper, it clearly indicates several of these gaps, and could we know clearly? Because as we're considering in this very budget framework paper in the Committee of Public Service and Local Government, we kept on asking the Minister of Public Service that as we commence rationalization, we really put to you that why are we planning for RAPEX and destabilizing some other people, yet we haven't provided them for how they are going to have their living. As we talk today, you realize that the committee again has brought it well, that out of the 74 billion that was planned earlier only, it wasn't fully covered. And up to this day, we still have 44 billion pending. But matters were even made worse when the Solicitor General could highlight more that it's not even 74. It's even far more. It's now 196 billion. Let's think of people who have been displaced from their jobs. Their jobs no longer exist, but now they don't even have any living. Can we consider those Ugandans and prioritize? Can we also have the Finance Minister committing that by the time we shall consider the budget, at least these people will have halfway of their compensation and their way of living will be commenced on. Mr. Speaker, some time back when we had the calamity of the Chitezi landfill, we emphasized that let compensation be done to those people who were displaced. But it's very unfortunate, even up to this hour, the compensation is part of what is not going to be prioritized. Yes, people out there, even when they are being removed from that tent, they were told in a few months' time their compensation is going to be there. Can we get an explanation of how they will also be catered for? And finally, the matter of health. We have an international hospital. We have a hospital referral that is in Entebbe, that is next to an international airport. It's at 16% staffing levels. Not once, not twice. Ministry of Health has come here, and now it shows us the general burden of these referral hospitals as far as staffing is concerned. It is a total of 28.8 billion. Can we be fair and use our appropriation role and strength to see that now when it comes to the budget, at least we shall stand as far as health is concerned and ensure that the 28.8 billion is got from those wasted resources, and see at least so that one Ugandan can say, yes, Parliament stood for us. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaya Christine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my first observation is on the issuance of the Certificate of Climate Change Compliance. Right Honorable Speaker, they have emphasized Section 30B of the Climate Change Act of 2021 and Part 6A, but little on Part 6B, which emphasizes the need to assess and evaluate the different programs. Right Honorable Speaker, we do not have regulations, and we are wondering what the minister and that is minister from the planning used. What rationale did you use to measure? Actually, the measurement is just on funding. this program provided for this money, just on the amount of funding, and there is nothing on actions. In other words, the allocation of marks is baseless. We don't have regulations in place. So, Right Honourable Speaker, to me, I would not take it that that is the right certificate. But, Right Honourable Speaker, the effect of climate change is increasing to Ugandans. But, according to the assessment, we scored 53. It is a serious decline from 60 of last financial year. But, the assessment is looking at the few, only 6 programs that scored above 50. And the 12 remaining programs scored below 50. And I'm wondering, isn't this the same assessment that is applied to people who are very rich, who determine that Ugandans are in the middle income when we are poor? So why don't we look at the average performance of the programs? If, for example, we have more than 50 of the programs scoring 50 and above, that is when the certificate would be relevant. Otherwise, the 6 sharing the marks with the rest of the 18 is really very low. Right Honourable Speaker, Article 29 of our Climate Change Act requires integration of climate change in education, in the education curriculum. Right Honourable Speaker, you find that this ministry is even scoring less than 50. And we are wondering, we request that we take part in the development of the curriculum such that the efforts are embedded in all ministries. My other issue is on the contingency fund, Right Honourable Speaker. It is already stated in the public finance management that 0.05% of the previous financial budget will go to contingency funding. But he already raised it out that the 2 documents are not in line. The current budget framework papers contingency funding is less than 0.05 of the previous budget, meaning that the proposed budget is not in line and should be revised. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of compliance with gender and equity is a serious one. You can imagine, we would like agro-industrialization to bring miracles to Uganda, but its performance in terms of gender, equity, and responsiveness is very low. That is why we propose 2 feet and then go behind 5 feet. Right Honourable Speaker, this is very important for our people, most of our people, to benefit, because this is where you're putting money. And the emphasis on marketing, Right Honourable Speaker, is missing. Marketing is what ensures us with the money in our pockets. Right Honourable Speaker, our people are very poor with nothing in the pockets. This business of value addition, production, then afterwards somebody is asking what to sell and it ends with something in the pocket. Right Honourable Speaker, marketing efforts are missing in our budget framework paper. And I am calling on us to review and incorporate strategies for improving our market. Right Honourable Speaker, budget priorities are in line with the NDP4, but the targets are not in line. And it was listed. It was noted by him. We measure targets. We don't measure processes and procedures. So if we are going by target and the implication of the budget on our people, we should have targets in our national development plan, complying with the targets in the what? In the budget, in the budget framework paper.
Thank you, Honourable Mwezo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. On human capital development, Uganda government policy is to establish at least 1 primary school per parish and 1 secondary school for every sub-county. Right Honorable Speaker, we in the urban districts, we are suffering a lot. You find a school, I mean one school in a division, for instance. I will give you a typical example of Nakawa division with over 600,000 people, with only one secondary school, Luzira SS, whose capacity is a mere 3,200. So you find that majority of the people drop out because of lack of infrastructure, particularly in schools. Right Honorable Speaker, Minister of Education some time back told us that 1.88 million people start primary 1. 7 years down the road, only 740 seats for PLE, meaning that over 1.1 million drop out before completing primary 7. We are seated on a time bomb, but there is also information that we have ghost students and that government loses a lot of money in ghost students. It's my prayer that before we address our budget, we should have an investigation into the ghost students that we have. Right Honorable, I wish to appreciate Honorable Semuju for the good minority report. The domestic areas that accrue an interest that is quite big. Recently, the Minister of Works told us that we lose over 280 million every day as a result of interest accrued from supplies given to UNRWA. So 380 million every day. It's quite big and it's a big loss. So I pray that we do away with areas. Let us pay the areas and move on well. Right Honorable Speaker, there has been also resistance with government officials to shift from the program-based budgeting. Many officials don't understand the program-based budgeting, and we are losing a lot of resources, including time. And the performance of our budgets are not good because people do not understand the program-based budgeting process. The other one is the Kitezi decommissioning. It's unfortunate that we lost a number of lives in the Kitezi human-induced saga. But again, government has not included it as a priority. We lost lives. It will be very bad for us to have such an occurrence again, and it will be blamed on us. So I pray that we deal with Chitezi decommissioning, but also deal with better solid waste management in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Watkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will make a submission that is clustered under two categories. Category number one, we look at the community where I come from, Kasese as a community. Mr. Speaker, sir, every financial year, this government has got a song. And the song is about the Kasese airstrip being elevated to an international airport. Another song during budgetary time is reviving the railway line from Kasese up to the end. And then having a university, clean, safe drinking water, and also water for production. Reviving Kalembe mines, that's for copper, and a cobalt in Kasese town, chalk in a Mohocha, and assault in a cattle. And then the land disputes, the electric wire. Mr. Speaker, sir, we got what we call a master plan. And General Sully was kind enough to listen to the president's assignment. He went to Kasese, Mr. Speaker, sir, and spent 6 long months. The leaders interacted with him. And every time we remind the president, he begins just singling each and every one of us and remind us, but you MPs, it's you that are in charge of appropriation. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a budgetary season. I'll ask colleagues in this house, my honorable brothers and my honorable sisters, that we as consistent leaders gonna bring this master plan that has been endorsed by both the leadership of this house and also the president. And I'll put it to the Ministry of Finance, self-funding. And that's why the people of Kasese sent us here. Now, the issue of water, if I can pick one item, is not restricted to the Kasese people. Mr. Speaker, sir, it pains me seeing our fellow citizens drinking from collective centers on the tarmac roads. The potholes have become collecting points for drinking water. And yet we in the same country, we got communities that have clean, safe drinking water for grazing animals, for animals. I think if we can find money to provide clean, safe drinking water for animals, it should be the same parliament. They should find the urgency and need to provide water for fellow citizens. I think this is not too much, Mr. Speaker. You as our leader, Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure you are paying too. That every time, can we call this budget and say clean, safe drinking water to all Ugandans, this particular budget? As I said, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be accused as somebody who preaches about water drinking and then ends up drinking wine. Because when we come to the Minister for Finance, we say, where do we get the money? Can we begin with ourselves? And this is how I want to propose, Mr. Speaker, sir. According to the attorney, to the Auditor General, every month, Mr. Speaker, we pay $900 million for kingdom premises. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to begin from there. You allocated me an office which is as big as a conference room or a bedroom. Mr. Speaker, sir, if we can't find money to support our teachers by good pay, our doctors, and then say, can we vacate Kingdom Hall? I'm ready to have my office petitioned to accommodate so that we can save as Parliament $900 million, and that can go to finance for reallocation to support our fellow citizens. That's where I want to begin from, Mr. Speaker, saying I'm ready. You can make it an open office, and I'm ready to share with any one of the members. But we have to lead the way. We can't just continue blaming, wasteful expenditure on the president. Let's begin just right here in the House.
Thank you. Honorable Singoma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I just, before Honorable Singoma, I just need to make clarification, Honorable colleagues, that offices which we rent for you are not for wasteful expenditure. Yeah. It's up to how you use that office. Because you meet your constituents. In fact, in other countries, you even have researchers. You don't even have one office. They even rent for you even in your constituency. Okay? Here we are looking for money to get researchers for you, to facilitate you more. So, but we are trying to ensure that by having our offices across here, so that we stop renting. And the president is supporting us in that move. Honorable Isingoma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, once again. I also join colleagues to thank the Chair for Budget and Honorable Semuchi Uganda for very good reports they have presented to us in this House. Right Honorable Speaker, I had two issues, but one has been ably handled by Honorable Sarah Opendi, so I will go straight to the second one. And Right Honorable Speaker, my second issue, which is now the first, is the matter to do with the position emission tomography machine, abbreviated as PET or PET machine. Right Honorable Speaker, the consistent and persistent failure of our government to purchase this machine, which is even here is indicated as among the funding gaps, is so painful and unfortunate. Right Honorable Speaker, this machine, the PET machine, is part of the nuclear medicine, which is very crucial, actually critical, in the treatment of various cancers, in their diagnosis and treatment of various cancers. We don't have it in this country, and since we came in this House, the 11th Parliament, we have consistently sung about this machine. In East Africa, this machine is only in Nairobi, where a round costs $1,500, just one round. The cheapest country in this region is actually South Africa, but most people, I think, go to India, where it is even much cheaper. Right Honorable Speaker, the main reason why we have failed to buy this machine is because the crème de la crème of this country do not depend on it. When they are affected, most of them are flown to hospitals in USA, in Germany, in Italy, and those who are lower in the pecking order find their way maybe in India and so on and so forth. It is so sad that we continue to sing about this machine, yet everybody knows that it is so vital for the treatment and and management of cancer patients, who are so many in this country. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I could go on and go on and go on talking about this machine. I think let me just stop here. I hope the message has been taken. I'm seeing the two ministers of finance here looking at me. I hope they have captured this, and because they are the problem.
Thank you.
They are the problem, Right Honorable Speaker. But let me talk. Let me spare them for another day. Let me spare them for another day. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. If my memories serve me right, we released the money for that machine. Okay? Hey, Honorable, you may help me. We released money for that machine. I think the issue was on, the last time I heard was on the building, where to put it, but money was appropriated and even released. If my memory can serve me right. Former Chair, Health Committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For starters, we call it the PET project, not a PET machine. Because a project means you have the housing, the infrastructure, and then the machine. So at Cancer Institute, what they are first constructing is the housing, and that costs a lot of money. The size of the wall is about 2 meters thick before you're granted permission by Atomic Energy Council to install the machine. So it is work in progress, but total cost is about 200 billion shillings. So every financial year we have been requesting for between 40 to 60 billion. Last year no money was released for the last 2 financial years. So work has stalled. Thank you.
Is it on the building or on the machine? Didn't we pay for the machine? Didn't we order?
On the building.
Yeah, but the machine, didn't we order?
No, Right Honorable Speaker, we can only order for the machine when the building has reached a certain level of completion. Then you place an order to Siemens, they come, they inspect, and design the machine to fit into the building.
Okay.
So it is a pet project for clarity.
But
Thank you.
Let the Minister for Health, as we are debating, come and update us, because I remember there is a time we released the money for the machine itself, So, yeah. Okay. Because now we want to know whether the gap is on the building alone and the one of the machine being safe. Honorable Mwijuche.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I have closely and patiently listened the chairman and Honourable Semju, and you realize the paradox that unfunded, that the priorities are not funded, and that's why they are called unfunded priorities, and that the less priority activities are funded. And for me, that is a paradox. However, Right Honourable Speaker, I would want clarification on money to the DRC payment, because it was not well explained, and so I would want the Attorney General or Honourable Semuju to explain exactly why are we paying money to DRC, because it didn't come out clearly. Two, Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Semuju talked about areas. Right Honourable Speaker, you recall the issue of tea seedlings. We have areas for tea seedlings. The Honourable Minister came here and asked suppliers to supply and be paid later. He had given them 1 year. It is now 4 years. The suppliers are suffering, specifically in Greater Ushenyi, the tea suppliers, and I'm sure the Speaker, you know this very well, because when the Minister came here, you were in the chair. Two, I'm also concerned about the Wizwera Bweju Kabohe Road. I can see the MPs from Barara, Shema, and Bweju, but this has been a priority road in all the national development plans. Actually, that road was pledged in 1989. It is now 2025. Of course, the Minister for Finance knows about this road. It has been a priority in the Development Plan 3. I really want to understand, from 1 to 4 now, I want to understand what the problem is as we continue to plan for this country. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of a draft budget. I don't want to go back to what has been dealt with, but when we were dealing with the plan that, the budget that was returned, the Minister for ICT said that Parliament cannot change anything in our budget. They can only show displeasure. So as I suggest now, I want to get commitment from government that our recommendations are going to be considered. We are not only showing displeasure, because the Minister was here. He said, no, you MPs cannot show your displeasure, but we don't have to take your recommendations. So as we plan in this budget, as we recommend, the Prime Minister is here, I want to know, are we just speaking for purposes of speaking, or shall our recommendations be considered? Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of clothes that was talked about, shoes, slippers, sponges. Where is this money going? Who are we buying these clothes for? Because it was alluded to by the Honourable Semuju that is a budget for that. I want to know, who are we buying slippers, shoes, sponges, handkerchiefs? In this budget, who is consuming this money? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think it is very, very important, because like last time I was saying, my beautiful suit, you buy it for me. In fact, I had to call my executive secretary, ask, but man, I'm being attacked right and center, that there is a budget to buy me good shoes, and I'm suffering, borrowing from the circle to buy a suit. Yes, why is this? Because I've never received a coin to buy me anything apart from this gown and this wig, which is always reaching me, that they bought for me. The rest, I've never, So until they clarified that this is money that goes to security, to protocol, because your protocol people have to be looking good before other, and I'm told it's a norm in other parliaments all over, that there are people who must be looked after to look presentable beyond what we can provide. But if there is anything, if anyone knows that there is any money to buy for me a suit, a shirt, any clothes, and the speaker, and it is attributed to us personally, I authorize that money to be removed. I am not getting anything. At least I have enough to make me survive. If I fail, I will borrow from Anton Akor. He can help me with his suit. I hope I can fit in it. Yes. Honorable Joel is my size. Now, honorable colleagues, I wanted, yes, I'm on the list, another list. I wanted to call honorables, okay? But as I call her, because she's also on the list, she's a member, I wanted to submit. But as I call her, you will allow me to suspend debate for just a few minutes. We receive a statement which you can comment on maybe also when we are continuing with the debate. Yesterday, we asked the Minister of Finance to come and explain on the issue of ex gratia for LC leaders, our councillors and all that. And it's a very short statement, so he can present it, and then we continue with the debate. Correct? Next item.
Statement on the status of payment of ex gratia and honoraria to local government councillors.
Minister for Finance.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, during the sitting held yesterday, Wednesday, 29th January 2025, I was requested to provide a statement today on the payment of ex gratia and honoraria to local government councillors. For the financial year 2024-25, the budget allocation for ex gratia and honoraria is shillings 34.2 billion and 10.6 billion respectively. And this is detailed in Annex 1. This budget was based on submissions from the Ministry of Local Government then. Right Honourable Speaker, the funds for ex gratia and honoraria are released on a quarterly basis, along with other local government grants. To date, 25.6 billion shillings for ex gratia and 8 billion shillings for honoraria have been released, and this is shown in Annex 1, and we shall go there later. It is therefore the responsibility of the respective accounting officers to ensure timely payment to the beneficiary councillors. The above notwithstanding, my ministry has received several requests for additional funding to cover arrears for ex gratia and honoraria. These arrears have arisen due to the following. Number one, the conduct of elections in new administrative units that had not yet been operationalized. Number two, the amendments to the Local Government Act, which increased the number of direct councillors per sub-county to include positions for women councillors. Right Honourable Speaker, to address this, the Ministry of Local Government was advised to consolidate all arrears related to ex gratia and honoraria. As a result, a schedule amounting to shillings 15.4 billion, as shown in Annex 2, was submitted for consideration. This arrears schedule is currently under audit by the Internal Auditor General to guide the arrears budget for the respective local governments in financial year 2025-2026. Before I submit, Right Honourable Speaker, Annex 1 are the budgets and releases for ex gratia and honoraria for financial year 2024-2025. And according to that budget, the releases do not appear to vary significantly from what was budgeted. The list is there for all the respective votes. It's available on screen, and I don't think that time would allow me to go through each and everything. So it's already uploaded. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Yeah, Honourable Soke, and do your submission. If you want to make any comment on this, you make it.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. It's not true that all the local government administrative units have. I'll give an example of Fort Portal Tourism City. They demand a lot of money, and if there is proof that they have been paid up to date, it can be provided. But I wanted to comment and help ourselves, because I had something burning that the local governments are not completing the works, especially construction of schools and health centers. Right Honourable Speaker and members, the programs dictate to us, for example, the Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfers, the UGIFT, dictates that the tenders or procurements are done by the mother ministries at the headquarters. So the schools that benefit from UGIFT for construction of seed schools, their procurements are done by the Ministry of Education and Sports. Likewise, the health centers done by the Ministry of Health. We have complained, and we think the ministries are in progress to discuss with the donors to adjust on these conditions. Because, Right Honourable Speaker, there is hybrid procurement, and you find someone is allocated 6 schools, like the one who is building in Intoroko, is the one building in Bundubujo, building in Kiyombia in Bunyangabu, building in Kabarole in Kasenda. So he has 5 schools, and he doesn't have the capacity. So if you are not forceful, he will not complete. I was, and mine is completed, but I have forwarded him for blacklisting. So it's not our fault. But Right Honourable Speaker, we have where, as Minister of Local Government, have also have our own self-inflicted wounds. But in the changes we are making in the Act, we have proposed that all the headquarters be the same design and the same amount. I'll give an example of Utaleja. When we advanced them 200 million, they made a foundation as big as this parliamentary building. And 2 days they were crying the money is not enough. So understand us, we are fighting tooth and nail to make sure that there is flexibility in the conditions from the donors. I thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We are going to break off for lunch, for 30 minutes lunch. So we return here at 2:35 exactly. House suspended for 30 minutes. Thank you, colleagues. Welcome back. We're going to continue with the debate. I'm trying to avoid calling names of colleagues who had registered here and are nowhere to be seen. No, just let me scan through. I think you can also register quickly. Give them another paper. These ones also register quickly. I give them priority. Okay? You can just register on this behind. No, those who are already registered, I'm going to read you. I'm giving you priority. Yeah? Yes, another one. Yes, you can register on that and you give me. Okay? So, I can see Honorable Onzima Godfrey is here. Patience Nkunda. Honorable... No, I don't want to read a member when they are not here. Okay? Yeah, it's. I saw Honorable Tuka Isaac. Yes, he's here. So I'm reading you. Arero Tom Aza, Okeyo. Yes, Siraji. I had seen you. I was waiting for Korimoy because on the list she was number 1. So. Honorable Janet Okorimoy, Honorable Ezama Siraj, Honorable Onzima Godfrey, Honorable Patience Nkunda, and Honorable Abori Agnes. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
If you registered, no, Paparu, I don't. Yeah, Paparu, you're here. You see, there were different papers, so I start with one paper. I have another paper which has Honorable Tuka Isaac, Honorable Arero Tom, Honorable Keyo, Honorable Vako Merisa, Honorable Taringaya, Honorable Kitanywa Sowed, Honorable Paparu Lilian, Honorable Moses Arepe. Yeah, so I have it here. So I'm starting with Honorable Korimoy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I also want to thank the chairperson of the committee on budget and the members and also the shadow minister for the report. Right, Honorable Speaker, I just have a few comments. One is on the priority areas of the budget strategy. When you look at the priority areas of the budget strategy, and you compare it with the budget allocation per program, it looks like the word priority is losing meaning. Because when you see among the priorities, agro-industrialization is number 1, but the allocation to the program is just 2.9% of the budget. And yet this is the program which is supposed to implement so many other activities and programs, including mechanization, irrigation, fighting disease, pests and diseases, and extension services, which is, of course, the fulcrum of agriculture. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I feel this program should be given more money. I also want to agree with the committee on the issue of encouraging all areas in the country to produce perennial crops. Right, Honorable Speaker, these perennial crops can be more economically paying, and it is also good for improving the soil health, which is already eroded. In the submission, the committee also alluded to the fact of allocating money to 2 different ministries, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Water. That is water for production. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a time for us really to make a pronouncement on this, because this has even sometimes caused conflict. You find these 2 ministries, they even conflict on sites. A case in point is Nakonyen Dam in Moroto district, where Ministry of Agriculture went for it, Ministry of Water also went for it. So the best we can do is to put that money for water for production in one pool. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of infrastructure development for universities, I want to thank the committee. We need money for those universities. I'm also happy now that government has taken a step that every sub-region gets a university to support the education of our children. But it is unfortunate, Right Honorable Speaker, that in some areas, land has become a problem. Whereas land is a problem, government has very good will for such universities. But for the case of Karamoja, Right Honorable Speaker, where we have 773 acres of land for constructing a constituent college of agriculture under Gulu University, we don't have money for that. I was there when the Vice Chancellor was requesting for just 10 billion. The land is there. Other universities have goodwill, but they don't have land. The other one, Right Honorable Speaker, is about free compulsory primary education, which the country is envisaging. The best we can do now is to prepare for that kind of program. I take cognizance of the fact that many of our community schools are struggling. Some of them have been struggling for the last 16 years. They have not been coded. In my own district, I think I have 20. Some of them have been in operation for 16 years without coding. This is now the right time for us to prepare to receive the baby called free compulsory primary education.
Honorable Tembo Mjungu. Thank you, Honorable Kolmo.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. On the BFP, Right Honourable Speaker, I have three things. One is on the theme. The theme is full monetization of the economy through blah blah. Through commercial agriculture, industrialization, all that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that this country has a section of the population who are under subsistence economy, 39% by some researchers. I find it a bit difficult for this House to say our theme is full monetization of the economy, when we well know that this section of the population is yet to migrate. Much as it is an aspiration, Right Honourable Speaker, I think it needs to be reevaluated because these people are still outside that segment and will remain for a reasonable time. Two, Mr. Speaker, is in the issue of agriculture. I know some of my colleagues have referred to it. But, Right Honourable Speaker, you can see in the BFP, the allocation to agriculture is 2.9%. And yet agriculture employs 62% of the economy. It contributes 24% of GDP. Do we need to add, Mr. Speaker, that it's agriculture that feeds this country 100%? But by allocating it so little, are we fair? Two, Mr. Speaker, on the same subject, the funding of agriculture. Funding of agriculture is skewed to external sources. Over 60% is externally sourced, leaving about 35% to be raised by government of Uganda. And you'll be told, Mr. Speaker, that even then, government of Uganda struggles to provide counter funding. And this impedes implementation of most of the projects. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to speak to the ordinary folks. We need to provide more money. We should get more money from government of Uganda to fund MAIF or the agricultural sector compared to relying on the external sources. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, is on the gaps. It is a pity that BFP has not found money for funding the curriculum center. Just 12 billion. And yet we are told we spend 65 billion on stationery and periodicals. Mr. Speaker, why don't we cut 12 billion from periodicals and say we have enough money and fund the curriculum center? Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Zama Siraj. Honorable Zama Siraj. Not granted. Honorable Zama Siraj.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the comprehensive report that they have submitted on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is about our revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, we are losing a lot of revenue to nearby countries. On 27th of last month, I was at the border post of Oraba. I happened to interact with the officers from Uganda Revenue Authority. You will find that this issue of transferring number plates to Ministry of Works has really costed us a lot of money. Those districts that are bordering nearby countries, there is that possibility whereby the individuals from those districts acquire motorcycles, they acquire vehicles from other countries. And at the point of now issuing number plates to these people who have acquired those services cheaply from other countries, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that Ministry of Works delays a lot in order to issue number plates. So these people have taken the advantage of getting number plates cheaply from neighboring countries, and they are using them at our expense. So we need to expedite. We need to expedite our level of issuing number plates to these people so that we shall be able to get this revenue from the revenue that we are losing from these people. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we have elevated some health facilities from grade 3 to grade 4, from grade 4 to district hospitals, from district hospital to regional referral hospitals. I want to take the example of Yumbe Hospital. We are losing a lot of basic facilities that are supposed to be there in order to get those services from those hospitals. Like when you go to Yumbe Referral Hospital, we don't have ENT clinic. We don't have nursing school there. And many other things that are supposed to be there, they are not there. And equally, in those LT4 grade 4 facilities, there are also those basic things that are supposed to be there, they are not there. And the staffing level in those health units are not enough. So it makes the community, it makes it very hard for the communities to get those services in those health facilities. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the sod work that we are losing a lot of money in, more especially in the area of road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, you'll find that a road that is tarmac that is supposed to last from 30 years to 50 years is only destroyed within a year. And it makes us to go again in order to rehabilitate and also to fund those roads that we are supposed to have used for more than 30 years. So, considering that, you'll find that there is no value for money as far as those infrastructure works are concerned. We need to do something which is really very possible in order to see that money is not wasted. Going again to do work that has already been done, Mr. Speaker, is really something that is really very appalling. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nzima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit on 4 areas: agriculture, health, staffing levels, and the issue of program-based budgeting. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we have taken 4 areas to concentrate on and boost our productivity levels. Area number 1 is agriculture. Number 2 is industrialization, particularly mechanization, agriculture mechanization, production, industrial production. Number 3 is ICT, then services. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you look at the issue of agricultural increase in agricultural productivity, it goes hand in hand with the agricultural mechanization. And when you also go to analyze the NRM manifesto, if you start with the manifesto of 2016 up 2021 and even 2021 and the running, government had promised to give tractors to every sub-county in this country. But since then, for us as a district, we have only received 1 tractor. Even the 1 tractor was provided without the discs up to now, since February. When you look at this allocation to the agriculture sector, much as we look at agriculture as our priority, the fundings do not speak to the allocations to this sector does not speak to our energy we put in terms of speaking and talking about agriculture. So I think we need to revisit this and try to allocate more money to the agriculture sector and also fulfill the manifesto objective that every sub-county must have a tractor. Number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, for each sector, if you're going to speak for that long, when will others speak?
Okay, let me summarize. In the health sector, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have 2 areas. Area number 1 was the observation by the chairman that out of 27 beds which are supposed to be there for intensive care unit in Mulago, we only have 15. And Mulago is the national referral hospital where other critical sicknesses are referred to. I will request that we look into this and increase funding. And also the congestion in the Cancer Institute. In the long run, to reduce this congestion, instead of concentrating treatment of cancer patients in Mulago, we should also look into trying to decentralize. We may not go to every regional referral hospital, but we can identify 1 regional referral hospital per region and equip it and also train staff to reduce this congestion on Mulago. On the issues of staffing level, Mr. Speaker, sir, government has said they have put ban on recruitment. But when you go to some of these districts, I was speaking to my district health officer. He gave me statistics. If you could allow, I will read, but there's no time. I will really think that let's try to revisit this and look into the issue of staffing. Finally, the program-based budgeting. Mr. Speaker, sir, much as we talk about program-based budgeting, when you look at the allocation of these fundings, it will appear the program-based budgeting is not well understood by these ministries. People come here and demand and say we have unfunded priorities, but under program budgeting system, the expectation is that money is given to the programs. Programs sit down, they allocate these monies to themselves. There is no extra money that is supposed to be demanded from Parliament. But you find these ministers come and say, please, I have unfunded priority. But above all, we're operating a cash budget. Here we are saying we have 57 trillion. That means government must sit down, identify the priorities it is supposed to accomplish within the 7 billion. There's supposed to be nothing like unfunded priority. So I beg that the Minister of Finance goes back and reorganizes this, and finally, program groupings. There are many entities that feel they have been robbed.
Kanungu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the Chairman and the Committee of Budget and Honourable Semuju for their report. Mine is on energy. Right Honourable Speaker, when you read our NDP 4, it's about achieve household income, sustainability through production, productive, and value addition. We all know that energy it has the direct effect on poverty direction or reduction. However, there is still limited access to sustainable energy in this country. Right, Honourable Speaker, we all know that the communities that have access to energy, the poverty has been reduced to 10.2%. But I want to speak about Kanungu. Today, in Kanungu, we have a problem of electricity. Our electricity is on and off. Even if the rain threatens to rain, the electricity will still go off. How do you expect people, when we don't have access to energy, to be able to do value addition? Mine is to request Minister of Finance and Planning and Economic Development to increase on the funding for the electricity and the last mileage connection, so that we can be able to have many institutions in Uganda connected to electricity. Right, Honourable Speaker, there is no way we can achieve what we want to achieve without enough budget. So I request Minister of Finance to look into this one. When you look at Kanungu hospitals, we have some sub-counties that don't even have health centers, even without health center too. Like in Achunoni, sub-county doesn't have any health facility at all. So I request Minister of Health to look into this one so that they can upgrade health center tools to health centers. And I want to thank government for the money they have been giving us for Kambuga renovation. Though it's a slow pace, we have received $300 million. We have received 300.7 Ugandan shillings for rehabilitation. 300.7 million Ugandan shillings. Yes, not billion.
Thank you. Honorable Kunhira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee. They have made observation that there have been failure to comply to the law, more especially Schedule 3 of the PFMA 2015. And more especially, they have not given rates for the unemployment and employment. Right Honorable Speaker, that is a key area that the Parliament should demand the Ministry to provide those details. Right Honorable Speaker, there are a number of industries coming up. We thank government. But if you follow to find out where are those workers, you will not find any records giving us the number of workers in those industries. The reason being, majority of workers in those industries are working as casuals, so they cannot be traced. And in that way, government is losing money. They would be able to collect pay as you earn, but they can't, because most of the workers in those areas are working as casuals, whether skilled or unskilled. My second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is to do with the report again. I have observed we submitted a number of key priorities, but they have not been captured in the report. The entire report just has a small paragraph for the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. I think this is an omission. The chairman will respond. And yet we have issues, serious issues. One of them is child labor. It has become an international issue. In the last conference of ILO, the government was reported that there is an issue of child labor in Uganda, and of recent there is another report that is even threatening to boycott our products that are produced using child labor. They involve, among the products is fish, coffee, and others. So I'm wondering why our report, which we very well submitted to the committee, has not been captured. And I want to appeal to the chairman that these details, the key priority areas, be captured in the report before it is adopted. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Senyonyi, you wanted to make comments and then we continue? No, Chair, you will respond at once. Yeah, we can't go issue by issue.
Right, Honourable Speaker, maybe for the comfort of colleagues, you didn't even call me as low. Normally when you call me, people think you're going to close debate, but you promised us that you're going to avail adequate time.
That's why I called you as Honourable Senyonyi. The end is elope.
There you are. The debate is still on, as you did promise. Honourable Speaker, a couple of issues that have concern with the budget process that we're handling and with specificity, the budget framework paper. Domestic areas have been alluded to by colleagues. Right now, the amount is 14.6 trillion shillings. This is money that government owes to the people of Uganda. Suppliers, those that have done work for government, contractors, pensioners, and so on and so forth. Government many times actually does not want to add this figure to our total debt burden. I remember last time we had some pettifogging here with the Minister of Finance. They are so convinced this figure should not be part of our debt burden. But you see, government, when somebody does work for you, when somebody provides a service, and you have agreed on a particular amount of money and you have not paid them, you owe them. That's a debt. And I would like government to begin to take it that seriously. Maybe that's why they don't even factor it in a great deal, because this year they're providing about 200 billion shillings. But we're talking about a backlog of 14.6 trillion. Maybe when you begin to consider it as a debt is when you begin to attend to this money.
Maybe Honourable Senyonyi, for the record, which they corrected earlier, the one of Bank of Uganda has been cleared. We are now remaining with 5.
Honourable Speaker, we are waiting for clarity, because again, it was raised to say they have told us they have cleared this, but there has been no ascertainment. So government will need to ascertain that to us. Because truthfully, many times they tell us we have done this. Sometimes you say, government tells us we have sent money for capitation grant, and then members across, they say, but the money hasn't reached. So we shall need that to be ascertained. But the critical point is that this money should begin to be considered as part of our public debt. Let's pay these ordinary people. You are so quick in paying these foreign investors and so on. These are our ordinary people who are buttressing our economy. Can we pay these people? Honourable Speaker, I am also concerned that we have not allocated money for Kitezi landfill victims. I don't know why government does not care about its people. Attorney General, let's not wait for these people to go to court, because they suffered this catastrophe as a result of negligence of government officials, and that's why some have been taken to court. Let's, in fact, don't even look at it as paying, because, well, it is, but can we care about our people? They lost their loved ones. Right, Honourable Speaker, some of these people have not had the bodies of their loved ones recovered, because government reached a particular cap and they said, we cannot trace any more bodies. And I remember there is one man who lost his wife and child. I saw him making an appeal on TV. He said, can government allow us to carry out a funeral service here so that they can have closure? Because he had not, up to now, recovered the remains of their loved ones. Let us care about our people. This was an emergency. It should have been considered very critically, especially because it was as a result of negligence of government, because these people had their homes neighboring this landfill. Government didn't take care of it, and the catastrophe happened. Let's pay them. Let's take care of these people. Honourable Speaker, maybe relatedly, over 10 years ago, there were people occupying the Nakawa estate. Government came up with a grand idea after somebody approached them and said, we want to put up a satellite city here, in that area. It's actually in my constituency. So people were evicted. In the night, they were crying with their staff. Some went back to their villages and so on. And government told them, don't worry. In a few months, There's going to be apartments built here. You are going to be the first beneficiaries, you. So some of them waited. Many have since died until tomorrow. That did not happen. Government promised that, okay, we are going to shoulder this burden, this inconvenience, and the amount that was agreed upon about 7 or 8 years ago was 17.9 million shillings for each of these households. Up to now, these people have not gotten that little money. Mr. Finance Minister, 17.9 million shillings of 8 years ago is not even the same today. So the longer you take to clear this money, the lesser it becomes because of inflation and many other factors. I don't know why we don't capture these things and we take care of these people. When you make a promise, when you make a pledge, fulfill it, because government said we have inconvenienced you, we are sorry, the apartments we promised you have not come, let's pay you. But those people are always crying, they have not gotten their money. Why? And yet it's not much money. Honorable Speaker, we have talked severally about healthcare. I'm glad that even the majority report is capturing these issues, because some of these matters are not even partisan in nature. Each of us wants good healthcare in our constituencies. Because as you know, any of us, you could be deep in your constituency and you get a medical emergency. While you have resources that can take you to whichever good health facility in this country and abroad, at that time, you need emergency attention. And the nearest will be that health center 3, that health center 4. As we did see it happen to one of our colleagues in Kanungu. He had to be taken to that health center. Can we attend to them? So when we talk about these issues, it's not political. It's for the good of all of us. So our hope is that we will pay attention. Mulago is our national referral hospital. First of all, even the 27 or more beds, ICU beds as we were told, are not adequate for a national referral. But only 15 of those are functional. These matters should concern us. For me, this is a national tragedy, that your national referral has got 15 functional ICU beds. I thought COVID taught us something, that a medical emergency can happen. It should find us ready. Honorable Speaker, I had a constituent who eventually passed on at the Uganda Cancer Institute. A few times I would frequent it. You'd find people sleeping outside, including patients, outside the Uganda Cancer Institute in the cold. Surely, government, let's care about our people. I don't know how we can overemphasize this matter. And I found many people, each time I would go to visit, people would tell me, please help us, please help us. They would be outside in the cold, including patients. This should concern us. Honorable Speaker, we have got a challenge that I have raised here severally about government tax exemptions. I think that the Ministry of Finance needs to put an end to these uncontrolled tax exemptions. They are problematic, they happen so wantonly, and they are abused. Now, does that mean that any serious jurisdiction cannot have that as a policy? Of course not. But we have refused to do this in an orderly manner. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned, the Minister of Finance here, Minister of State for Finance, General Duties, the Honorable Musa Asizi, promised us, when I raised this matter last year, that by the end of last year they will come to Parliament with a comprehensive taxation policy. We are now in 2025. Where is that taxation policy? Because it would guide, it's not, a taxation policy is not limited to the new taxes you're introducing. It includes things like how you get to exempt, who warrants an exemption and that kind of thing. I don't know why that taxation policy has not come. And yet, you committed to bring it. I know the excuse you'll give is this year we're not introducing new taxes. No, we are planning for the future. But also because these tax exemptions are abused severally. Can we have a clear policy so that we know it applies across the board? So that it is not people who are friends with the minister or whoever who will get an exemption. Let it be clear. And relatedly, Right Honorable Speaker, The question of bailouts has also been abused. I did, together with colleagues, visit a Tiak sugar factory that's been given 553 billion shillings. We visited Day Biopharma that has been given 723 billion shillings. We went to Rocco that's been given about 265 billion shillings and others as bailouts. And we have said, look, a bailout is something government can do, but let it be properly organized. Let there be a policy so that Ugandans who are struggling, Ugandan businesses, they know this is how I can apply to be considered. But now nobody knows. It is a few people who obviously should be connected that get to have taxpayers' money. Why? Because then people will keep accusing you, Honorable Musasisi, to say those who are getting bailouts, either you are a shareholder in those companies as ministers and so on. Why do you not have a clear policy so that people know anyone that is hard up, I am employing many Ugandans, I should be able to access so that it is fair. I hope that that can come together with the taxation policy. This bailout policy needs to come. Second to last, Right Honorable Speaker. As a country, we need to become a lot more aggressive against the fight against corruption. We need to become a lot more aggressive than we are. We lose 10 trillion shillings per year, according to a report by the Inspectorate of Government. 10 trillion shillings. That's a third of what URA collects. So just think about it. URA collects money, taxpayer money, and a third of it is stolen. This is grotesque, to say the least. I hope that we can become a lot more aggressive. Because, whenever we say, can we deploy more money here or there, government says we have limited resources. If we dealt with some of these bad manners of ours, like corruption, the money will be available. Imagine 10 trillion shillings. How many health centers can that build? How many seed schools? How many roads can be worked on? We need to become a lot more aggressive. We need to make corruption risky. Honorable Speaker, in countries where corruption is not as prevalent as it is here, it's not because they are morally upright or they are very good people. No, their systems have made it risky for people to steal. We need to do that here. Otherwise, we'll keep singing the same songs again and again. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, and this really is for record purposes, when the budget framework paper is being handled by the sectoral committees, different entities interface with them, discuss their budgets, and so on and so forth. The Parliamentary Commission met the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee on 13th January 2025 regarding the budget of the Commission. I'm a member of the Commission. I was not invited for this meeting, as has been the case with many other meetings. One of the members in the committee asked, because it was in the Speaker's boardroom, she was present with 2 or 3 commissioners. When one of the members on the committee asked whether I had been informed, one of the commissioners said, yes, I had been informed. And I kept wondering how. Because commission meetings are not handled through hearsay in the corridors. An invitation is meant to be written so that I know, but I did not know about this. And that commissioner said I had been invited. I do not know how. So I thought this should be on record because it's important that we are transparent how we operate. It is problematic that some members of the commission will be locked out when critical issues like our budgets are being discussed. Honorable Speaker, we do not get to be members of the commission on anyone's invitation. It is by law. So I thought that would be clarified because I know that our budget is part of what we are discussing. Some of us were not party to this. Maybe, Right Honorable Speaker, as Deputy Speaker, you got an invitation but sent apologies. I don't know. In my case, there was no such situation. And I don't know why we keep doing the same thing because it shows there are certain things we are hiding and yet there should be nothing being hidden. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just to make a clarification on that point, I didn't receive an invitation, I didn't attend the meeting, and I don't think it was necessary because the budget of the commission is presented by the cracked parliament. What we did as a commission was to meet much earlier, we approve, and then we hand over to the accounting officer to go and interact with the committee. Now, if some people went and attended, I don't know, but I wasn't interested because I had done my job at the commission level. For the area meeting, I don't know, I would need it to cross-check. But to go to appear before the committee, I wasn't interested because that is the work of the clerk and not me. Honorable Tuka Isaac, then Honorable Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chair of the committee and also Honorable Semuju for the reports that they have laid before us. Chair, I'm going to address myself to 3 issues. The first is to start with the presidential pledges. Right Honorable Speaker, you'll recall that presidential pledges have been issues discussed here over time. And by the time the president makes a pledge, we expect that the ministries, departments, and agencies are represented in such engagements. But over the years, you will find that these presidential pledges are not made priorities. When we were meeting the universities, apart from, I think, Mbarara University or 1 or 2 universities, all the universities have big presidential pledges that the Ministry of Education has never captured. And I think on page 178 of the report which was presented by the chair budget, there are 2 universities, which private universities, moreover, selected to benefit from the presidential pledges. And somebody questioned the criteria of selecting such institutions for benefiting from such. And yet, all the government universities that have pledges of 14 billion, 15 billion have never been catered for. Chair, when we look at the priorities of this budget, we are talking about agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral-based industrialization, and science and technology. It is very ironical that even when we are talking about research, the ministers are here, the chairs here, you will find out that the universities, apart from Makerere University, have in fact been denied funding for research. Where even the committee recommended only mere 1 billion. Research is one of the cardinal roles of a university. And now, if we deny the universities money for research, and here we are talking about research, science and technology, innovation, and what have you, it is really irony. So I think Ministry of Finance has to look into that. Chair, one other issue, which in fact, rather Right Honourable Speaker, one other issue which really has also affected us so much is the budget cuts. In the IPFs have been reduced across ministries, departments, and agencies at a very critical time. The ministers here in 2023-2024 financial year, Anyirbu Health Center 3 was allocated 920 million. Honourable Minister, I wish you captured that one properly. But you cut the whole money. The sub-county went ahead to establish, to rent a small house in a trading center. But even the local government could not afford paying the rent. Now the few drugs have been transferred to the office of the LC3 chairperson in Anyirbu sub-county. And this issue of budget cuts, when we look at the IPFs, it is by the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance, I think it is something which is very unfair. And that now takes me, Right Honourable Speaker, to the issue of the unbalanced developments across this country. One colleague said in some places, people are advocating for water for animals. But for us, even where we are asking for one borehole, even a tank, a water tank, the ministry cannot give. And yet in some places, people are asking for dams and whatever, multi-billion projects. That is how unfair Ministry of Finance is. Because when we look at whatever is happening, it is very appalling. In the report, the chairperson of the budget committee pointed out the issues of concern in the education sector. But one of the big issues was the issue of the discriminatory salary enhancement for art and science teachers. This has put a lot of burden on the parents, because as members of the education committee, when we visit schools like Nabisunsa and the like, the parents decided that we cannot afford to have such kind of discriminatory salary enhancement. What they did was just to increase fees so that all the science and art teachers are paid uniform, because these are people who sit in the same staff room. But now, majority of the schools that could not now afford that kind of situation. Teachers are in a bad situation. Schools are practically, if you go to many government schools, there is no teaching and learning. And I want to really say that this issue of the discriminatory salary areas is properly catered for in this budget. Right one.
Thank you, Honorable Okayo. Arero Tom, then Okayo. Honorable colleagues, Rope has a special status, so the time I gave him, you need to work hard to reach his status. So don't say you gave Rope so much time, then you. But that doesn't mean you cross to become a Rope. Yes, Honorable Arero.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance. And I'd like to thank the chair of the committee. In a similar vein, I'd also like to thank Honorable Semu Uganda for his minority report. The theme for the budget is related to agro-industrialization and commercialization of agriculture. Mr. Speaker, agro-industrialization and agriculture can only be possible if we can tackle issues related to climate change. We have issues like change in the weather pattern in most parts of the country. We have dry spell with the intense, strong sun heat, and at times destruction of properties by destruction of crops by hailstorm and so on and so forth, which has led to crop failure, and therefore it is imperative that if we are to really follow the theme of this year's budget, we should consider issues like irrigation, tractors, and as well as mechanization of agriculture if we are to succeed in achieving our theme of budget for financial year 2025-2026. May the government also in a similar vein fast track the construction of the bridge across River Nile in Laropi, in Moyo district, for transportation of perishable goods. Because more often than not, you find perishable goods like tomatoes, cabbages, onions, fresh fish, and so on get spoiled because of the delays at the ferry point. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the government for kick-starting the construction of Koboko, Yumbe, Moyo Road. As I talk now, the work is in progress. Thank you very much, government, and I hope the work will not stall and will go ahead. Mr. Speaker, we are also awaiting for the fast tracking of the construction of Laropi Moyo Afoji Jali Road, because as I talk now, the procurement process is on, and we'll be happy if that can also be fast tracked for transportation of perishable goods. Under education, Mr. Speaker, Moni University had expressed interest in repurposing RP PTC into Moni Technoscience University, but up to now, that has not come to fruition. We are waiting for the result, and I hope all will be okay. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, electricity is the vehicle for agro-processing. Electricity is the vehicle for agro-industrialization. In Moyo district, electricity is unsteady, unreliable. It's always off and on, and we'll be very grateful if power in Moyo is stabilized for encouraging agro-processing as well as agro-industrialization. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kayo. Colleagues, we are using maximum 3 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, me and my colleagues who represent the fishing community have always come to this house with only lamentations. But why? If the fisheries subsector was funded, then our problems and the problems of our communities would be solved. Right Honorable Speaker, the report clearly indicates that the fisheries subsector exported only 5% after producing 5.6%. This is a sleeping giant. The fisheries subsector, if properly funded, can turn around the economy of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, if our people were facilitated with fishing gears, fishing inputs, then the economy of this country would change because of the fisheries subsector. Many fishing areas were provided with facilities to make better the fish we produce, but all these are now white elephants. This should be addressed. Right Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the question of Busoga University, year in, year out, people from Busoga and Bunyoro have been calling on the government to establish a university in these regions. Right Honorable Speaker, the President in his tours clearly, through the Minister of Education, stated that Busoga University was on track and funding had been provided. Today, we are getting to know that even no vote is awarded to Busoga University. Busoga and Bunyoro are calling for actualization of these universities. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from a hard-to-reach area, and like my other colleagues, these are the areas that would be given priority, like my colleague has stated. Whereas other areas have got 2, 3 seed secondary schools. Some of us from the islands, hard-to-reach areas, you find that sub-counties like Lolio sub-county has no secondary school, Bukana sub-county has no secondary school, Jaguzi in Mayuge district, where the Right Honorable Prime Minister comes from, no secondary school, Bumba, no secondary school, and name others in Buvuma. Right Honorable Speaker, I think this budget and we should address these hard-to-reach areas. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I have not heard about money for elections. I sit on Defense and Internal Affairs Committee, and the budget for election monitoring, election was about to recruit 5,000 policemen, and then also to recruit 5,000 polling constables. It is unfunded priority, Right Honorable Speaker. So it is an area that actually we need to look at because we need peaceful elections. Instead, the committee only says that the army requested for money, which is a preserve of Uganda Police Force. It has not come.
Thank you. Honorable Vako Merisa, Honorable Taringa Yabazir.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Chair, Budget Committee, and Honorable Semunju for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, for the few years I've been here in Parliament, I want to applaud the Minister of Education for their good system of communication. We as members of Parliament do write to these ministries, but I have confirmed that Minister of Education always responds or gives feedback to our letters. We raise issues through writing requisitions to the ministry. They always respond that, Honorable, if resource envelope permits, we shall consider your concerns. And this resource envelope never materializes. Meaning, this ministry is underfunded. And I have also confirmed from the Budget Committee that there is low investment in education sector. As members of Parliament, as we are the custodians of budget allocation, I am suggesting that this time round, let us support our Ministry of Education, because it is through good education that we can be placed wherever we want to be. And if you come from rural places like me, you will find out that people are struggling with education. We are saying that we have government schools, but members, I want to tell you that parents are struggling. Education has become very expensive. Why? It's because we have abandoned our own government schools. We have shifted to private schools. Because of performance. And how do we perform best? We can perform best when there's good and conducive environment for education, when teachers are well paid, when there's enough money for inspections, for assessments, for many other factors that attribute to good performance. So that is my concern, Right Honorable Speaker. We also emphasized on agriculture, and we are saying we should eradicate poverty in rural areas, not only in urban areas, in rural areas through agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, we can only assist subsistence farmers to upgrade to commercial farmers when government can invest enough by recruiting enough agricultural extension workers. Because some of those subsistence farmers don't know what to do with even the production we're talking about, the commercial mechanization and so on. All this needs extension workers to us.
Thank you. Honorable Bataringa ya Honorable Kutanya Soweto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. For the record, I was the first in the House, although I'm speaking much later. Yes. I was here with the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Semuju.
No, I'm going by how you registered.
Yes.
So you are the first in, yes, but in the middle in terms of registration.
So thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker. I will start with the GDP. It has increased from 144 trillion to 154, but the revenue is, tax revenue is not growing in response to that. I believe these tax holidays should be checked. Two, I go to education. My district submitted 4 seed schools in 2021, but the new vision published the list, and my district was left out. So I wonder what happened in the budgeting process. Capitation grant, 6,000 per child per term, translates 75 shillings per day on an average of 80 days in a term. Surely 75 shillings is too little to support a child. Health, USA has recently suspended aid to many countries, including Uganda, and I think we should refocus our budget to make sure that people who are on ARVs are taken care of, and also health center 2s are upgraded to health center 3s, and health center 4s are completed. We created town councils way back in 2016, 2017. But these town councils are not being funded completely. So my town councils, people don't have any services, no roads, no nothing. And then last time, emoluments for LC 1 to LC 5 had appeared in the budget, and the president had indicated that it was good, but it evaporated from the budget last time. I beg that this time it is considered, and LC 1s, their emoluments are increased. Electricity, we have naked poles across the country, especially in Kashar North, since 2021. How shall we promote value addition without electricity? Second last, Bwizibwera, Buhweju, Kabwohe, Metoma Road. In the NDP4, now it has been listed as pre-feasibility. Yet it has been in NDP 1 up to 4. So what happened? Lastly, domestic carriers. I saw a figure from Honorable Semujo, 14 trillion. So if we allocate 200 billion per year, it will take us 70 years to pay off these domestic areas when we have stopped accumulating any new ones. I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Kitanya Sowed, Papa Lilian, Moses Arepe.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the committee for the good report, but also I want to thank Honorable Semuju for the good minority report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to comment on 3 issues. One, on page 7 of the main report, the committee observes that the National Budget Framework paper is in compliance with the PFMA 2015, but runs short of 3 major issues, and one of the issues is the issue to do with the rate of employment and unemployment. Right Honorable Speaker, we just had our recent population census, and in my opinion, the population census should have provided these figures. The committee observes that this is not the first time that on several occasions the rates for unemployment and employment have not been provided. I just wanted the Ministry of Finance to tell us why it has become very difficult for it to provide this essential indicator, yet it is very important in terms of planning. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a pending strike by arts teachers. They have warned that if their salaries are not enhanced, they are soon going on strike. As Parliament, we should be seen trying to answer their cry. My suggestion, Right Honorable Speaker, is that since government does not have enough money, we could enhance their salary by increasing at least by some percentages, so that in this budget framework paper, we put like 5%, the next should be 10%, so that they see that their work is being appreciated. On page 47 of the report, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed the issue of Mulago Cancer Institute, and I want to add my voice to the voices of the other colleagues that have talked about this Cancer Institute. Right Honorable Speaker, a few weeks ago, I also visited this Cancer Institute. Right Honorable Speaker, the patients welcome you right away from the first door of the institute. I would beg that in this budget, we should get some substantial amount of money and see that we complete the structures, but also work towards ensuring that we also establish regional cancer institutes.
Thank you, Honorable Papa Lilian.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee reported that we continue to pay commitment fee on loans that we borrow. Right Honorable Speaker, from the time we joined this Parliament, especially as the first timers, this has been reported. And the question has been asked, why do we borrow when we are not ready to utilize the money? Instead, we are continuing to spend on some monies that we have borrowed. I think the minister will explain to us why this is happening, and it is continuing to happen. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm from one of the remnant districts, that is Arua district. As of now, until now, my headquarters, my staff are sitting at the city center. Last year, the government allocated some small amount of money to the remnant districts. We've started putting some foundation and latrines to see that we can move. But this financial year, because the logic was that they are giving some small money, they will continue to put some money in every financial year. This time around, there's no allocation for the remnant districts. Right, Honorable Speaker, the people of Arua district cannot continue to move far to the city to access services. So let the ministry take priority on this, and money is allocated for the remnant districts so that they can move to their location. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think there is a correlation between the fact that the commercial banks are not giving enough money to the private sector. The private sector are affected by the domestic areas. I think there's a correlation between that. And that means internally, we are killing our private sector. It is reported here that the amounts that the commercial banks give to our business people is reducing. And it is because our business, local business persons are affected by the domestic areas that they are not getting. If we can't balance that, then we are going to kill the local businesses that we have in this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the ministry to have a coordinated budgeting. We have stalled projects. These universities, let me give an example of universities. They have projects that started 10 years ago. Probably they're in the first floor, second floor. But we go ahead to allocate new structures in other institutions without finishing or without completing, as if we don't have a record of where we started and where we are going. So if we cannot fast track and have a coordinated planning, we are just deceiving ourselves. 10 years, a structure is there, you are allocating money to start new structures. Also roads, Right Honorable Speaker, we have been crying here as West Nilas on our road. The road between Pakwach and Nebi was supposed to be constructed within 2 years. It is almost 4 years between Nebi and Pakwach. Now Nebi Arua, we are here crying over it, when that stretch is not yet even completed. And we are jumping to allocate for other roads when these ones are not completed. So let us have a coordinated planning, and I think that way we shall have quality delivery and have the trust of the people in us, us who are appropriating. Thank you.
Thank you. Mother Sariper. Okay. Nanda Mafabi, Brenda Nabukenya, Kayemba Soro. Colleagues, you don't need to stand up, okay? Yeah. You see, I've learned a reward system. In the morning, it's reward, but indirect sanctioning also. So in the morning, when I came, the ones who were in, I said, whoever wants to submit, register yourself. I've now finished that list. They submitted. Now we agreed we'll be here at 2:30, 2:35. So the ones who were in, okay, I said, if you want to submit, please register. They've also registered. So I've gone on those ones. Okay? So once I finish, then I can pick those ones who came at leisure, who came at, yeah. So, Honorable Nandara Mafabi, so you don't need to stand up, because I have my list. Before I conclude them, I cannot pick you even if you stand up how many times. Honorable Nandara Mafabi, Honorable Brenda Nabukenya, Honorable Kayemba Soro, Honorable Sazi Godfrey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this goes directed to the Attorney General and the Minister of Finance. As you are aware, under Section 25, a minister has powers to appropriate 10% of the budget without coming to Parliament. And this 10% arises from Section 26 of the Contingent Fund, which is 3.5% of the total budget. I want you to confirm to us that you do these budgets intentionally so that you are able to have the 10% without a recourse to Parliament. If not, why don't we amend the law to say that instead of the approved budget, what was spent the previous financial year should be the one to be applicable. 2, Mr. Speaker, they talked about ghost schools, and I think education is very important. I have seen a school in Mbale called Mbale Senior Secondary. It is being called under the schools faith-based or for government aid. Mbale is totally 100% a government school. How do you leave schools which are meant to really benefit and you put Mbale? This is on page 386, number 162. I want the committee to explain to us how they brought in a ghost school, which is already a government what? Government school. In fact, we would propose maybe that money is applied to start Mbale University, which all of us are clamoring for. Mr. Speaker, I have noticed this budget every year. If you look through the lists of those people, the projects which are going to be implemented, they have been brought here year in, year out, like the schools, like the health units and whatever. Why? Why do you recycle? We need a commitment from government that if anything stays, and because these are by the only the schools which appear always, and we don't know how they reach the list. I had my brother asking that they put 4 city schools in their area, none appeared. They must tell us the criteria, how they choose these schools, how they choose these health centers, because this is becoming very interesting. Is it because you are members of budget committee, you go and put in what belongs to you, or what? And this must be explained to us. And that's maybe the reason why the president returned the list thing. You are making mistakes. For the first time, we must deal with how did these lists access the lists in the budget committee. 3, Mr. Speaker, I have here a school in Kampala. I can say in Mukono. They are charging 3,865,000. It's a private school. And it's headed by one person in those front bench. 3,865,000 per term. About 4 million. That's a school which can be afforded maybe by MPs. And exactly. Because that's a very expensive school. That means the recourse to other poor Ugandans is public schools. Now, if a public school is not in an area with good teachers, we're in problems. I want to make a proposal that government right now has created many sub-counties. Those which used to be villages are now sub-counties. Those which used to be sub-counties now are districts. I think the policy you made at that time for sub-counties was when they were big sub-counties and big districts. I recall they were initially 39. I don't know the number now. Why don't you go back? We review, because you can either put a school here, secondary school, yet it is in this village, and in the next village, you put a secondary school. Where will you get the children? Where will you get the teachers? I think we should go to the drawing board and review the policy urgently. Where sub-counties have become villages, villages have become sub-counties operations, we look at the distance, we look at the population, and every area will be served. I was in a government school in those years of ours. That was called Busoga College. We would travel school longer distances. And why you are doing this, you are even creating zero grazing. You are bringing people who are not knowing the world. I moved from another district, another tribe. Mr. Speaker, can I know information? Because it looks a very interesting topic.
Honorable, your time is up. Honorable Brenda Nabukenya. I had, as a senior, I had given you an extra minute. So now I saw you donating also. Honorable Nabukenya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Semju for the minority report, and also highlight also a few issues in the major report. Right Honorable Speaker, in the major report, at 4.1, they noted or informed us that research and innovation is one of the budget strategy. And on page 40.1, under the Education Committee report highlights, it is informed that actually research is underfunded. Right Honorable Speaker, research and innovation funds, if they're invested, that is for the public good. We cannot move our country to develop or realize effective development, sustainable development, if we don't invest in research. Right Honorable Speaker, I was the Shadow Minister for Education in the first quarter of the term, and we used to have universities come to our committee. Initially, Makerere University used to get 30 billions for research, and all these other universities had to collaborate with that university, Makerere, to do research. But you understand that actually government had introduced new universities that are doing science independently with different programs, and they were collaborating with other foreign universities. And they were not given research monies until we pushed and we made sure that government at least awards these universities at least 2 billion, because their work had stalled. And you find that they are doing different researches. Like Busitema, they were working on fish feeds. They had started a project and they were collaborating with a foreign university. But their work had stalled because they didn't have funds. And you can imagine, we are promoting fish farming. I was in Japan and I saw our tilapia on one of the stores in the supermarket, and it was very expensive. Now, when it is becoming extinct, we are telling people that you should go and do farm fish. But if a university is now getting into a project that is going to enable farmers acquire feeds, but these universities are not given enough research fees, there's no money for innovation. You find that a university is promised 2 billion and it comes in the last quarter, even not coming, being reduced. A country will not progress if you don't invest in research and innovation. Right Honorable Speaker, if we are to translate research and innovation into the economic development, we must deliberately invest in it. I don't see any will to invest in this. You find that we have so many projects in place, but when it comes to investing in them, we don't. So I want to urge that this House should actually recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, and we see that we have enough money for these universities, for these scientists, because we will see better agriculture, we will have better medical research, and we can become a hub for medical research and also agricultural research if we invest in research. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kayembasoro, Honorable Sazi, Honorable Konigarongo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, I'm giving you 3 minutes, so be cautious.
Okay, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank both the main report and the minority report from my comrade, the Shadow Minister, Honorable Semujunganda. Right Honorable Speaker and the House, in the latest report of the Auditor General, that's 2023-2024 financial year, it indicates that out of the 355 sub-counties in the country, only 211 have the health center force at the sub-county level. 144 have no health center force at the sub-county level. Actually, in my sub-county where I come from, Butenga Rural, we have no any single health center, be it two of the government in that sub-county. In Honorable Semuju's report, he shows a detailed, wasteful expenditure of this government, like 132 billions for beddings and clothings, 159 billions for donations, 298 billions for special meals. Right Honorable Speaker, I think it would be good for this country to relocate this money to build the health centers in those missing sub-counties that have no single health centers, and others that have health centers 2 instead of health centers 4, as the NRM government policy says. Right, Honorable Speaker, another issue I want to tackle is about the body loans that will continue to pay interests. For example, in 2022, we borrowed a loan that was going to help the country, especially with those areas that didn't have electricity. Bukoma Nsimbi was one of the beneficiaries. As we speak now, last year, the Minister for Information, Honorable Bariomos, said that we are still finishing the bureaucratic things so that we can start utilizing that loan. We are paying the interest. Bukoma Nsimbi and other districts that have to benefit out of those loans haven't got anything. Why do we borrow money when we are not ready to utilize it? Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Sazi. Honorable
Thank you,
Konigar
Mr.
Wango.
Speaker. In the same way, I want to thank the chairperson of the committee and the Honorable Semujunganda for the minority report. These reports are the same, only that the conclusions differ. Semuju is right. Honorable Semuju is right basing on his body, and the chairperson of the committee concludes differently. But Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, this is what I want to say. As Parliament, we should not surrender our responsibility. We should not eat our cake and then we have it. I have had a number of submissions from a number of honorable members lamenting about our priority areas. But again, when it comes to approving or passing, we pass everything. I wonder where we are, how we define priority areas. So, one, the budget framework paper is the first step to the final budget. So it is a draft, which means if we get lost from the start, we shall have got lost even at the final budget. What am I saying? Section 9, Public Finance Management Act, says the budget framework paper must be consistent with the National Development Plan. And we have seen it that the plan proposed 92 trillion and the budget has 57 trillion. I wonder who was guessing and which is which. Another point, Mr. Speaker, we need to be realistic. You cannot talk about priority areas and you leave out power, you leave out roads, you leave out hospitals, you leave out education. Primary pupils. It is clear that each child is given 20,000, which means 6,000 shillings per term. I wonder what we are doing here. Which means, members, we should be for Ugandans. We should not be for someone. We should be for Ugandans. It comes to hospitals. There is a problem of corruption. I was reading somewhere, the IGIG was saying we lose 10 trillion. I compared this amount to
Thank you. Honorable, the time you needed, like the other money which we needed, the way you used your time, I think you went beyond. Yeah. Honorable Konigar Wango, Honorable Namuga Goreti, Honorable Kawus Moses.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee chairman who presented the report, and Honorable Semuju. They have very good reports. However, in those reports, I have a few concerns that if they are reconciled, I think we'll move forward. Right Honorable Speaker, as an educationist, I'm going to basically zero in education. You're very much aware that they say that there's no money for the new curriculum for A-level. and we have a few days to start the term, and in a few, maybe in a few weeks or a few days, results will come out, and we'll need our children to go to attend school. I don't know if we don't have the 7 billion really for the curriculum to NCDC. I don't know the fate of our children in this country. Because if the technical team in the Ministry of Education has the children of Uganda at heart, this should have been a priority, other than putting it as a non-funded priority. Because it's quite crucial that our children have to go to A level with the new curriculum. Right Honorable Speaker, I would also love to speak about the staffing levels in universities. Right Honorable Speaker, we know that with inadequate staff, there can be compromise of standards. Right Honorable Speaker, some universities, like Busitema, has as low as 10% staffing level. Others at 14, others at 19. If really we are serious as a government, we should prioritize this, that human resource is fundamental for a university to deliver. And this can only be done if we allocate resources. And therefore, I'm appealing to this House that we do that as early as possible, because even when they collect their NTR, the NTR goes to the center, and the center takes time to send the monies back, and sometimes the students even want to strike because they pay for the IDs and they can't receive the IDs because the money has gone to the center. And therefore, something has to be done. And Right Honorable Speaker, alongside that, universities have started, but with very inadequate infrastructure. If we deliver...
Thank you. Honorable Namuga, Honorable Kabusi Moses, Honorable Mazaria Martin.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I continue to appreciate you for allocating us reasonable time. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the time for the 11th Parliament to make a statement to this country that we have the capacity to shape the Ministry of Finance and in the way they do work. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues have concentrated much on how the expenditure side. We need to get back to the revenue side. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to look into how this country earns money. The loopholes are simply too many. Right from exemptions, we don't have a tax register. If we have it, it is very minimal. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to implement our revenue mobilization strategy. What I'm trying to mean, Right Honorable Speaker and the Prime Minister, is that we need to put much more emphasis on the income of this country. Let us close all the linkages. There are simply too many. Money is stolen from the field, but even that comes to the coffers of this government are misused. So let's look at the revenue side too. Honorable colleagues, we are looking at this budget framework paper, but it is highly consumptive. You have 80% spent on wage and non-wage, and only 20% on capital development. How do we sit here to only plan for 20%? So, Honorable Musas and your colleagues, go back and allocate more money on capital development. We cannot waste time here to plan for only 20%. You are talking about schools, talking about electricity. Where are you going to get the money? These ones have already allocated the money to, State House, go and buy clothes. We are not going to spend money taking it here. So go back and structure the budget. We need more allocation on, yes, you have 80% on consumptive, and we are here wasting time. We cannot continue to waste time, Right Honorable Speaker, in this House. We need more money. Pay attention to the informal sector. You have failed to educate the informal sector. You are seriously frustrating the private sector, and you come here to convince this House that you have money to distribute. Honorable colleagues, this team has no money. They have no money. We have to create for avenues of ensuring that we get more money. I have a strategy, Right Honorable Speaker. Let's get back and structure this budget framework paper. We need to reduce on the 80% of consumptive back to 65%. Create a more provision of 15%, or else we are here joking. Honorable Musas and colleagues, go back and concentrate. We cannot sit here to waste taxpayers' money and time. You are going to ask for the schools, you are going to ask for hospitals, but you don't have provisions of where to get the money. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, is fairness in distribution of government resources. We have idle investments. You put poles of electricity for campaigns. Since 2019, the poles are scattered everywhere. You cannot put wires. Now you're creating more areas of electric.
Thank you. Honorable Kabusu Moses. Kabusu. The name I have on the list is Kabusu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I also raised to support both the majority and the minority report. However, Mr. Speaker, like Honorable Keyo said, the budget allocated to Ministry of Agriculture in most cases does not address the fisheries resources, and it is a sleeping giant unexplored. I want to call upon government, Minister of Finance, to liaise with Minister of Agriculture. Every other time they appear, they tell us they do not have the budget. We hear of agriculture support to animal husbandry and crop. Our fishing communities also require that they be addressed. A comprehensive approach that will also bring on board the fishermen, whether they capture fishers or the ones that rear fish, can raise income like Honorable Namuga has been saying to the economy. Mr. Speaker, we also, in the budget, must address the issue of water transport. Water transport, Mr. Speaker, I want to give an example of a space between Gaba and Ebule along Gaba Road can decongest Jinja Road if there was a vessel that joins Mukono and Gaba. This route would be decongested and people would join the Nyenga route. There are many other routes that are shorter on the water bodies here, but government does less about developing water transport. Needless to mention about the songs we have been making about water transport to the distant island constituencies. Government should, if we are not able in our budget, they should give incentives to investors from nearby countries who have been to Tanzania and Kenya, where the private sector has these vessels. They should give them incentives to come and operate on our waters such that we have safe transport on our water bodies. Mr. Speaker, also an idea I wanted that government adopts. Mr. Speaker, most of our islands do not have schools, primary and secondary schools. For how long, Mr. Speaker, shall our children be raised to become?
Thank you. Martin Mzare, Nekesa Victoria, Mudimi Ignition.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the two colleagues who have presented their reports. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll begin with the issue of the ministries. Right Honourable Speaker, if you go right now in the Ministry of Works, you'll find that all the offices are empty. All the workers are not there. You go to energy, the same thing. They are idle. They are only waiting for salary. There is no money for projects. There is no money for activities. What is so funny, Mr. Speaker, is that most of us, after reading the budget, we get excited because your project has been considered in the budget. But as we come to the end of the year, there is nothing. This is what is happening. Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of domestic areas, We've lamented so much, Right Honourable Speaker, on this. Banks, when you go to borrow, they ask for a credit report on your financial status. And that's the standard. The reason why government is able to respond to external borrowings is because they know they still need money from them. And without financing, they will not be able. Right Honourable Speaker, our people are suffering. People are losing properties. People are crying. Government has failed to respond to domestic areas. The local person who has supplied has not been respected. Right Honourable Speaker, we are the banks here to allow government to borrow. Let's just put a condition. For government to come here and ask for loans, you must come here and show that you've paid the local people who are demanding money. If we put that condition, Right Honourable Speaker, this government here will respond. That's the only condition we should have them. Because it's very unfortunate that a local person who has borrowed little money, he was excited to have a contract from government, he executes it, and at the end, he's losing his properties, and we are just looking on. Government, why are you coming here all the time to borrow? Why don't you consider these local people? They cannot now access money in their banks because their credit report.
Thank you. Honorable Nekesa and Honorable Mudime.
I thank the Honourable Speaker for the opportunity to say something. I'd also like to thank the committee and for the good report, and I'm here to support the BFP as it is. Honourable Speaker, I'm in support of what has been passed. However, I would like to request to bring the attention of members here, us as a House, that we support what the government is trying to do, especially in getting the economic base wider. Now, right now as we speak, the head of state, our president, is all over Uganda, mobilizing mindset change, mobilizing people to embrace PDM, to embrace all the government strategies so that we can increase on our productivity and production, and we have the economics right from the household to up at the mega level, so we can harness enough economics, enough money, and build up our economy so that at the end of the day, the NDP4 will be the best. We start slow, we build up. So I really thank everybody for the participation, for the report, and the vision of the government. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mudime.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to be guided because when you read 2.3 on page 7, we are looking at the compliance test, where the committee has recommended that the budget framework paper is short of some documents. So they have observed, and they said, the committee observed that the above information has never been provided to Parliament in all previous national budget framework papers. Right Honourable Speaker and members, we are here to make laws and to protect. Now I want to be guided by Minister of Finance and Attorney General. How should we correct this? These anomalies. We also have issue of contingency fund. It's provided under Section 26 for a certain amount which is not fully provided. At which point should we correct this anomaly? Right Honourable Speaker and members have raised the issue of domestic areas. And when you look at Section 15 of PFMA, commitment of the approved budget, it talks about worker plans, recruitment plans, and so on. And Section 21 of the same law He said the accounting officers are not supposed to commit government where resources are not. Why are these domestic areas coming? When you read those two, I want Attorney General to guide this house. Because people have lost property. Some, I've seen some contractors. I have a contractor in my place there. They gave him a contract for the road. They have paid him out of 1.4, they have paid him 500 million. He said they have not added him money and he has abandoned it. He said he will not go back. And that's what he told me, frankly, yesterday. He said, I'll not go back. I'm demanding money from UNRWA, I'm demanding money from KCCA, I'm demanding money from WACS. Where do you want me to get money? So now, all whatever it is paid is wasted. Now, are we going to continue losing money in that form? Why government approved budget, Minister of Finance? Then at the end, midway, they have changed from suppressing. We used to have a terminology called suppressing. Then now they call it repurposing. So why again did you repurpose the budget midway when you have approved work plan?
Thank you. Edakas Afidra Viraro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by just a focus on financing the budget. I think when we look at the items that we plan to spend on, they are all noble items. Wouldn't it be appropriate for us, as we think about the future, to actually have a conversation on how to finance the budget away from just merely looking at tax and borrowing? I think for a long time, we've concentrated on those two, but maybe the minister needs to think about other sources. Our taxable community is exhausted as I speak. If you move around town, you can see that many businesses have failed because we are taxing those same businesses year in, year out. I think we need to think more about how to raise revenue, and I think some thoughts have come in here. On my list here is what other people have said: review the investor tax policy, both locally and those investors coming from abroad. Some of them have outlived their usefulness. I think we need to review and see whether we need to continue exempting them. We need to invest more on tourism. We need to invest more on areas of agriculture. We call ourselves a country, an agricultural country. But what is it that we are known for, except of coffee? So we have those key crops and areas where we are excelling. We should see a lot more money going there. We need to negotiate more space for trading in Africa. And I think there are so many opportunities that we could use to trade with our own within the African continent. If you look at labor remittances, there is over $100 billion out there, dollars, that Africa is competing for to return home. Uganda, since I think 2019, we have not gone beyond 1.4 billion. If you compare us with Nigeria every year from foreign remittances, they're getting up to $20 billion. If you go to Dubai here and you witness the influx of Ugandans working there, if you compare them with Nigerians, almost the same numbers, but we're not fetching enough from our workers abroad. And I think the proposals here of paying attention to commercial attaches and destination representatives would be key. So we should see ourselves financing those if we want to see more revenue coming in. We need to push the corrupt out of this country. I think that has been said. We discover corruption, but we do very little about punishing the corrupt. If we were saving money from the corrupt, we'd be able to finance what we today call
Afidra Viraro Achan Joyce.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to applaud my chairperson and Honourable Semuju for presenting the views from both sides. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to first start with Article 32 of the 1995 Constitution as amended. I want to read it as affirmative. That the state shall provide affirmative action in favor of groups marginalized on the basis of gender, age, disability, or any other reason created by history, tradition, or custom for the purpose of redressing imbalances which exist against them. I want to thank my government for, to some extent, addressing this specific constitutional right. We know in this house we have affirmative actions being represented. The women are here, the disabled are here, the age limit has been removed, but there's one critical thing which, in my view, the budget should address. That is imbalances created by the history. And what is this history about? The marginalized community we have in this. History has taught it in all the indicators we have in this country. The education indicators, PLE, when it comes out. There are regions in this country well know from history that they will be performing last. This includes Karamoja, West Nile, and in particular my district. In the last PLE, Obongi, Madiokolo, Lamore, they are consistent regions. In my view, these regions have been marginalized. For us as a parliament to improve them, to bring them to equity to other regions, we need a reflection in the BFP. To what extent has this budget addressed this imbalance in education performance? I will cite more, Right Honorable Speaker. In my district, Madiokolo, we have 1,700 teachers required to teach in 78 primary schools. But as we talk now, we only have 600, a ratio of 1 teacher to 250 people. How can this community continue to thrive if they are not being marginalized over time? Therefore, I would like to see this reflection, this being addressed across all the marginalized community reflected in the budget. The second issue is, Right Honorable Speaker, all of us have come here for this budget and the cake. It is a national cake. My district, my constituents want to see what is it in this budget shall be going back to my constituents. And this can come if the BFP, to some extent, can be broken down into different regions, especially the development bit. It will be to our surprise, or not to our surprise, at the end of next.
Thank you. Biraro Achan Yanyima. Achan, Joyce Achan, Nathan Byanyima, Stella Tiang, Natkunda Medias, Rinda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have observed the report, and I would say the report is good. However, Right Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Gender has not been allocated this additional funding. Right Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Gender is a ministry that is directly attached with the community down. And this is the ministry that our people with disabilities falls. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2021, His Excellency the President promised us that all the rehabilitation centers will be revamped through Ministry of Gender. And when it is revamped, it will be manufacturing the assistive devices so that we can stop importing them from outside. But I'm seeing that there is no budget line for that. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the remand homes all over Uganda, they are in a sorry state. One example is just in here near Naguru. If you go there and you see the condition under which these children live is so terrible. Right Honorable Speaker, I also speak about I think I'm done, sorry.
Thank you. Honorable Nathan Byanyima, Honorable Stella Tianga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I must thank the chairperson, but most important, I must thank the Honorable Semuju, because he was realistic. When we talk about this budget, as one of my colleagues have said, each member is looking for what do I take for my constituency. You will never get it, not until we have had practical people. These members of National Planning Authority. They have never gone into this country to know what is happening. They are just in office, copy and paste. They said National Planning Plan 3 performed 16%. 16%. If you had a student who performed and got 16%, would you promote him? No. And you are moving now promoting it for National Planning, for National Plan 4. What type of arrangement did we have? The way we are, one time we were in this parliament, we said, let's not stop lamenting about money. Let's look for sources of money. And we said, let's put more money on fuel. Because people who have vehicles have the money. They must pay. We put 200 shillings on each litre, above the normal excise duty on fuel, which the government is entitled. Still the money, they took it. It was supposed to be for road maintenance. They took it. So, even now, currently, even if you added 300 things on a litre of fuel, if I ask a member of parliament here, how much is a litre of diesel or petrol? None of you know, because you just park, they put in fuel, and you have the money. Nothing you don't know, but we can pay it. We can pay it. One time we came here and said, how much is the passport? It was 50,000. And it was, they would pay money from the office, immigration office. But we said, no, let it make it much higher. And we get some money. How much do we get? That immigration is now a cow that we make every day at 150. Even if you put at 300,000 shillings, people will pay it. Let's look for sources. We used to get license money for vehicles. Each owner of the vehicle would pay money. We said, no, we don't. Now, this is the time for us to tighten the belts because we have nowhere to get the money. We cannot continue saying finance should get more money for this and that. Where do they get the money? Let us think, put our net widely and see where the sources of money can come from. And most importantly, ensure that the money is...
Thank you, Honorable.
And thank
Honorable
you.
Stella.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also want to join the rest of my colleagues to thank the committee for the comprehensive report that they gave. I also want to thank Honorable Semuju for the positive input that he put in the budget report. Honorable Chair, I want to comment on the budget for Ministry of Karamoja. Ministry of Karamoja has been allocated 3 billion shillings, which is almost only wage, meaning that it will not have funds to run its activities. It also means that the staff that are employed in the ministry will actually be earning salary and sitting idle in offices. Yet, the ministry has a lot of important activities in terms of promoting productivity by putting money in water for production for the region. As we all know that Karamoja needs water for production in order to increase food in the region. Honorable Speaker, I also want to comment on wasteful expenditures in government. Honorable Speaker, a case in point is actually the oxygen plant and the ICU plant that was purchased by the Ministry of Health and taken to Moroto Referral Hospital and dumped outside. And at the end of the day, they were affected by the harsh weather conditions, destroying the equipment before it's put in use. Honorable Speaker, this is a result of poor planning and careless actions by the employees of government that has led this government to perform poorly and also keep on moving back and forth in terms of service delivery in this country. These are some of the things the responsible ministries should be looking at in terms of holding accountable the officers that lead to the loss of resources to government by ensuring even that they give them harsh punishment in terms of paying what they lost, they led to be lost by government. This will actually help our officers or our employees to be responsible when they are planning for this country.
Thank you, Honourable Medias.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'll speak on the agriculture sector, especially on the water for production component. In the report, I can see that they have provided some funds for irrigation schemes, especially for water-stressed areas, so that we can increase productivity, which I agree to, and I agree with that. However, Right Honourable Speaker, in the year 2020, in Rukunjiri district, which I thank the government for, they gave us 3 irrigation schemes in Garuka, Kahimbi, and Nyakabungo, which are in Bwambara sub-county. Since that year, only one of them has been able to function for just a month, that is Garuka. The other 2 have never functioned at all. Much as I agree to the fact that we allocate funds for the irrigation schemes in water-stretched areas, why can't we also get money to repair these irrigation schemes that have never worked at all? At least let there be funds so that we relieve the people. It is so embarrassing for people to always pass by those sites. They see machines, they see everything, but nothing is going on. So I would request the finance to also get money to repair these irrigation schemes so that they can work. Also on water for production, the report says that they are going to make sure that all water-stressed areas get solar-powered boreholes, which is a good idea, and also I see that we are moving in relation to new technology. However, I would like to know if we have failed to manage the manually boreholes that we have. Some are beyond repair, that cannot be repaired at all. Now we are bringing in solar-powered boreholes for these areas. How sure are we that they will be working, they will be sustainable? Are we not also going to see members of parliament also repairing these solar-powered boreholes? I would implore the budget and the finance ministry to make sure, to find a way how these manually boreholes that we've seen that cannot work, there should be a solution to that before we implement the new technology of solar powered boreholes. This would relieve our people, especially the women and children who walk long ways to find water, clean and safe water for both home and agriculture use. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Linda, Honorable Parrot Christine, Honorable Kara Kevin, Honorable Wambede says.
Thank you, Speaker. My point of concern is under physical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we created 10 new cities. And as government, we are supposed to support these cities with a road unit. But up to now, even in this BFP, the road unit for the new cities has not been provided. Yet as a city, we also receive funds for rehabilitation grant, and we have to wait for districts to first complete work on their roads. Then afterwards, we borrow we borrow their road unit, and this means we have first to service the road unit. Sometimes you find when the road units are not working well, we have to repair them, and we find all our money for rehabilitation grant sometimes goes to servicing and repairing the road unit for the neighboring districts. Another point, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the issue of Buhinga Stadium. This is a pledge, a presidential pledge, where the president pledged that the government was going to construct Buhinga and Akibua Stadium. Akibua Stadium, they've started on it. But up to today, Minister of Finance has not provided funds for Buhinga Stadium. The third one, Mr. Speaker, sir, is on our regional referral hospital. Mr. Speaker, sir, up to today, when we look at the staffing rate of our regional referral hospital is at 23%. We don't have an orthopedic surgeon, we don't have an ENT consultant and other key medical personnel. Up to now, the referral hospital is referring patients to Kilembe Hospital, which is a private hospital, which is a shame. My prayer, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that Ministry of Finance should provide money for wage bill so that Ministry of Health can recruit crucial medical personnel so that referral hospitals are able to provide services. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, is on retooling and supporting the youth who have been equipped in vocational skills. These youth have been left to go back to the villages. They need to be given a startup fund so that they are able to create their own employment, and in the end, government will also be able to increase its tax base. Thank you.
Thank you. Kumi Parisa.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the approval of the budget framework paper, but with these observations, Right Honourable. First of all, I thank the committee chair and the minority report that was presented. Mr. Speaker, the aspect of the 1 billion for districts to establish the district headquarters should actually be prioritized. Alongside that, Mr. Speaker, we also have sub-counties in districts without administrative units. And I want to implore the Ministry of Finance to make this a priority. An example in my area is Tisai, Mr. Speaker. It's a newly created sub-county. It is across the lake, but there is no administrative headquarters, no primary school, no health facility. How I pray that at least in the financial year 2025-2026, let something be done in that connection. Mr. Speaker, grant aiding schools, we have so many. We have so many seed secondary schools that have been established by the communities. And that is why I must support my brother, Honorable Nathan, that as these schools are chosen, when you look at the budget committee report, you find that where there are secondary schools, primary schools, and the rest, there are particular districts really dominating. At least if my district is not there for secondary, I should be captured in the primary. If I'm not in the primary, secondary, at least I should have a health facility. So that these resources of government cut across all the voters of this country. Mr. Speaker, on health supplies, I don't know whether the ministry really respects the orders made by the health facilities. And now, when we look at supplies like X-rays, Mr. Speaker, I've raised this on the floor of Parliament several times, the X-ray machine for Tutur. The ministry promised to give us a new X-ray machine. Up to date, it is not there. I pray that as we look into the budget of 2025-2026, let the X-ray machine, a new one as it was pledged, let it be provided for Atutur Hospital. And Right Honourable, the issue of duplication of services is also critical. Like we talked about roads. Why would we talk about roads under Ministry of Local Government, under Ministry of Works, under what, and it's the same activity? As we are struggling with the high debt burden in the country, let us all unite and actually ensure that we avoid this. If we are talking about roads, let it remain there. Like now when I heard that the army is also asking money for monitoring elections, and the committee is saying it is the mandate of the police, let it be one word.
Thank you. However, that's why I was insisting that they must bring an amendment to the law so that we can realign. Here we have programs, and we find all of them are under programs. They are not scattered under sector committees. That would be the only way out. Honorable Kala, Honorable Wambede, Honorable Kibadia, Honorable Timugiwe.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to join the rest of the members for thanking Chair Budget, and also thanking Honourable Semuju for his minority report. Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to speak on the sector of health and agriculture. It's unfortunate that the sector of health has not been considered so much, bearing in mind that health is wealth. When you have health, you have wealth. I want to bring to attention of this House Key Point, Palisa District. As we speak, Right Honorable Speaker, right now, our hospital, the district hospital, is a hospital of post-independence. The structures, the infrastructure has never been renovated. As I speak right now, Right Honorable Speaker, our hospital wards, people are sharing, both male, female, children. There's a lot of congestion in the hospital. Palisa District is neighboring several districts, like District of Mora, Kumi here, Butebo, Kibuku, and also part of Kamuli. They all come to Palisa District. It's too congested. People are sleeping on the floor. There are no beds. So I want to urge Minister of Finance to consider us during this budgeting process to at least try to see that you construct for us new buildings. We have a unit for sickle cells. They meet under a shed every Tuesday. And there are so many. As I speak right now, because of the accumulated water bills, the hospital cannot even afford to pay for water bills. We don't have running water in the hospital.
Kibadia.
All right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to comment on the budget framework paper. Let me start with electricity. That's Minister of Energy. We keep emphasizing science, technology. I don't know how we shall reach that level. The rural electrification, it seems, has met its death. We borrowed money from World Bank. 2 years down the road, the government has no commitment fee to it. This financial year, there is no money for rural electrification. What a planning by government. As if it's not enough, the same Minister of Energy, 2 years down the road, they took us at a supersonic speed. I belong to Natural Resource Committee. Under supersonic speed, you must pass the mining bill. We passed it into a law. Until today, nothing. I don't know how Honorable Musasizi prioritizes the mineral sector. And yet that's the sector which can bring in a lot of money. So last year when I read off the board, I don't know whether it has started. But 2 years down the road, there is nothing. How shall we raise the money? How? Climate change is a real fact. And here we have NEMA and Ministry of Water which helps us. But when you look at the budget of NEMA, it was cut by 3/4. Then you ask yourself, how shall we manage to protect the environment? NEMA keeps demanding for money. They said there is no money. Even the little that they were given last year, it has been chopped. Then you ask yourself, where are we moving? Come to wasteful expenditures. Mr. Speaker, we had the Ministry of Science Technology. It operated for about 2 years. It formed itself into a secretariat under State House. And through that...
Thank you, Honorable Kibadia. Honorable Isaac Temugi after.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I associate myself with the colleagues who have thanked the committee. I hope this time the committee will not be a scene of crime. Right Honourable Speaker, you talked about vending licenses. Right Honourable Speaker, in Usoga there is a mirror who has 7 licenses. You wonder how he got them and what they are going to do. So as you mentioned, something must be done. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of unfunded priorities. How can an item remain unfunded for 5 years, appearing every time among the unfunded priorities, Right Honourable Speaker? We must have maybe a law somewhere that if an item appears for 3 times, what is very interesting, Right Honourable, an item can appear among the ones to be funded this year, and the next year, the 3rd year, it becomes unfunded. But it remains there. So, Right Honourable Speaker, we must stop this joke and have something serious and more tough in that line and have a law. In the same spirit, Right Honourable Speaker, as the President said, we must help him about UPE. Right Honourable Speaker, my colleagues talked about arts teachers. We are tired of seeing these cartoons in papers where one teacher is eating chicken and rice, another is eating cassava. One is sleeping in a big house, another one is sleeping in Gracia. Another one is driving a Benz, another one is walking. Right Honourable Speaker, we must do something about arts teachers. It has become the song during burial. When an arts teacher gets a space to speak, he will speak about Parliament not helping. Parliament not doing anything. Right Honourable Speaker, I pray and request that as we prepare this budget for this year, Right Honourable Speaker, let's do something, some increment, some money for the arts teachers. Right Honourable Speaker, Busoga University. Honourable Peter Gwanga has just left the region, promised about Busoga University. In 2019, Right Honourable Speaker, I attended a meeting where Bunyoro University and Busoga University we are discussed, and they told us that they were beginning with the Bunyoro University the following year, then Busoga University comes in place. These are 5 years down the road. Busoga University now is just looking for a vote. Right Honourable Speaker, I must do something about that. Blood bank in Jinja. Right Honourable Speaker, during COVID, when the Prime Minister was still Dr. Rwakana Rugunda, he promised and he said they were going to do something about the Jinja Referral Hospital and we are going to get a blood bank. Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know where we are, the position and what is happening. Right Honourable Speaker, power. On the Committee of National Economy, Right Honourable Speaker, we are...
Thank you. Otimugil, Ayume, Okotamus.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I thank the committee chair for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, in the last budget reading of 2023-2024, agro-industrialization, tourism, and mineral development were the sectors actually pointed out in propelling our economy to the $500 billion in the target of 2040. But for some instance, in our indications right now in this budget framework paper, all the factors, the sectors which are supposed to propel us to that area have actually been cut or underfunded. For example, mineral development, which we allocated 46.1 billion in the previous financial year, has been allocated 0 this time. Mindset change, which was allocated 69.3 billion in the previous financial year, has been allocated 0, despite the problems we have with PDM. The tourism sector. The tourism sector, which actually now are doing very well, they have hit receipts of over $1 billion in receipts. Their budget has also been reduced. The tourism has been reduced from 297 billion to 176. If we go to the petroleum development, we are targeting to get a lot of money from oil. The petroleum development, we allocated 835 billion in the previous financial year. This financial year, 0. So how are we going to achieve the target that we are actually moving at? Even manufacturing, we allocated 318 billion, it has been cut to 226 billion. We have industrial parks, even in West Nile, which were allocated. They are all there as skeletons. Nothing is being put, and we are cutting budgets in manufacturing. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to point out something little on health. A number of colleagues have spoken about the Cancer Institute. The Cancer Institute is indeed facing a dire need. But the problem is, we are the only country which are actually adhering to the East African legislation in terms of community. Everybody, regardless whether you're a non-Ugandan, you walk in the Cancer Institute and you'll be given free medication, which is expensive. We budget for Ugandans, but they cannot deny foreigners to get free medication. And that is why Cancer Institute is always getting packed. We cannot stop them. So we as Parliament legislators need to guide them on that aspect. And on the issue of non-tax revenue, Right Honourable Speaker, we have a number of sectors in the health sectors which are begging the Minister of Finance to increase their NTR ceilings. The Uganda Women Center Hospital, they actually raise almost 6 billion every financial year. They are requesting that their target be increased, but the same minister denying them to increase those targets. So how can we generate income in those issues? On the
Thank you. Are you Mayor or what?
Thank you, Right Honourable. Right Honourable, as a Christian, Right Honourable, I believe in God the Father and the Holy Spirit and the Son. But, Right Honourable, I also believe in Mulago Hospital. Whenever I fall sick, that is where I go. But we seem to not be investing a lot in the hospital. And that 15.5 billion shillings has been an unfunded priority for the last 3 financial years. However, even with the current condition, Mulago gives us 5.5 billion in non-tax revenue. So the whole of the 6th floor, which was designed to be private wing services, I was there one time. As the chair of a health committee, they had to bring for me water in a basin. And because there is no running water. But if we fix all these, then there's no reason why Ugandans will go to private hospitals. We can even take the revenue from there to about 20 billion shillings. My colleague has mentioned about the Women's Specialized Hospital. If we put it up to its capacity, another 20 billion shillings. Medical tourism, I would have expected that to be in the NDP 4. I raised it. Uganda is centrally positioned in a neighborhood where we are competitive over our neighbors. And if we brought Mulago to speed, Cancer Institute to speed, we are building a new heart hospital in Naguru. UPDF is about to finish their hospital. We have Aga Khan in Nakawa. All this, we need to tap into sources for domestic revenue, because we have seen people going to Nairobi for PET scans at $1,000, but we should be able to keep that here. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I had forgotten Lubowa is also progressively coming on board. But, Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of tax exemption for gym equipment and sports equipment, we are looking at these as luxury commodities, but I think now we need to look at them as public health commodities, so that we would be able to curtail the exodus of people going with NCDs to our hospitals. These night football pitches that are mushrooming all over Kampala and upcountry, how do we ensure that the carpets, the artificial turf they import is tax-free, so that our youth can be kept physically fit but also out of crime? Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I would like to support my colleague that Atutur Hospital needs an X-ray as soon as yesterday, Bundibujo Hospital, and of course Koboko Hospital. Those 3 should be given urgent priority.
Thank you. Honourable, you've talked about those artificial turfs. I've just remembered something I wanted to share with Finance and Attorney General. Finance and Attorney General. You see, we've not had money to develop sports facilities, most of these sports facilities. So some are making some little money from memberships, trying to attract memberships to maintain even what had been put in place. But I was at Entebbe Golf Club, and the manager shared with me that URA wants to now tax membership fees. Okay? Membership fees for clubs which are struggling. Their budgets are very minimal. We are not financing them, but we are just even going for those membership fees. I know we are looking for money, but I mean, And Honourable Minister, I had also raised this about KCCA, and I want to interest the committee chair on presidential affairs. KCCA, I think we are among a few cities that have 150 acres of green space in the middle of the city. That is Kampala Golf Club here. But what do? We channel sewage. We channel all these floods from Yusufurure. They are channeled into that green space. Now, that's a green space we should protect and invest in. You know, we have guests. Someone said, you are so lucky to have over 150 acres in the middle of the city. We should invest in and protect it. It should be one of those things we should even be promoting for our tourism. Tell me a city that has 150 acres in the middle, and then you just channel sewage and floods in it, and then members start raising some little money to maintain it. You're also coming for it with a tax. Okay? I mean, you just ask yourself. So I had interested the committee chair when you're engaging with KCCA to ensure KCCA supports that golf club so that it remains very clean. That's where all our ambassadors whom we want to market Uganda, that's where they pray from. All people who contribute a lot on your tax, CEOs and what, that's where they go. But they are moving around sewage, a human fecal, just moving. And this is an ambassador I wanted to come and visit Kampala. So these are things we can, and it's not a lot of money. These are things we should look at really and give priority. So, Minister for Finance, when you hear us running to you to help protect that green space, like 2 billion would do a great job, but it can do a lot for this city in terms of maintaining it. So I had picked Honorable Okot, Honorable Kwizera, Honorable Didi Boka, Honorable Gracia.
Thank you, Mr.
Colleagues, if you didn't write your name here, stop looking at me and trying to make signs. Oh no, but why I would guide you, you ask from your neighbor, because I saw you when you were coming. Ask your neighbor before you came, what did we do? Then it will make it very easy. Yeah. People who are for ranch, you've enjoyed your ranch. For us, we've not enjoyed it. So let us also enjoy our time here as you enjoyed your ranch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I make a small comment about National Budget Framework Paper and Ministerial Policy Statement, what we are considering is going to help us in the budget of 2025-26. However, just like one of us was saying, we represent constituencies. For the last time that we started this parliament, the 11th parliament, we have ever been moving and asking for a support, as if we are supposed to do the lobbying. But all in all, this is a service that the government should give to the people. The people of Kalon town councils, it is a town council, but they lack L Center 3, just L Center 3. And then Agago North County, we lack L Center 4. In this debate, I would urge that we should support Minister of Health so that at least they should consider giving us L Center 3 in Kalon Town Council and then L Center 4 in Agago North County. Mr. Speaker, in the similar vein, I also would request in this so that we also support Minister of Local Government. Agago North County somehow is a bit unique. We have a different challenges that cannot be compared with other counties in Acholi sub-region. And because of that, many of our people are still in IDPs, including our animals and cattle. But all along, we have been saying, now that we have that unique challenges, we should create for us, and we have a new administrative unit. That's Agago North County. This will only come if we support you. My request is that in this process that we are looking into the budget, maybe bring this on board so that at least, if not, you can consider other administrative unit, then remember Agago North County to have a district status. Mr. Speaker, I was trying to see the relevancy of budget framework papers and ministerial policy statements. It is as if this thing we are running with a very narrow gap, and yet ministerial policy statement help us to examine and to evaluate the performance of government before we go into looking in deeply into the budget. What we are considering, and when you look at those things, we got a very big challenge from the SESBAC. They asked us about the relevancy of this. And in a way, all the committee members could not even explain. We are supposed to consider, I personally would think, if we could have to examine this closely.
Thank you. Honorable Itungo, Honorable Kwizera, Honorable Boka Didi, Honorable Gracia. Honorable Cuthbert, did you register? You were about. Yeah, then you wait. You're still about.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate the Minister of Finance is not here. Colleagues, the gentleman, Honorable Musas, he has been here as a member of Parliament. He knows what we go through as members of Parliament. He has been a member, a chair of finance. He has been here in these budget processes. All these issues we are raising, Honorable Musas knows. I think the problem is not Musasa's finance. The problem is the Minister of Planning. Who is planning in the Minister of Finance? Now, if you are the planner, as a minister, listen to this. You know the mass line of NRM, Bonabasume, UPE, USE. Every kid is going to school. Why do you cut budgets for education? Where do you want these children to go? Why are you limiting recruitment for teachers? And you don't know the number has increased. Why don't you have schools in the budget? So what kind of planning is this? This is the problem. So if you are the Minister for Planning, then you need to go back to school and plan. And Musa is a student of BCom. He knows what we are talking about. This is his playground. He knows. So be clear. You tell us the truth. What is the problem? Then finally, the sources of money. I sit on the committee of COSASE, where Rope was my chair. You move around town here. All the billboards you see, all the screens you see in town, there is no screen that pays tax. They don't collect any money from these billboards. He's here, he knows. They are chasing grasshopper hawkers, and the money is in the billboards and the screens. Musas knows. So, Honorable Musas. Honorable Musas. Right Honorable Speaker was questioning about taxing the golf clubs. I want to inform you that all the gyms around town here, they pay taxes. They close them day and night. So you are worried about golf. Golf has some people who can afford to pay. These gyms are for 5,000, 3,000, 10,000. This man collects taxes from those gyms. So what are you doing? So I think Musas should do.
Thank you.
Let me give you information.
But you don't have time. You see, you only give what you have. Your time was already up. No, Honorable, the clarification I was making was simple. That these clubs, okay, they don't even make money. In fact, golf clubs all over the world don't make money. But they protect the area. You go to Fort Portal, the green space. You go to Arua. They are the only ones. You go to Mbarara. You come here in Kampala. Go to Entebbe. I played golf with the Speaker of Singapore. He was like, I really can't believe it. I'm next to a zoo. You know, this is a zoo. I'm in a very green area. The oldest club in East Africa, Tororo. So, but in the end, if you don't even support them to be maintained, that's how they will be stored, like the one of Guru. That's how the one of Guru, they didn't see any value, they shared it, and they built houses. Okay? Even Rira. Yeah, you're going to lose them. Now, they are being protected using the little money that comes from members. If you go for it also, that you're taxing it and all that, then you're taxing the land and it will be gone. That's it. And these clubs, you'll be nowhere because you don't budget for them. They are held in trust by the public. It's protecting it. Honorable Kwizera was next, then Boka Didi, then Gracia, then Angura, then Nangori, then Komakech, then Norman Ochero, then Wandwasi, Dr. Kamara.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to thank you for the stamina you have, because it is rare for Parliament to sit the whole. We appreciate. Honorable members, the issue we have is that there is non-compliance to the Constitution, and there is to an extent where I have an original voice like other members of Parliament to talk for their people, for government to listen and implement. Because there is no way government can go to Buchimbiri County without passing through me or without me taking them. But the problem we have is that the Minister of Finance and the government needs to be begged to do their constitutional obligation, which is bad. My duty as a member of Parliament is to tell you what is happening down there, and you put it in your planning. But when you find that the person planning is the person supposed to mobilize resources, there is a conflict of interest. That's why we are now finding a national development plan owned by Minister of Finance, budget framework by Minister of Finance. There is an inherent dictatorship by Minister of Finance, and they subdue the sectors because they maintain indicative figures and realistic figures. That's why you find that even in the budget, even when they have said we are going to release so much, what they have released is not warranted. So when you find a country having a budget, when you look at the analysis of 72 trillion in this running budget, and then you come in the coming year, you find it is 57. The Minister of Finance should be able to tell us, what is the problem? Is the economy shrinking? What's the problem? We demand an explanation. Why the economy, instead of enhanced debate, economic performance, now we are going down from 72 trillion now to 57 trillion. Contrary to what is provided before in the National Development Plan. Another issue, isn't this related to non-payment of arrears to our traders? Because ordinarily, if the traders have supplied the government and they are supposed to pay tax, tax is not paid. If you don't pay, you don't collect tax. Has the minister now presented to this Parliament how many people are demanding money? Not public debt, but domestic arrears. How many are demanding? Because they now promote the economy. But when the minister comes and talks about the public debt, he doesn't talk about domestic. It means the minister is not fair to us. He's serving the interests of the foreign people who have given us money, but not the local Ugandan who has actually financed the running of government. So I would think that even in realistic budgeting.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, before Honorable Boka comes, beyond the ones I read, who are colleagues that want to submit? Can you stand up? I see. Wow. Now, let's make a deal. Okay? Let's make a deal of 2 minutes. I try to see, because you see, This is a critical day for members where they usually say they were discussing the budget, you never raised our issues and all that. That's why I tried to start at 10. And now, Honorable Samba, you can understand why I was insisting we go for the debate. This is a very critical day for members. So let's do 2 minutes each. Quickly. I try to see how many we can accommodate. Okay?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the time. Let me start with the 2 observations. Apart from looking at the NDP4 and the Public Finance Management Act compliance, we are in the 5th year of the manifesto of the ruling party securing our future, as well as the Equal Opportunities Commission that raises glaring regional and local inequities that this budget framework paper needs to speak to. I want to start with the health sub-program. Our 46 million Ugandans suffer from communicable and non-communicable diseases that can be addressed through community health interventions. We have a national community health strategy that requires a budget that has not been provided for in this budget framework paper, for identifying community health extension workers, skilling them, tooling them, and facilitating them to be able to address the simple diseases that affect our people. 2, our diagnostics, especially the laboratories, have been relying more on supplies that are provided by partners. They have withdrawn this budget. We needed money to buy screening kits, malaria test kits, HIV test kits, and so on and so forth, that have not been provided in this budget. 3, many of our constituencies missed in getting ambulances for referrals, which we thought in this budget framework paper will be provided for. Unfortunately, this has not been considered. Coming to the districts without hospitals who have... Thank you.
Honorable Gracia, then Honorable Angura.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to also thank the chairperson of the Budget Committee and Honorable Semuju for the reports presented today, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President has always alluded to the fact that the agricultural sector in Uganda is the backbone for our economy. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to believe, like anybody else, that it is a health body and a health mind that can be productive in the agricultural sector. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at a number of referral hospitals and the health sector at large, you see so many unfunded priorities as indicated in the gaps in that line. Right Honorable Speaker, we have so many structures that have been started on in health but have not been completed. For example, we have a very big facility in Mubende Regional Referral Hospital that has just been put up and is yet to be commissioned, but it has no equipment, Right Honorable, so it cannot serve the purpose for which the funds were secured. In that line, Right Honorable, I can also speak about sub-counties that do not have health center 3s in order to relieve the congestion at the regional referral hospital, yet so many districts around us use it in addition to those that are supposed to be served by the regional referral hospital. In the same vein, Right Honorable Speaker, I hope, Right Honorable Speaker, you will add me a minute to speak about agriculture as a deputy chair.
No.
Let me go right away to the agriculture sector. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the funding gaps indicated in the agriculture sector, we see that there were no funds secured for coffee production and the other activities accompanying that amidst the RAPEX that we did, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the...
Thank you. Honorable Angura, then Honorable Nangori.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to interest myself into agro-industrialization and look at value addition and processing. This is a sector that, if well taken care of, can transform us, transform our communities, because it will involve everyone, especially where value addition and processing is involved. However, Right Honorable Speaker, you look at the gaps that are in the energy sector. For sustainable energy, this time we have only allocated, as far as the indicative figures are concerned, 21 billion shillings. And in that 21 billion shillings, there are about 4 sectors, 4 to 5 components in the ministry. And when you look at rural electrification, it might end up with about 2 billion shillings. How are we going to transform and get this country into value addition if we cannot scale up on that? And even when you look at consideration for hard-to-reach areas, which would have benefited from projects like Orio, which is supposed to be in Mitoma, as among others, we have funding that has been secured from development partners. Groundbreaking is going to take place, but we have a funding gap as far as counterpart funding. That needs about 17 billion shillings. And this is for hard-to-reach areas. When are we going to get the country balanced if we cannot provide such resources to get those areas that also need to be brought up to benefit? Solar has so far, in the meantime, given us leverage. But solar, they also need funding of about 3.7 to promote the best solutions that are available so far. So we need to look at these options such that we can be able to support our people to move on. Ministry of Local Government has secured some funds in form of grants. And this
Nangori Komakech. After.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have about 2 issues that I've observed. One is about revenue mobilization strategy. How do we help the tax body to ensure that it widens its tax base? Mr. Speaker, there's a very big issue, especially on the issue of investors. Investors are given tax holidays. They are given tax incentives. They are not paying taxes. Actually, most of the investors here, about 80%, are not paying taxes. But you'll find when you go to Kenya, you go to Rwanda, they are investing elsewhere else. They are getting money here, but when you go to other countries, these investors are investing seriously in some other countries, and yet they are getting money from here. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, is about science-based curriculum. Mr. Speaker, I happen to have moved in some of the schools, government-aided schools in my constituency. And Mr. Speaker, as we promote science-based curriculum, most of these schools, Mr. Speaker, if you move around, the laboratory equipments are alarming. Actually, most of them, they don't have laboratory equipment, and yet they have science teachers who are earning 48 million per year. They don't have even science equipment. They have even science teachers and IC teachers on the payroll who don't even have a computer in the school. And they want to teach ICT. How will they teach ICT when they don't have computers? So as we budget in this national budget framework paper, we should put these things in consideration, because it's like we are budgeting for something that we do not understand. And yet these science teachers have been increased their pay, and that's why you see, Mr. Speaker, there's a very big cohesion between arts teachers and science teachers. Arts teachers are doing their job, they are not refusing to teach. But the science teachers who are being paid, they don't even have equipment to use to teach the science students. Even the labs don't have equipment.
Thank you. Honorable Komakech, then Honorable Norman Ochero.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to have a human face as we come up with this budget, especially to the mentally sick in our country. We have 14 million Ugandans who are mentally sick. Butabika currently is housing 7,000 mentally sick patients. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to interest you with the budget that we are presenting today. We have 5 billion allocated for construction of perimeter wall in Butabika, well knowing that to treat a mentally sick patient is not by institutionalization. Butabika is not a prison. A mentally sick person is better treated at home. We have 5 billion catered for clothing and bedding mentally sick. These people have beds at home. We have only 1.8 billion to cater for modern medication, specialized medication. 1.8 billion. In Aru currently, I have children whose teeth is falling off. Their eyes are yellow. because they are on typical antipsychotics. These are drugs that were initially manufactured in 1900, and that is what our government can provide to them. But they are atypical antipsychotics, where a child takes, gets relieved, and does not look like a zombie. Where is the human face to the children that we bore? It might not be your child today, but tomorrow it will hurt for you to pay a tablet at 50,000 shillings. And these drugs are not readily available. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I take my rest, I only beg, Right, Honorable Speaker, that let this budget be a gift to the...
Thank you. Now, Chairman, Committee on Health. Where is the Chairman? Committee on Health. I think this is an area where we should pick special interest. This is an area, because if we are providing money for perimeter walls, money for what, and yet these people can be helped with modern treatment and they remain home, they be even treated in their homes. I think it's very, very critical that we look into it. And government, so Committee on Health, I request you to interact. You don't need to report back here. You can use it when you're making your own report, okay? Processing the municipal policy statement. Interact with the Ministry of Health, and you look at, because when a member says the medicine we are giving is outdated, 1900, and it's causing problems onto our people, we can't just take it for granted, okay? You call Honorable Komakech, comes he present, and we bring in the ministry. We see how we can update the services that we are giving to our people of mental health. That one I will follow up with you, Chairman. Please take it seriously.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I thank the committee and my brother, Honorable Semuju, for the wonderful work. Because of time, Mr. Speaker, I need to proceed straight. Mr. Speaker, my biggest issue here is to question the relationship between the budget and the life of the people that we serve. MEA seems to be having a bigger problem in whether the planners look at what problem needs to be solved, and does the budget solve the problem. I want to give the example, two examples in my constituency where I know well, that there's no big connection between the budget we pass and the life of our people. One, for example, let me talk about electricity. In my district, there are poles and wires in all the sub-counties across the district. Poles and wires, mark me properly. Poles and wires. The Ministry of Energy, for the last 6 years, has failed to put power in these wires. My question was, does the Ministry of Energy have energy? Because I see. Secondly, even where the power has gone, like the hospital, even where power has gone, like a big hospital, the power cannot run an X-ray. We have an X-ray machine which cannot be run by the power that goes to the hospital. Now, imagine if you get a simple fracture, you are supposed to be transported first for X-ray to know what has happened up to Matanya Hospital, 200 kilometers, for you to be worked on. And the roads are so rough. So you aren't get broken the more on the road as you move. So I want to explain that the budget doesn't have a big connection with the life of the people that we serve. Now, that road that you follow, first way, before that, the hospital, the mortuary has no doors. Should you make a mistake and die in that hospital? No. The next morning, you have no eyes. The next morning, a dead man has no eyes completely.
No, one more minute. Because I don't want to make a mistake of dying in a beam.
That is the problem. Mr. Speaker, the road that you follow to go to Matany was made 16 years ago. 16 years and 2 days ago. They made a very good road. Then the existing bridge was broken down. That they're going to put a good one. Up to now, 16 years, they have left the bridge. Now, in a rainy season, when the mother is being taken to Matany Hospital, when you get the water passing, you have to hold on. Either the mother dies waiting for water to pass, or those are risk and die in the water. So far, we have lost 11 mothers and 11 children. My question was, I want only to know, help me, How many children and pregnant mothers are you plan to die? Then put the bridge. I want to know that question. How many? So that I don't disturb you. Let me know. How many mothers, pregnant mothers and children are you plan? Statistics. I want the Minister for Planning so that I don't disturb you. I wait for them. Then I will say, okay, all of them have now died. Have now died. That's the second question. Let me forget about tarmac. Let me not talk about tarmac.
Thank you. No, thank you, Honor Norman. Thank you. Now, for people who don't know Norman Otero, former chairman, OC5 BIM. But you know, the issues he's raising are very, very, very critical. Because, like, really, in fact, Attorney General, I don't know how you're managing these contracts. Contracts of 2018, they started building power in 2018 all over the country. Some, they even put transformers. The transformers were ransacked. Those were the lucky ones, not commissioned. So you ask yourself, how will government gain? And how is it protected? So, Honorable Okasai, Minister for Energy, people of ABIM are doubting whether you have energy, but you will answer later. And he also said the power has no power. The power in ABIM has no power because it can't even run an X-ray. Honorable Wandwasi, Dr. Kamara.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to appreciate the report given to us by the Chairman in Budget. However, Mr. Speaker, having read through the NDP4, which I know has given a lot of synergies to our BFP, Honorable Speaker, and it also rightly emphasizes on the issues of program-based budgeting. Mr. Speaker, as we deliberate on this BFP, I know a number of regions in our country that still need affirmative action. And like what is stated in the NDP4, Mr. Speaker, we have regions that needed to have been considered for affirmative action in order to address their peculiar issues. The case in point, Mr. Speaker, we have regions like Bugisu that have been faced by a number of catastrophes.
No, I don't think those were 2 minutes. Yeah, that must have been one.
Floods and many others. Mr. Speaker, if the chairman in budgeting would have captured this, I do believe that if such regions like Bugisu would be considered for special programs, like, for example, to be codenamed Bugisu Social Action Program, BUSAP, would stand to answer the challenges that many of us have raised up. Because I know quite often the Prime Minister's office might not have adequate interventions whenever such catastrophes arise. But if these regions were to be named, aligned, and enumerated in the BFP, would give a solution to these affected regions like Bugisu. Therefore, upon that, Honorable Speaker, I want to implore the Minister of Finance, Economic Planning, through the National Planning Authority, to consider Bugisu region for a special program coordinated.
Thank you. Honorable Kamara, Honorable Kamuntu, Honorable Nsamba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank both chairmen for the good reports. My point is about Uganda Cancer Institute and cancer services in general. I was a young medical student when we used to receive HIV patients in wards with end-stage disease. Now, when the community health services were emphasized, you can see we have fought HIV successfully. That is what is happening at Cancer Institute. At Cancer Institute, 80% of the patients who present at Uganda Cancer Institute are in stage 3 and stage 4. Out of those, 80% die within the first year. So my suggestion, I have seen that we are going to give 2 billion only for the community health services. 2 billion. And the Uganda Cancer Institute is asking for 100 billion more. Yet it is a palliative center where people go there when they are in end-stage disease. Therefore, we should invest more to see that the health workers are trained, the lower health centers are given capacity, treatment is at least given to all regional referral hospitals, and above all, the community health education workers are empowered to give health education, to make sure that they sensitize the people, but the people are tested, screened very early, such that we don't have end-stage disease going to Uganda Cancer Institute. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamara. Honorable Kamuntu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Straight to the point. I come from Rwanda, where 90% of Uganda is found, and we all know that Uganda fetches a lot of money to the government, but I can tell you all the roads leading those the national park are impassable. So if we put more money around Uganda, we can make more money. In the mining sector, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a businessman in the mining sector. We lose money to smugglers, more than $150 million to smugglers, simply because we don't give enough. We don't budget for the mineral sector. We only budget for oil and electricity and gas. We abandon the mining sector, which can fetch for us a lot of money. Another thing I have observed is, in my constituents, we have pygmies. And these are Ugandans. We never include them in our planning processes. They were chased from their land, Green Forest, Mugahinga, and Ichuya, and abandoned to live around the communities. These people even won the court case, and they have never been compensated. I'm planning to take them back to Wind. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nzamba, Patrick.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by pleading with you that when we are doing the final stages of this budget, this Parliament is accorded enough time. Say we can debate a budget for a week, and it is very possible, Mr. Speaker. It gives us enough time to scrutinize whatever we are passing, to avoid the situations where people come to us and say, that item, you passed it when we are not aware. This has happened before. So I'm pleading with you, the final stages, at least whatever members have presented here, these are issues that are dear to them. We want to be sure. The minister must commit here that whatever members have highlighted here, at least they are considered in the forthcoming budget. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and we would be happy if we receive that commitment. Right Honorable Speaker, for me, mine are two critical issues. One, my brother here has talked about the wires without power. That is the same story in Kasanda since 2018. And you're saying also it's the same problem. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have dilapidated school structures for government schools, especially. Mr. Speaker, our people are paying dearly to private schools that are building good infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we can save this in nation when we are prioritizing renovation of both primary and secondary government schools across the country. And we can begin by putting in money every year for renovation and ensuring that the schools are in better state. Right Honorable Speaker, you were in that seat in 2022, where you allowed...
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, you allowed the coffee nursery operators to supply coffee. You remember the Minister of Finance came, but since then...
Not me, but the minister. I never allowed...
You were in that seat when the minister came here and told them...
I only witnessed.
Yes, you witnessed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you were a witness when the minister was here asking national operator. But since then, they've not been paid, Right Honorable Speaker. It should be a priority in this budget we are working on. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Nyakato, Honorable Kabuye, Honorable Kia, Honorable Chirabu, Honorable Batua, Honorable Noah Anzara, Honorable Kajwenji.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I implore the Minister of Finance to reconsider prioritizing the funding of Bunyoro University and Busoga University, Right Honorable Speaker. Since 1986, this government, the NRM government, has been pledging a public university for the people of Bunyoro. Right Honorable Speaker, there has been a very big mismatch between the allocation to the agro-industrialization sector and the National Development Plan 4. The National Development Plan 4 emphasizes allocating 2.44 trillion to the agriculture sector. But when you go and see what they have allocated, it is just 3%. Right Honorable Speaker, I implore our government to honor its commitment to the just concluded CADIC 2025 Summit Declaration of Kampala of allocating at least 10% to the agriculture sector to ensure increased production and also food security. Right Honorable Speaker, I also implore our government to consider securing funds to operationalize the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2022 to ensure that we stop the harassment of our fishermen by the UPDF-owned lakes. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, last year a number of teachers and health workers were scrapped from the payroll. These people have been in the hospitals treating our people, and the teachers have been in class teaching our students. And the minister told us they have reinstated them, but up to date they have never been paid. I request the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Finance to reconsider putting that money for their salaries in the budget. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Attorney General, I think it was yesterday, when I requested that you need to interest yourself. It had come from, I think, Honorable Sarupendi. You need to interest yourself in the laws that require regulations. We have passed many laws. They've been there for years, but the regulations are not in place. It's, an example being fisheries. We gave a deadline here. We are having very many issues. Now you ask yourself, this is a government-sponsored law. The regulations should come from government. Why did you bring a law if you knew you don't want to bring regulations to help you in implementing the law? So, Attorney General, I trust you very much on that. I request you can update us next week. Sports, the regulations for sports act, fisheries is giving us a problem every day because of regulation. So let's come through, we see which ones we don't have the regulations, and we ensure we get the regulations. We sort it out of the way. Otherwise the laws are redundant and are not helpful. Climate change, the same? Yes. Honorable Franka Kabuye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the chairperson and the minority report that gave us some good information to guide our debate. Right Honorable Speaker, we are talking about digital transformation, innovation and technological development. But when we are speaking about this, we are speaking about the future of the country and the world at large. Other countries are going beyond to explore boundaries, and they are going into space. And for us here, we are still even fighting to make sure that areas away from the capital city, just kilometers away, can have access to the internet. And we're still fighting to see that even in the schools where our children or the generation could get the basic information and basic skills to run the ICT world, we are still fighting to see that we provide computers. I think it is high time government woke up to see that we free the internet and let us not fear and to suppress freedoms of people who come out to express or to criticize on the internet. Right Honorable Speaker, right now we have some platforms that are not working in Uganda, like Facebook. But this was an avenue for young people to showcase their skills, to showcase their products, especially when we went into the lockdown of COVID. Right now they are trying to adopt to TikTok, but also we face restrictions and they are being suppressed. Their freedoms are being left out because even the finance they would have gained in our country, Uganda, the options are limited. Many of them can see the payments reflecting, the money is accumulating, but they cannot access it because the payment options are limited to within our country. How I wish this government could interest itself to see that all these platforms can be one of the sources to see these young people employed or getting an alternate.
Thank you. Joan Okia, Chirabo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The committee recommends that government should increase resource mobilization. Although I agree with this recommendation, I feel that this recommendation forces our tax body to look for ways to get money. Right, Honourable Speaker, you said that membership fees, now URA wants to tax membership fees. These are some of the pressures that we put on them. And yet I believe that as a country, we should live within our means. The committee has stated that the priorities of the government are matching very well with the budget framework paper. So I want to submit that as a country, we should try to live within our own means to prevent the same people being taxed again and again. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Chirabagnes.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I thank the chairperson and also Honourable Semju for the reports. But as we arise in the financial year, the Auditor General's report for financial year 2023-2024, the electricity generation was in surplus, or is in surplus, with 979 megawatts. What does this imply? Our government has invested much in electricity generation. As of now, we have 2005 megawatts, and we are soon hitting that target because the NDP3 suggests 2099 megawatts. What does this imply, Right Honourable Speaker and members? When we have a surplus and our demand peak of the country is just 1,025 megawatts, this causes limitations in infrastructure development. And it is also causing unemployment because we all know that electricity surplus or supplying electricity to our people can also reduce unemployment. The key major factors for the informal sector, one of them is electricity distribution. The government should prioritize in investing in electricity distribution to reduce insecurity and also reduce rural urban migration and other things that affect the young people. The other point I wanted to put out is about the unfunded administrative units that were created. These administrative units have no health center series. They are not funded in any way, and our people are suffering. So these things should be prioritized.
Thank you. Batua Noah Kajwenji.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the borders. Border industry is the biggest local industry in Uganda. And to give you an impression on that, listening to the Vice President of Bajaj, Uganda, Mr. Sumi Yadas, he indicated that they have 90% market share, and he said that they sell 500 motorcycles per day. That's how big it is, and that's the rate at which it grows. We've never had a border budget. We call for a border budget. We should put this biggest industry at the center of the economics of this country. And what I suggest is actually on the revenue side, that the border budget we need is that as the Traffic and Road Safety Act 1998 is, it requires a border to have a driving license. They are demanded to pay in excess of 400,000 shillings. Consequent to that, many borders are at the police stations. Government is not collecting money effectively from that law. That law needs to be amended. That money needs to be lowered such that they can participate in the development of this country. The borders have interacted with say that reduce that money from 400,000 to at least 100,000. It is not 400 lump sum, it is divided. 100 for this, 50 for this. But when you put it up together, a border person has to part with 400,000. So we have no power as Parliament on our own individually to amend that law that affects revenues. It is you in government to come up with that bill. How we shall appreciate in this budget process when you come up with a bill to amend the traffic and road safety.
Thank you. Noah Kajwenje, Katabazi, Nebanda, Nabukera, Karanga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson of the committee and Honorable Uganda for the presentation. Mr. Speaker, a number of issues have been tackled by this parliament, but the issue of land fund, I have not heard it being discussed here. Mr. Speaker, I come from the central region, and the challenges of regions differ. But when you come to the central region, a number of Ugandans are being evicted by the rich every day and night. When you sit on your screen on TV at home every evening and you watch TV and you see news, you will see Ugandans crying, the Prime Minister come and help us, Minister of Lands come and help us, go to Chiboga, go to Nakasongola, go to Luwero, but the issue of land fund has not been considered. I want to urge and implore Minister of Finance to consider empowering the Uganda Land Commission so that they have money to secure land for Ugandans who are becoming landless every day and night. Mr. Speaker, secondly, is about connectivity roads. Government is planning to connect the road from Dokolo to Ochero to Namasale. But that is the same road which comes to Zengebe, up to Sasira, up to Guru Highway Road. Why do you work on part of the road and leave the part of the road? I think your Minister of Finance could be isolating Nakasongola to leave it as an island. They will also tell us. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the President has been pledging to tarmac the Zirobwe, Chichusa, Bamugolode Road for quite a number of years. But ever since I came here, it has been a presidential pledge. You don't see it in the development plan. You don't see it in the budget. You don't see it anywhere. I want to say that Minister of Finance reconsider and consider also that road, which will avert traffic jam from Kampala.
Thank you. Kajwenje and Katabazi.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Agro-industrialization is primed to be at the center of transforming our economy tenfold. And with this, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to submit on the need for provision of money for anti-tick vaccine. And this runs into augment the pathogen economy that we have all along known to be saving money for us, but also giving us capacity to fight diseases. Right Honorable Speaker, if we produce our own vaccine, anti-tick vaccine, and FMD vaccine, we shall have stopped the cattle hemorrhage and colossal sums of money that our farmers are spending on this. This will empower our people, and then it gives us better planning, because last year, Right Honorable Speaker, you know, the whole country was thrown into a quarantine because we hadn't planned. So now we have an opportunity to plan and put money for producing our own vaccines. I submit on that. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, electricity connection to milk bulking centers. In my constituency, farmers have come together to collect money and bulk in cooperatives. But these centers are not connected on the grid. So by afternoon, because they run it on, by freezing milk, they run it on a generator, the middleman, investors who are certainly not Ugandan, delay, and by afternoon they can buy at any price, because they know then these farmers cannot sustain the cost of running a generator. And this is a matter of urgency. It's not only in Nyabushozi, but throughout the cattle corridor. I thought we would work on this urgently.
Thank you. Katabazi Nebanda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And my submission is mainly going to be about what the committee recommended that we should widen the tax base where taxes are connected. I think that's where we are having a big issue. What we bring in as a country is really going down. And I have suggestions. First of all, to all the communities, all the business people, starting with the agriculture sector, we should put conditions that help people to produce much and so that government can easily tax them. But at the moment, you find that, for example, agriculture sector, somebody can buy maize at a maize seed at 20,000, and when harvest comes, he sells the kilo at 500. So he needs to sell 40 kilos in order to raise the capital for just the seeds of 1 kilo. So government should really put a conducive atmosphere. And then, for example, gold, we have natural resources. Gold, for example, last year, according to Auditor General's report, we collected only 480 million shillings. 480 million shillings. But on the world market, a kilo of gold is $89,400 today, as today when you check. So which means, as a country, we only got money from just 1.5 kilos of gold when we sold 9,000 kilos.
Thank you, Neba and Dan Abukera.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to congratulate the Committee of Budget for a comprehensive report. However, there is a grooming concern cutting across. Most of the government policies are targeting towards promoting the welfare and fulfilling the NRM manifesto of our citizens and electorates. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Finance, during planning, has not funded most of these NRM pledges. Following the recent executive order with the current President of America, Donald Trump, he has cut most of the foreign aid. His decision is going to affect most of the government programs in health, education, agriculture. We are government ourselves as we are sitting here. How prepared are we? How is this budget going to fulfill the NRM manifesto, which is in agreement with the electorates as we are nearing the electioneering period? I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate both reports, minority and the main report. My concern goes to actually the islands, Kome Islands in particular, Mukono district. In Kome Islands, we have health center too, but due to the growing population, we request for health center 3. More to that, I want to urge and support the government to put more money on the medical supplies, most especially the medicine. Because as much as we have the health center tools, there are no medicines in the hospitals. There are no medicines in those health centers. So my pledge or request, if amended, health center, Kome Islands to have a health center 3. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like a colleague said, Mr. Speaker, the budget should speak to the people and it should be people-centered. Mr. Speaker, it does not specify or it does not show or include the money to fund fuel for ambulances on the lake. We are grateful we got both ambulances to help our people in the islands, all islands, by the way, Buvuma, Namayingo, Kalangala. But unfortunately, these have not been funded. We don't have fuel. A boat cannot consume water, Mr. Speaker, to take somebody from one island to the next or to either Entebbe or a main hospital. So I don't know what these were thinking about procuring ambulances without fuel. We were even thinking they should give them to some of us to use them as maybe tourism boats or leisure boats. What are they doing? They're just parked somewhere and they're not helping our people. Actually, I think government should rethink about giving island districts hospitals, because if you buy an ambulance and this ambulance has to take people from Kalangala to Entebbe to get a hospital, it means, and you have not given us fuel, it means you should construct hospitals for these island districts for people to access health care. And then, Mr. Speaker, Kalangala district is next to Masaka, one of the main roads from Bukakata is a ferry. But that thing is very small for government to construct a bridge. What are you thinking about, Mr. Musasizi? What are you thinking about that? Can't you, in your, can't we?
Order. Honorable Musasizi.
Mr. Speaker, I need protection from...
You're causing yourself trouble.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize, Honorable Musasizi. Please go back, sit down, look at Kalangala as a business center, as a district that has people that we represent, and give us a bridge. It is just about 4 kilometers. We're tired of dying on the lake as we cross over from there to here. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorables Muuma, Songa, Renduru, Kazibacho, Maleku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the committee for the report. My concern goes to how we prioritize the little resources available. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, we passed a law here, intensification of electricity connections countrywide. This loan was national in character. Every member here supported the passing of this loan. I saw you witnessing launches in Mitoma. I saw people witness launches in Teso. To date, no connections have been made. And we made people to connect their buildings, do the wirings, nothing. Uganda was allocated 16,000 connections. To date, no single connection has ever taken effect. How are we utilizing the little available resources? As we scramble for more resources, how are we utilizing the little ones that are available? The other one is to do with the Bukoyo Senior Secondary School. It's a traditional secondary school that was founded by the Muslim community as far as 1946. It has never got government infrastructure. It is dilapidated. I'm requesting the minister, because we have written severally, to get support for this school. Honorable Minister, Finance, Honorable Minister, Education, this school needs support. Bukoyo Senior Secondary School. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Songa. Honorable Jovan Surendu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair of the committee, and I want to address myself on the following issues. Number one, I need some corrections, both in the NDP and the report, because, Right Honorable Speaker, one time when you were sharing this house, I raised the issue of our road at the border, which is a border economic security road. In the NDP, it is captured 16 kilometers. It is 120 kilometers, Nebi to Vora. And it is put at feasibility. That road is not at feasibility. I laid here on the floor of Parliament the final engineering design for tamaking. So that needs to be corrected by the NPA. Then number two, I want to talk about disaster. Right now we are quiet. We are not talking about floods. And when the rains will come, everywhere you will hear people are talking about disaster here and there. So let us give it a priority. So my concern here is, let us give priority to energy access, to road, especially transport. The road should be both for market, economic, security, and also tourism roads in this budget. And then on the health, let us focus more on preventive measures. I think that will help us a lot. And then the ICT is very important. Now, another thing which I need to talk about is the issue of green building. An institution like Makerere University can have their own source of water, their own source of electricity. Even Parliament can have its own source of electricity from the renewable solar energy. Why are we paying a lot of bills that we would even use half of that money to put electricity here? So these are things we need to start thinking about to define this priority. Finally, on education, we need rehabilitation.
Thank you. Honorable Jovans Renduru, Honorable Kasbat.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in thanking the chairperson and the committee and even the minority report. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is on upper grade of Health Center 3s to Health Center 4s. I will be specific, Right Honorable Speaker. I have a full constituency, Kashonji constituency, without Health Center 4. I have written several letters, Right Honorable Speaker. I get responses, but this, even today, the health center is not included anywhere. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to know what criteria we're using. We are really suffering. Right Honorable Speaker, my other concern is on government-aided secondary schools, Right Honorable Speaker. I have 14 sub-counties in my district. Only 7 sub-counties are grant-aided, but the 7 are not. Right Honorable Speaker, I request that some of these sub-counties be considered. I can give you some of those sub-counties: Chinoni sub-county, that is Chinon Seed School, Kenshunga sub-county, Nyakashara Town Council, Chikat sub-county. Then I have Akayanja with actually nothing. Akayanja has no health center, Akayanja has no secondary school, Akayanja has no offices. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to consider those sub-counties. I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kasbat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to appreciate the committee and the Honorable Semuju for the reports. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a very big problem. And actually, I consider this as a time bomb. Right Honorable Speaker, the recent studies and research has revealed that of the children who enroll in primary 1, only 45% drop out. And Right Honorable Speaker, by end of senior 4, another 30% has dropped out. So the high drop rate needs to be addressed, Right Honorable Speaker, and especially we need to plan for those people who are affected. Government is doing very well investing in primary schools and secondary education, but Right Honorable Speaker, I would propose that the government considers the issue of vocational education in our education system. Right Honorable Speaker, Kamwenge district, which I represent, does not have any single kind of technical institution. So all our children who drop out of school are unaccounted for, and Right Honorable Speaker, it's a future problem for us. The second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about is ICT. ICT sector is grossly underfunded, Right Honorable Speaker. It is only this financial year that we've been able to hit 1% of the national budget, and we all know the potential of ICT. But Right Honorable Speaker, I want to make a suggestion that as a committee, we have always advised the government to centralize ICT infrastructure. It is quite disheartening that every ministry, every department plan their own ICT infrastructure, yet we could save a lot if we centralized the ICT infrastructure. Yes. If you look at the budgets of these ministries, all of them are thinking of systems, computer upgrades, yet we could have a centralized ICT system that could help to save a lot of money, which we could deploy in other sectors. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, people have talked about.
Thank you. Honorable Choma, Honorable Joel Leku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and many thanks to the authors of the majority and minority reports. Right Honorable Speaker, right away, under the the climate change, natural resources, environment, water and management. I want to appreciate the recommendation by the Budget Committee and also the relevant sector committee to increase access to water for agricultural production. It is commendable. But in addition, Right Honourable Speaker, we also need to increase access to water for domestic consumption. Right Honourable Speaker, my biggest worry in this is that whereas NDP 4 provides for 480 billion for this very financial year, what the minister has provided is 412. There is a big shortfall of 68 billion. Right Honourable Speaker, some places are far from accessing water for domestic consumption. I will take an example of Uganda district and specifically Uganda North. We have piped water, we have pipes, but short of water. We can take even a month without having water, yet bills, call them invoices, will be provided. Many attempts have been made, but nothing is done. They will tell you they have put a high power lift pump, but nothing will happen. And just one...
Thank you, Honorable Joel Leku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join the colleagues in thanking the Committee of Budget. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of schools, improvement and expansion of all traditional schools in Terego district. We have schools that are in dire need of improvement. Ombatini, Aria, Otuambari, and others. I think governments will consider expansion of these schools. In the health sector, Right Honourable Speaker, there are sickle cell patients in this country. You can only get treatment of sickle cell when you go to Mulago. In a rural hospital, the patients are fed on morphine to deal away with the pain. It is really painful. It's important that we should consider, first of all, consider sickle cell as a disability. And it's a disability where you can actually die. And these people need our attention. Speaker, the issue of revenue mobilization for this country. Many Ugandans open up companies and abandon them along the way, including the leaders here. I would think if we want to raise revenue to finance the budget, we need income tax clearance certificate on top of academic qualifications as we go to nominate in the political season. And we also need income tax clearance certificate if you are seeking for unemployment in civil service. And Kenya actually does this. Because you want to be paid funds collected by the government and you are not paying tax.
Senator Christine Rokoro Albert.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I take this opportunity to thank the Chairperson for Budget and the minority report which was presented. Right Honourable Speaker, my concern goes to the teachers in UPE schools. Right Honourable Speaker, it's our support as government which will help the teachers of UPE schools to perform well. Right Honourable Speaker, when you move in most of the UPE schools, you will find that they don't have staff quarters, which leads to the teachers coming late and leaving early. I request, Right Honourable Speaker, if possible, that we build a budget for staff quarters in most of the UPE schools. This will improve the performance of our children in the schools and even the teachers to perform well when they have where to stay and at around the school. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Rokoro Albert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join the rest of the members to thank the chair of the committee and our senior Semuju for the reports. Right Honorable Speaker, what only shocks me from the sharing we have had is the word wasteful expenditure in this era when Ugandans need services. Should we entertain wasteful expenditure, or we realign this budget to other areas where people need critical services? The other one is that I come from Karamoja region, which is water stressed area. And why Karamojong sometimes are said to be bad people is because of the weather. Government ever has talked of providing water for production to Karamoja. Year in, year out, each financial year, this is being done. Now, Minister of Finance, when will the water be availed to Karamoja? How I wish in this budget that the issue of water is adequately catered for, so that these issues of Karamojong be seen as people causing conflict is ended. The other one, Right Honorable Speaker, that the country is doing well, but there is one gap. The gap of monitoring and evaluation. Most of the projects of the last financial year are ongoing, but the quality, value for money. I can tell you an example of a dam, a valley dam in my constituency, which was awarded last financial year. Up to this financial year we are discussing, you cannot know whether it is a dam or it's a playground.
Thank you. Nora Bigirwa, Katari Loi, Kenya, Chemonges, Feta Joffrey.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I do appreciate the leadership of the Management Committee and the Minority Report. Right Honorable Speaker, some years back, some of the health center fours in this country were elevated to the size of hospital. But unfortunately, there were no addition of infrastructure like theaters, more wards, or even equipment, not even supplies. A case in point is Kigoya Hospital in Bulisa, the only district hospital. Number two, I am glad that among the priorities of government, there's the issue of disaster management. But there's something that we need to do as a country. That a few years ago, we have had a series of areas being flooded, especially near lake areas. Honorable Minister, concerned, especially finance, it's important that we do budget for some of these areas which have been affected by floods. And also, secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, that the fishing communities in this country should be taken very seriously and begin a priority. Because many times we have not been able to give them the appropriate regulations that are supposed to regulate the sector. And I would pray that this time round, the trade sector should be given a priority in terms of sectors. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate government, but also as we budget for this country, needs assessment from our constituencies and areas should be taken care of as we budget for these areas. Priorities are very clear. Can we also be able to make sure that the priorities we have as a country have really been given funds, other than saying that this is a funded priority and yet you're not giving them the exact money that is required? Honorable Speaker, it is important that even as we budget, we want to know what studies are we basing on. And as far as I'm concerned, I am not very sure whether the study we have from the population that we was passed.
Thank you. Followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. I would like to thank the Chair and the members for the two reports. Honorable Speaker, on education, my colleagues have talked about Bosoga and Munyoro. All we need is a vote, and we have this guy starting next academic year. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to health center fours, the committee recommends of completing the construction of the health center fours. But like my sister from Kirihura said, we need to upgrade the health center 3s in constituencies where I don't have health center 4s, like Kagoma and Butembe and Jinja district. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to electricity, Government should prioritize electricity, Right Honourable Speaker, especially in Busoga and Jinja in particular, because we produce this power. Right Honourable Speaker, when it comes to town councils that were created last term, most of them are not funded, and like Jinja, we don't have headquarters, Right Honourable Speaker. We still go to the city, we need funding to complete our district headquarters. Right Honourable Speaker, we need more funding to Nagrik to be able to get to support the PDM program. Right Honourable Speaker, when it comes to ESC and foreign affairs, about the statutory obligations and non-payment of subscription fees, Right Honourable Speaker, is embarrassing to our nation. People working in these institutions must develop thick skins. You are undermined, you don't take part in decision making. It is a mess. Some of us have been there. Right Honourable Speaker, I believe government should sit and we try to evaluate these international organizations. We have a cost-benefit analysis to find out whether we really need to continue being members in some of these institutions. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Bukenya, then Honorable Chamonges.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Allow me to first thank the Chair of the committee for the good report, and also Honourable Semoju for his submission. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm going to talk about two small issues that are actually big. You know, Right Honourable Speaker, I used to be an investor in the ICT sector as an individual. But I don't know whether the Minister of Finance...
Doctor, are you a member of the committee?
Yes.
Budget committee? Honorable Chamonges?
These were very important issues, Right Honourable Speaker.
They were sorted in the... Honorable Chamonges?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise to support the motion with the amendments. Mr. Speaker, this is the report that I read the whole night. I think I've never read other reports like this one. And I want to thank you for giving us time. Mr. Speaker, for a budget to reflect our people, or for our people to appreciate a budget like this one, we must be talking about schools, we must be talking about power, we must be talking about health centers, and we must be talking about water for domestic and production. Mr. Speaker, for example, in Kwen, I have about 12 sub-counties without power, and then 8 sub-counties without government secondary schools. And then, Mr. Speaker, recently I visited one of my secondary schools, which has 800.
Oh no, because you spent the whole night reading the report.
Yes.
I give you 1 more minute to conclude.
Oh, okay.
But I wish you could make submissions out of the report, because the issues you're
Mr.
saying
Speaker,
are not in the
I
report.
went through the report, and the budget for water, schools, and health centers is not impressive. I have a big problem with a school called Porus SS, which has got about 1,000 students, and the parents have been struggling for the last 15 years to support the school, and we have been asking for this school to be grant-aided, at least teachers be on payroll. And according to the document I saw at night, there is nothing captured. Yes, those are... No, I got it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to request that we review, we go back to this document in detail, and we bring issues that will help us members to actually explain to our people what we've been doing here.
Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Feta.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the committee for the report. I agree with the recommendations of the committee. Right Honourable Speaker, we have very many development projects for which government has borrowed the money. But those development projects do not have counterpart funding. We have similarly in electricity, we have in water, we have in ICT. Everybody here is crying about electricity. We have borrowed the money, it's sitting in the bank. But to provide counterpart funding to unlock those loans, we should focus on that. If we do not, we will pay more in terms of interest, but the projects cannot be completed. We have very many projects which the contractors have abandoned the sites because they cannot be paid, they cannot proceed with the works, but the communities are demanding for electricity. Almost every member here has a pressure of electricity connectivity in their constituencies, but there is money sitting in the banks. So this budget should be able to prioritize counterpart funding to unlock these loans. Because the more this money is sitting in the banks, the more we pay. But also the more we get pressure from the constituencies because of electricity. Two, the issue of internet connectivity. For instance, NITAU needs 45 billion shillings to take electricity to the last mile, to the villages. And this employs mainly the youth, the young people. Can we be able to provide this money in this budget? Thirdly, the projects which have been ongoing, we have bridges that have been a construction site for 4 years. For instance,
Thank you. Toroma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want also to add my voice by adding issues which I think should be incorporated in this budget. One, the compensation of the people who lost the livestock. Two, the silting of the valley dams, especially in Toroma. There is a dam called Achuna Valley Dam. This could help our farmers in a production and also in a water for their animals. Also, I want this budget to incorporate those administrative centers which have not been put. For example, in Toroma, we have 2 sub-counties, that is Angodingod and Amusha. The parish chiefs and the sub-county chiefs, they are just working inside the rented room. Sometimes they come to the shade because of strong wind. The shade, the wind takes off for their papers. I have 2 suggestions, Right Honorable Speaker. If there is a way we can promote the tourism in Uganda, that is one way our government can get free money. Why do I call it free money? One tourist to come to our country, it creates employment, it also brings in a lot of foreign exchange and also money to the local people. Then 2, water for production. Right Honorable Speaker, because of climate change, if there is a way government can provide at least every village, I request they could start with those villages bordering Karamoja in top.
Thank you. Phyllis Chemutai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm going to talk about 2 things only. One is tourism. I'm happy that tourism has been put as one of the priorities for this country. I want to inform this House that Sebei is a very beautiful sub-region. It is endowed with very many natural resources, and I implore government to take up Sebei region for the promotion of tourism. There are many tourist sites which can be developed to attract tourism and earn revenue to this country. The other one is about seed schools. There are sub-counties in Sebei that are still missing secondary schools. We have Kapsinda sub-county, Kamogo sub-county, Cheptarech sub-county, Amugul sub-county. All those are still lacking seed schools. I implore government to include these 4 sub-counties in the incoming budget. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fadonen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. I join my other colleagues
to thank the chair of the Budget Committee and the Honorable Semus. Right Honorable Speaker, there should be consideration for the local government. In 2021, new administrative units were created, new cities, new divisions, new municipalities and districts. Yet all these cities or new administrative units are operating without road equipments. And for nearly 5 or rather 4 years, they're hiring those equipments. And if government, rather if the Minister of Finance could consider giving road equipments to the new cities. People have been talking about the cancer issue. Last year, I was with my brother at Mulago Cancer Institute for 6 months. Eventually, he passed on. I was with him, and the issue of crowding, actually, I'm a witness. Right Honorable Speaker, we need an expansion, infrastructural expansion policy for the cancer center. So far, government has prioritized the regional centers, like in northern Uganda, in the eastern, in central, rather in western Uganda, like Mbarara and Bale and Gulu. But at the same time, all these centers are overcrowded because cancer is actually one of the serious silent killer diseases in this country. For example, people are now moving from Mulago to Gulu, and Gulu is now overcrowded. We need more land for the expansion of these cities, rather for these cancer centers. And finally, on the issue of the elderly people, at one time we are all going to grow old. And I've not heard about the elderly people. How are they going to be catered in our budget? We need money to be given, to be prioritized to the elderly people so that they can age gracefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, do you have any clarification you wanted to make? Oh. But Honorable Alex, I asked colleagues who want to speak to stand up. I never saw you. You are my chair. I usually respect you, so just please submit. Is our elder so?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm utterly very sorry that I didn't catch your eye here, but nonetheless, I want to thank the committee and those who contributed on this subject matter. I have 3-4 areas that I feel should be prioritized if this budget is to make sense to our people, especially during this time. All of you know what I'm talking about. Sincerely, senior secondary schools, in especially those areas that do not have. I have 7 sub-counties. Only 3 have seed secondary schools. Health center 4s. Health center 4s are a priority. Upgrading of health center 3s, especially in areas that do not have, like Nyachitunda sub-county, Nyachitunda Health Center 3, could be upgraded to Health Center 4 to assist people in Isinjiro South. Operationalization of the new sub-counties. New sub-counties were created way back in 2016, 2017. Honorable colleagues, those sub-counties have never been operationalized. And it's a pity. You can imagine the inequality you're talking about. No allowances, no Gracia, nothing, no road equipment, no road fund, nothing. And I think it's a very unfortunate development. This budget should prioritize that one, and which we should be able to see that live and kicking. Vocationalization, vocational institutes. Right, Honorable Speaker, the policy of government of NRM today is that every constituency should have at least one vocational center. Though we don't see it even in this budget, we should be able to, at least in a phased manner, we should be able to look at it. Electricity. My colleague, Honorable Chirabo, did allude to this. Actually, the experts indicate that within 2 years, this business of having excess power is not going to be the case. There is a lot of demand on electricity connections. If only we had 2.
Thank you. Honorable Wanda Richard.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. First, I want to state that we may not be having the excess power as it is stated, because there are so many people lacking power, including factories and households. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the chair for the report, but also make a few comments. I come from a village setting. When you're lighting a fire, you don't put a log and begin lighting it. You light the small branches that will write the log. We are leaving certain departments and sections, like tourism. She has alluded to the fact that it has been considered. But, Mr. Speaker, the budget to tourism is too small. Elgon, as she said, we have over 1,000 waterfalls, but all these sites have not been developed because there is no money. We don't have tourism roads in that region. So the tourists cannot enjoy the beauty of this country. Mr. Speaker, it is my prayer that a revisitation is done. We need money under tourism because it will open up many other sectors. The hotels will boom. The employment at individual level will be there. So we need money in that section. Power. If we have power, many individuals are willing to set up their own enterprises, but they do not have power. I come from an area that grows coffee. They are willing to set up coffee processing plants, but they do not have access to power. So, Mr. Speaker, it is my prayer that we review.
Thank you. So, Honorable Chair, I think it was only one issue, because the rest the minister should be able to handle. The issue from the Chair Committee on Gender.
Yes. Let me start with the defense. I have gladly shared the recommendations of the Committee of Defense with us an annex, part 2, without changing the recommendations there. The concern of the Chair of Defense was that he wanted me to bring to the House as part of the record that actually Uzima is profitable and is not a loss-making entity. I think that was the information that needs to be corrected. Number 2, on the question of, and the Chairman and Mr. Speaker had put it to the House and also to the government, that in requesting for us we go to elections, what is the mandate of police and what do they need? I have been made to know that there are two differences in this. The UPDF, as a matter of fact, and it's in their docket, during election time, they must ensure that the security and the international borders of this country are integral, and they must be attended to while you are doing the normal civic duty of electioneering and voting. So I think that clarity must be brought to the fore. Mr. Speaker, the other issues of the Committee of Gender. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations to the Committee of Gender, which should form part of the annex and should have been captured under the summary table, were inadvertently missed in the hurry to print and bind and sign. It must have somehow got lost because in the electronic copy they are there. Mr. Speaker, I want the House to know that the recommendations and the recommendation of the Committee of Gender, Labour and Social Development are part of this report and should be captured as such, although the paper might have slipped in the process of photocopying and signing. So let the record capture that.
Thank you.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, my appeal is to government, to the executive. You have listened to my colleagues, the members of Parliament. We have, as a country, we have prioritized agro-industrialization, tourism, manufacturing, science and technology, all right. That is our production sector. But have you listened since morning the cry of the people? It's on education, it's on health, it's on infrastructure, it's on electricity, and vocational education and water. So please go back and reflect on this, and the answer will be available. Number 2, that I want us here to summarize the concerns of the committee, of the chairman. Number 2 is...
But Chair, you presented everything.
Yes.
Okay?
This is just overall what I've been listening. I don't want to talk about
No, the
it.
minister is going to respond because he has been listening. Yes. This is the work of the minister. Now let's listen to the minister. Okay?
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. I will start with the Minister for Energy, Minati. Now, Minister for Karamoja Affairs, what is the issue? Let me start with energy. But it should just take a minute because I want finance to refocus us.
Honorable Speaker, and members. First of all, I would wish to appreciate the reports, the two reports which were presented. They brought out issues clearly concerning extractives. This is minerals and then petroleum. It also brought out how we can actually turn our economy, the tenfold through the extractives, and then energy being a catalyzer for all the programs of this country. This is what I got from them. And I also wish to thank you for bringing out the issues which are relevant to your communities and to you yourselves to make sure that you have power. However, I will wish to make a clarity here. Last year I had a budget of about 171 billion. But the budget which we are discussing, I have only 57 billion for electricity. 57. Now, that is government of Uganda funding. Many of our projects are actually triggered by government of Uganda funding. The project which you approved in 2022, electricity access scale-up project, unless you give me a budget. I have a budget of 21 billion, but reflecting on what I'm going to get, I have only 2 billion. It means then I will be able to give you the free connections, but I will not be able to extend electricity to wherever you want to take it. Secondly, there are so many, there's a lot of areas that we have to the contractors. These contractors, even if you gave me the money, so long as I have not paid what I owe them about 25 billion. They will not be able to perform. I need to make them pay off the debts to enable them come back to work. So I have that challenge in the sector. On the minerals, yes, it is clear that minerals can turn our economy tenfold. However, but you need to invest money to get money. The minerals actually have got a potential of generating money within a short time. I can say minerals is actually a cash cow that we need to inject to grace to be able to get the milk that we need from it. It is able to give us $25 billion within a period of 4 or 5 years. So we need to inject money to developing that. And all of us are expecting our first oil out. But the money which is provided for petroleum to get out, we have got to go with ECOP, we have got to get our refinery, we need to get even extraction of that oil, bringing it out of the ground. But the provisions in the budget will not enable us to get that oil out. So this, I'm appealing to you, you appropriate resources. It is upon you to actually see.
But Honorable Minister,
yes,
you agreed with the President as a cabinet that we should stop tampering with your figures. So go to cabinet, we have given our proposals, we have supported you. Go to cabinet, okay, and fight your way out so that we avoid getting embarrassed again. Okay?
Yes.
We have supported you for sure, and we shall continue supporting.
So I actually appreciate the support. I'm only pointing out how much you have supported me. And then we shall actually go back to cabinet and put our case before the cabinet and the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you. But Honorable Minister, the issue of the wires we talked about, some of them were for projects. Like I think in my area, is it Kuwait or Islamic Development Bank? The funding was there. But the kind of contractors you gave us.
Answered that question. Some of those projects are not completed because the contractors are in receivership. Because we are not able to pay what we owe them. They are in areas that I've actually put before the budget that we need to pay them. This government of Uganda funding, that will trigger the completion of some of those projects.
Attorney General, can you interest yourself in this contract? Since 2018, because you see government is losing money. 2018, a contract was supposed to be 2 years, okay? And now we are 2025. Wires, what? So, maybe you discuss with the Minister for Energy and you find a solution to these issues, isn't it? Attorney General discussing with you to get a solution. Karamoja, what is the issue?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable, permit me to appreciate you for being resilient and patient since morning. At least I've been here with you. We want to appreciate you for steering the House so well. Also, permit me to appreciate the colleagues who have taken this BF through a surgery. I know it is for the well-being of our country. Right Honorable, my point here is to just make a clarity to some of my colleagues of the Karamoja region who probably may think that it is this ministry that is supposed to deal with some of the budget items, but ours as affirmative or ministers is to do focused oversight on strategic interventions to bring the region to economic speed, because it is being left behind for so many reasons that you know. So implying that the issues of water, roads, schools and other things are supposed to be handled by the relative ministries. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Minister for Finance. Tourism has no issues if you give him money. Just need his money. No, local government had given you area. We finished there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, before I respond, let me take this opportunity to appreciate you and honorable colleagues for giving the desired attention to the National Budget Framework paper. From morning up to now, colleagues have been debating this budget framework paper, and their input has enhanced our thinking and our approach, and without any doubt, it will inform the next steps going forward. Mr. Speaker, I will not respond to each issue, but I want to give broad responses. Mr. Speaker, a number of colleagues have been raising issues relating to where our priorities are. What are our priorities for the next financial year's budget? And there's the following. Number one is peace and security for both life and property for all people of Uganda. Number two is maintenance of roads and bridges, rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway, and construction of the standard gauge railway, as well as water transport. Number three, electricity with focus on enhancing transmission and distribution, particularly in growth supporting areas. Number four, oil and gas activities which are expected to boost growth in other sectors and exports. Number five is full monetization of the economy through investments in wealth creation initiatives such as PDM, EMIOGA, Agriculture Credit Facility, Microfinance Support Center, UDB, among others. Number six is science, technology, and innovations, including ICT and digital transformation, the knowledge economy. Number six is investing in the people of Uganda through human capital development, including health, including education, and provision of clean water for human consumption and for production, and a creative industry and social protection. Number 8 is management of natural disasters and regional and international commitments. And lastly, number 9 is irrigation, particularly the solar-powered irrigation. These are the broad areas of priority in the next financial year's budget. Mr. Speaker, there was an issue raised on the numbers. Mr. Speaker, our resource envelope for our preliminary resource envelope is 57.4 trillion. When I compare this with the NDP4 target of 67.7, you can see we are not far away, and I'm saying this is preliminary. Between now and at the time of estimates in April, if we realize more additional sources of revenue, this may adjust to a figure close to the 67, which was envisaged in the National Development Plan 4. Mr. Chair, the 92.2, which attracted debate, includes the private sector investments. The NDP not only looks at the public investments, it also captures the private sector. So therefore, the private sector inclusive takes it to 92.2 billion. Sorry, trillion. Mr. Speaker, there were a number of issues which the minority report pointed out. The minority report raised an issue on luxury spending. Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to the luxury spending as follows. Whereas the shadow minister mentioned the allocation of 132.251 billion towards beddings and cloth wear as highest allocation for luxury items, this is not the case. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is proud to its achievement on providing information on the budget to all stakeholders. However, we urge you to request for clarification where you might not understand some of the allocations. I wish to clarify on the allocations to these items as follows. Item 1, Ministry of Defense, an amount of 94.8 billion is provided for army uniform and boots. This is what is calling luxury spending. Uganda Police, an amount of 17.6 billion is provided for police uniform and boots. Uganda Prison Service, 11.89 billion also provided for uniforms, boots, blankets, and uniform for prisoners. Hospitals, Heart Institute, and UBTS, 1.1445 trillion. This is medical clothing for medical workers. We have an item of clothing under Parliamentary Commission for the protocol people, which the Speaker already clarified. Under Uganda Revenue Authority, we have 998.8 million, and this is attire for the tax collectors. Under Ministry of Health, we have 929 0.4 million. These are medical-related attires. Under national citizenship and immigration, 899.4 million, and this is attire for immigration officers. Judiciary, 603 million, this is attire for judicial officers. Under UBTEP, universities, we have 2.06 billion for various attire for the staff working in these ministries. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore not true that this is luxurious expenditure. These are provisions aimed at facilitating operations of people working in these sectors. Mr. Speaker, the report also raises an issue on skyrocketing public debt to Uganda shillings 109 trillion. Mr. Speaker, as we mentioned in the budget framework paper, the debt levels of Uganda remains within sustainable levels of 46.8% of GDP as at the end of financial year 2023-24, that is as at June 2024. We are confident that with the tenfold growth strategy, which focuses on the ATMs, the debt will further reduce because the economy is going to grow. We shall raise more taxes, and as a result of that, we shall keep the debt within the manageable levels. On the domestic arrears, Mr. Speaker, on domestic arrears, our response is as follows. Government has put in place the domestic arrears management strategy in order to clear arrears over the medium term. An amount of Uganda shillings 13.8 trillion included 9.1 trillion in outstanding debt to Bank of Uganda, which has since been paid. And this is the Minister of Finance speaking. It has since been paid. The most recent report from the Internal Auditor General estimates the stock of domestic arrears at 3.521 trillion. And they are in areas of court awards, pension, salary and gratuity, telephone, water, electricity, etc. Through the arrears management strategy, government remains committed to clearing all the remaining arrears over the medium term. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue on tax policy. Mr. Speaker, our response on tax policy is that we have submitted a cabinet memorandum on the draft national tax policy, and we shall fast track to ensure that it's put on the agenda as soon as possible. There is a question which came on capitation grant. Mr. Speaker, for financial year 2020, from financial year 2023-24, capitation grant for UPE learners is 20,000, as opposed to the 6,000 which our colleagues were raising. And for secondary, it is 176,000. Sorry? Per term. 20,000 for UPE and USE is 176. Mr. Speaker, over the years,
that's per term per year.
Mr. Speaker, this is, I need to check with my team whether this is.
Yes, I continue.
We shall clarify whether it is a term or a year.
Just let me instruct my cross-check with your team out.
Yes.
They can write for you a clarification.
Okay, all right.
Whether it's per term.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. But also important to note, Mr. Speaker, also important to note is that this capitation grant has been growing over time. And for instance, under USE, the enrollment increased, the capitation grant increased from 126.99 billion to 144.7 billion. And under USE, we have increased capitation grant, under UPE, capitation grant has increased from 67.85 billion to now 185.36 billion. We have an issue on district funding. Mr. Speaker, during the current financial year, 2024-5, which we are in, all districts which migrated from cities received an initial funding of 1 billion for construction. And this has been released in full. For sub-counties and town councils, Ministry of Finance is working with Ministry of Local Government to provide standard BOQs to enable government to sequence the construction subject to availability of funds. We have an issue of budget ceilings. From the debate, you could hear people, you have not provided for this, you have not provided for that, you have reduced for this, for that. Mr. Speaker, the preliminary figures which appear in the National Budget Framework paper are informed by the MTF projections, and they exclude the subsequent provisions which were made after the second budget called Sectoral was issued. And that is why you'll find that under national medical stores, for instance, 100 billion is missing. But Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure colleagues and the House that as we finalize the second budget called Sectoral, which will be issued on 15th of February, some of these considerations will be taken care of, funds allowing. A number of them will be taken care of, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I am getting information that under UPE 20,000, capitation grant 20,000 is per annum per year. And 160,000 under USE is per annum per year. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing under tourism? Because tourism has been broadly emphasized. Our priorities under tourism are the following, Mr. Speaker. 1, increasing tourism-related research and uptake. 2, development, improvement, and diversification of tourism products. 3, improving tourism infrastructure, including transport, trails, electricity, ICT, and accommodation. 4, reducing the tourism skills gap. 5, strengthening and harmonizing marketing and promotion of Uganda as a preferred destination. And 6, strengthening the enforcement of tourism standards and regulations, conservation and protection of natural resources. Mr. Speaker, I am trying to conclude. You raised a number of issues about taxation of clubs, subscription for clubs. Mr. Speaker, I think the manager was referring to the VAT being charged for provision of some services. I don't want to believe that our law, I can cross-check, but our law excludes subscriptions from taxation.
I just brought it to your attention. You take keen interest.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Busoga and Bunyoro University. Busoga and Bunyoro University, let me read so that the records capture me properly. Mr. Speaker, this is our position in as far as Busoga and Bunyoro University are concerned. To operationalize the takeover of the universities by government, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development provided funds amounting to Uganda shillings 41 billion to the Ministry of Education and Sports in financial year 2024-2025. Ministry of Finance will continue to support the operational activities of the task forces spearheading the transition of these universities from private to government in financial year 2025-6 and the medium term.
Honourable Minister, I don't have that time. I want you to conclude.
Please sit down. Mr. Speaker, I think these are the major ones. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, if you approve our motion, we shall consider all the recommendations from Parliament, and they will become part of our, because this has been a consultative process. Your recommendations, together with other emerging issues which have happened between now and when we presented the BFP here, will inform the second budget called Sectoral, the ministerial policy statements, and the estimates which I will lay on 1st of April this year. I thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Attorney General, there were a few issues which had legal implication. If you could also clarify.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm just going to highlight the points that I have taken away for us to come back and report at the appropriate time. And we are going to definitely study all the recommendations of all the committees and specifically pick out the issues. We are going to ensure that the budget process is in compliance with Section 7 and Schedule 3 of the PFMA. We are going to ensure that the tax policy is addressed. We are going to make provision for we are going to look at the statutory obligations that was mentioned. We are going to report back on the rationalization of membership of government in international bodies. We shall look at the bailout and investment policy. We shall look with finance at the status of government stake in the different corporations or state corporation. We shall address, in our reply, we shall address Parliament on the issue of the encroachment of land of Uganda Railways Corporation. It was a special issue, but we'll give details on it because it was a funder obligation. We couldn't go around, but we shall report on it as well. Right Honourable Speaker, we shall, by the time we come back, we shall address Parliament on what we have done with the amendment of the Public Finance Management Act, particularly Section 13, in respect to the change from sector to program budgeting. We shall address our minds to the issues of the payments that are outstanding for Chitezi, landfill, and the Naguru Nakawa. We shall address the duplication of roles that have been set out in the budget structure. We shall report back on the project management issues that have been raised and the monitoring and evaluation. We shall address Parliament also in report on Section 25 and 26 of the PFMA. On the issue of domestic arrears, there was a specific question, how does it arise? There are only two instances how these domestic arrears arise. One is where an accounting officer specifically breaks the law by contracting without having the funds. The second one, and which is mainly more prevalent, is where we have multi-year projects, where we budget for a project for a 3-year period. In the first year, money is provided, and probably in the second year it's not provided, and it's carried over to the next year. But we are addressing that, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues. We are addressing that and ensuring that the budgets, once they are started, are seen through to the end. On the issue of contract management, like the ones of electricity rollout, I think they are better, and I think when the Minister comes back to report, he'll report better. I think from where we are sitting, there is some good improvement in this space. We shall report back on the laws that have got regulations which have not been done. We shall report back on and then the Minister of Finance skipped this, on what we are doing about the land fund because it is provided for, and I'm sure when he comes back he will report. The counterpart funding is actually also provided for in that vote 130, which the LOP was talking about. We shall also address ourselves to the health facilities, specifically in the island areas, and obviously the Bukakata Road. We shall come back and report on what this is. There was an issue of wasteful expenditure. All in all, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, like the Minister said, this is a consultative process. We have taken notes the whole day of everything that has been said. The Minister of Finance, when he comes back, will report back on the schools, electricity, health and water, what has been provided in the budget, what has not been provided, and what. So we hope that what you have done today, honourable colleagues and Right Honourable Speaker, we want to thank you all very much for the work you have put in analysing this budget framework paper. It will definitely make us a lot better, and I'm sure when we come back, you'll be hearing some improvement in what we have done. We only pray, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, that you do approve this, and I think the Minister is going to we move a motion that you approve this budget framework paper. It is not an end in itself, so that we can continue with the proposals, so that we can take it back to Cabinet and then come back with the paper.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Attorney General, I now put the question that the motion for approval of the National Budget Framework Paper for the financial 2025, 2026, 2029, 2030 be adopted. Those in favor sign to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honourable Minister, congratulations. Honourable Chair, honourable colleagues, congratulations. Thank you, Honourable Rope, Honourable Shadow Minister. I would implore the Minister to look at the minority report seriously. It raised also some credible issues. And you look at both, and I know you're good at that. You usually do that in the process of having a fair process. Indeed, honourable colleagues, now we are in the budgeting process. By 15th March, the minister will give us ministerial policy statements. We start working on them. LOP, we expect alternative policy statements by 29th March, as per the rules. That's the deadline. And then we hope the minister indeed will, by 1st of April, give us the annual budget estimates together with the tax bills. And I really want to guide just on a few things. Number one, on tax bills, Honourable Minister, is a request that you you cost the proposals in the tax bills. That is in terms of the revenue generation they are going to bring. Why? That is going to make it much better for us to look at the proposals we've not agreed with and we cost them. Because what we have been doing, honorable colleagues, we have been rejecting proposals of raising money to finance the budget, but we continue and we carry the whole budget. Okay? We carry the budget in full, but when we have rejected the revenue sources. So meaning, somehow you've supplied air. Because if the minister said, from this proposal I will raise 20 billion and you reject it, but you maintain the full budget, it means you can't raise the 20 billion. That will be much easier if the proposals are costed, so that we know. And that's and I think that was the aim of Rule 150, which says that we must first consider the tax proposals, the tax bills, before going to committee of supply, so that you know that which you have not allowed, you deduct it. Otherwise, you supply air, and we end up coming to blame the minister. So that would be very, very important. I know it might be an extra job, but Honourable Minister, with your technical people, you're able. Otherwise, by the time you introduce a proposal, you know how much you want to get out of it. Okay? Number two, when bringing the budget estimates, I would request Honourable Minister for clarity, that we don't have issues here. You show us the recommendations you have implemented out of our BFP proposal. You show us that these recommendations, we implemented them. These ones, we were not able because of ABCD. That will make, no, you might not get the money. It might be, I don't have the funds for now. Okay? I can't raise the funds. Now, that will help for colleagues to know where, when we sat and made proposals, the minister listened and he has taken action. We get away this accusation. We make proposals, you don't listen to us, you don't consider what we tell you. Okay? I believe that will help us and give us more clarity when the minister is bringing the estimates. Sectoral committees, I emphasized this, that when you're considering ministerial policy statements, you also look at the Treasury memoranda. We want to know why are recommendations of the Auditor General not implemented? Because the Auditor General, in this last audit report, said, I think they implemented around 31, 34, around there, only of our recommendations. And these are accounting officers. Then we hold them accountable. If we gave you money, and money was stolen under your watch as an accounting officer, why should we add you money? Then maybe we can raise it to the minister and to the PSST, they take action. They remove you as an accounting officer and give us someone who can look after our new budget. That would be the aim. Otherwise, we shall continue having reports. Treasury memoranda is showing recommendations of the Auditor General have not been implemented, and we just put it on the shelf. We keep it there. I think that's a guidance I wanted to give, and I really hope, especially the tax bills, if we could really receive them early and we have so much scrutiny, so that we can give members time. I don't want to be moving around the corridors, members saying I hear the budget from them. I give them 1 hour, 2 hours to discuss a budget. It looks like I was hiding something, yet there is nothing the minister is hiding. He's always very open and is always ready to answer our questions. Honorable colleagues, House adjourned to Tuesday at 2 p.m.